journalists were barred. Even in the future, when we be removed from the event, from the happening, we ask, as journalists from the governing council and the American troops, that there should be a grouping of journalists. Just like you went and looked at that ugly criminal, we want to go and see so that we can confirm to the Iraqi people, because Iraqi people are in doubt. Some of them are starting to ask questions. Not all of Iraqis, but some few that are affecting or influencing the others. Thank you. فائزة عزي, حياة LBC. Now the issue has been settled. The members of the governing councils, council members and other Iraqis and the coalition forces were hoping is settled. What is the status after Saddam Hussein? The security portfolio is still up in the air. There are many incidents on the street, the fuel shortage, the many issues that are relevant to the Iraqis. What about that? What is it after the arrest of Saddam Hussein? I met with many Iraqis on the street. They said Saddam Hussein is an era that already passed. Whether he is arrested or not, it's enough that his rule is finished. What is it after this phase? Iraq is exiting from the war. Iraq is actually exiting from a war, and a war as major military operations finished in May. The country is destroyed. The infrastructure was destroyed by Saddam that was arrested today. We accomplished a great deal of improvement vis-a-vis, or when you look at to countries that are out of a war. What has happened in Iraq in a few months is more than what happened in many years in Iraq, in Germany and other countries that exited from a war. However, we are working to solve the problems. We're working to solve the security problem. We always say that security will not be restored unless and until the Iraqis themselves are responsible for securing their country. Also, the fuel issue, this will be resolved, and the governing council is going to take a series of procedures and steps. We already discussed that in the governing council. We are going to take steps to solve the issue of the fuel shortage. After Saddam, the tyrant, was arrested, and this is a request. Have you decided on the trial? Yes, there will be a public hearing, a trial that is open. And Dr. Muwaffaq may be interested in adding something. In the name of God, the most merciful. My brothers and sisters, let me tell you, in actuality, the Iraqi people are well deserving of this glad tiding and victory of today. On behalf of myself and my colleagues, I congratulate the Iraqi people of this great victory that was accomplished today. As for whether there will be any doubt, as the head of the council just said, there should be no doubt, because we saw him, we talked to him, and there was a discussion with four of the governing council members. Those who doubt us in many other issues continue to doubt us, but believe us in this. Saddam Hussein is under arrest, in secure hands, and he will be presented to trial. And the court that was enacted by a law by the governing councils recently is is a criminal court that is specialized in the crimes against the Iraqi people. This court, hopefully, God willing, will be public and open, and will be open to the press, so that the people in Iraq will see the nature of the crimes that this regime had committed with Saddam Hussein at the helm.
On my left. The capture of Saddam Hussein is a defining moment in the new Iraq.
A few days ago, we announced the formation of the criminal court that is specialized in the crimes against humanity, and we took extra care in the law that enacted that court that this will be a civil court. The procedures will be normal and will be open public hearing court. This is guaranteed by the Iraqi law. The sessions will be open and public, and the defendant can appoint a lawyer, and if he cannot do that, the court will appoint a lawyer on his behalf. Also, there will be an appeal committee to study the appeals. This court is not a final verdict court. Also, we are determined to show the world as a whole the bright face of democracy and freedom that is newly forming in Iraq, and that also includes a civil trial that is just to those that caused hundreds of thousands of victims of the Iraqi people. This will not be a vindictive or revengive a trial for revenge. This is a just trial.
عدنان العبد من تلفزيون الحرية اتحاد الوطني الكردستاني. سيادة الرئيس مبروك للشعب العراقي بداية.
Congratulations first, Mr. President. I have a question. There is a saying that the Peshmerga, the Kurdish troops were very cooperative, and they pointed to the hideout of Saddam Hussein. Is that true or not? Mr. Khosrat Rasool had a role in disclosing or finding out the hideout of Saddam yesterday, and he participated, and a group of the Union troops participated in the gathering of this information, but the actual operation of the arrest was fully executed by the American Special Forces and the 4th Infantry Division of the United States troops. Please state your name and who you're representing, and then the question. When you met the deposed leader Saddam Hussein, did he express any apology, or have you felt any of that apology or remorse? One question, please. In relation to the trial of the criminals of war, is that going to be an international? Shouldn't there be an international also court that looks into these crimes, because there's some international dimensions to them? War crimes. Thank you. Let's. The specialty of the jurisdiction of that court is the crimes against humanity and war crimes. The jurisdiction of the court, as it was enacted, it was spelled out what the jurisdiction is, and according to that, those will be tried according to that jurisdiction. He was not apologetic. He was sarcastic and making mockery of the Iraqi people. We asked him, why you killed As-Sadr? He said, And we said, don't you see that the people now are happy? They said these are mobs. When we ask about the people that he killed collectively in groups, he said they were thieves. We ask about certain names, as if this were like my property. Why are you asking about them? He was determined and insistent on his crimes, same way that he used to do it before. We didn't go there to be vindictive. We are people of politics. We just tell you the information as it is. We had a responsibility to go to see how the status he's in and to see his mental situation. That's the main reason we went there.
Can you use the microphone, please? It doesn't work.
Well, we don't know where is the money now. I imagine it was taken away from him.
We go to Iraq.
He seemed to be was rather tired and haggard, but as my colleague Dr. Abdul said, he was unrepentant. He was unrepentant and sometimes almost defiant.
Please use the microphone so that they can translate.
Oh,
yes.
As far as the money is
concerned,
he seemed to be unrepentant and even defiant sometimes. And he tried to justify his crime one way or another, saying that he was a just but firm ruler. Our answer was he was an unjust ruler because his crime covered thousands of people. But he was obviously tired, but unrepentant tired. About half an hour.
Excuse me, apparently two microphones are open. Can you repeat this?
All right, we're clearly having a little difficulty hearing what's going on. They're trying to work out the audio problems in Baghdad. What we're watching is a news conference. The Iraqi Governing Council, Adnan Pachachi is the man you're seeing right now. He's the president this month of the Iraqi Governing Council, which is the organization appointed, supported by the U.S.-led coalition. They've been explaining what this means, the capture of Saddam Hussein, the fact that Saddam Hussein is now in U.S. hands. I don't know if the audio problems have been resolved yet, but in the meantime, let's bring in our analyst, Ken Pollack. You've been listening together with all of us, Ken, to what these Iraqis are saying. We have a Shiite, a Sunni. I think there's a Kurdish representative up there as well. They're trying to make a statement to the Iraqi people that a new chapter in Iraq clearly has begun today.
Right, Wolf. And the first thing that they're trying to do is they're trying to say very clearly to the Iraqi people, Saddam Hussein is gone. That chapter is closed. We can put that behind us and let's move forward. But of course, the other thing that's out there is that this is a group of people who are struggling desperately to convince the Iraqi people that they do represent them, that they should be leading Iraq as a nation. And so the other thing that they're out there doing is trying to say, we are your legitimate representatives. We are telling you this, and we are here to take you forward into the next chapter of Iraq's history.
Victoria Clark is also here in our Washington studio, the former Pentagon spokeswoman. Tori, as you listen to this and you get the sense of the drama the history that is unfolding today around the world. Saddam Hussein captured, and supposedly, according to General Ricardo Sanchez, cooperating, in his word, talkative with his interrogators, with U.S. military personnel. That also sends a powerful message to others under U.S. control right now.
It absolutely does, but there's also a very important message that I haven't heard people talking about today, and that's caution. This is a good day, no two ways about it. It is a good day. They've now got about 2/3 of the top list of 55, but there are still bad people out there who will want to do things. There will be attacks. And so I know one of the things Secretary Rumsfeld and others are thinking about right now is, let's not get over exuberant here. We still have a lot of hard work in front of us. Second thing that is really significant here is the intel aspect of it. Now, this was intel they were gathering from the Iraqi people, and you've heard people say over the last few weeks, we've been getting better and better intel. They got intel from the Iraqi people, they got good intel and information from the people they have captured over the last few months, put it together with a very quick and effective operation by military forces, and that led to the success. So I don't think you can underestimate both the fact that there's a long way to go here and that it was a big intel success.
All right, I want both of you to stand by. Tori Clark, Ken Pollack. Let's go back to Baghdad. Listen in on this news conference. Representatives of the Iraqi Governing Council addressing reporters' questions.
Justify the massacres in the Halafja area. This is a sick mind, sick, incomprehensible. I don't know how that is the case. Maybe the psychiatrist or psychologist, those scientists who work on that area, maybe they need to examine him and see what's that obsession that he has. Let's go back to the $750,000.
Give him a chance. This is a free country, you know.
Please through the microphone so that we can get the translation. We congratulate you for this great day. The issue of the $750,000 that was found on Saddam. This is a large sum of money. This is nothing compared to what he plundered from the Iraqi money. But he left. What do you say about the fact that he left Iraq in debt? This is we're still going after the money. We are talking to many countries to see where the monies are and to try to redeem those amounts of money. We're still working on that. Please state your question without poetry, he says jokingly. After the arrest of the ex-president, is there any change in the timetable for restoring sovereignty to the Iraqi people? There will be no delay in the restoring the sovereignty. On the contrary, it could actually be nearer. We may be closer now to regaining sovereignty. The steps that we have to take are going fast, and there will be no delay after June of next year, the end of June of next year.
هذا دعاء لا يستجاب.
خلود الزيادي من جريدتي ابن البلد والأخبار.
When Saddam Hussein was arrested, was there any other officials or military personnel with him? Was there any resistance? Were there any weapons in the area? He had 2 security guards. He had rifles in his chest, on his body, but he did not use them. He never fired a single shot. There was no firearm shot at all in the execution during the execution of this operation. If I may, Mr. President, it may be appropriate for me to say, He was, appropriate to say where he was. He was in a pit. He was in a hole about 8 feet, and after that it is there is a kind of a tunnel or another hole enough for one person to lie down, and from that there's another hole. He was with mice and rats.
نجم الرباعي مؤسسة البركة الإعلامية.
Today, one of the pages, the dark pages of in the life of the Iraqis was turned, and the dynasty or the kingdom of evil fell down. Do you know what will happen to the files of the Ba'athist of the previous era? And also, as we hear about the description of the state of that king of evil, anything about those Ba'athists, will there be any chance for them to apologize or repent, so that as long as one has no blood on his hands? The Ba'athification is still going on, but we also are looking forward. We hope that after this Saddam era is over, that we look towards reconciliation on a national level, because we have to build a free Iraq, a secure Iraq, and democratic Iraq that respects the human rights. Our outlook to the future is as such. However, that shouldn't mean that those criminals who committed these atrocious crimes would run away from punishment. Even before Saddam's arrest, we were saying that our policy is has two aspects. One is being stern and strict with those criminals who victimized the Iraqi people and plundered the money of Iraq. And also, on the other hand, there has to be a policy of forgiveness and of that looks at the past and the future at the same time with the same eye. The past that Saddam Hussein had misused and victimized a lot of Iraqis in, and the future that is prosperous and bright, free, democratic, that we have to all live in as Iraqi people with love and brotherhood. Saddam was arrested, and he was the head of the Ba'ath Party, and it's clear from his answer that he does not want to apologize, and he doesn't even contemplate apologizing to the Iraqi people. He was head of the Ba'ath Party, and the Ba'ath Party is a criminal party, killed the Iraqi people, used the chemical weapons against the people, and buried about 1 million or more people in mass graves. I, along with the colleagues on the governing councils, are concerned about the victims of Saddam more than we are concerned with Saddam himself. The procedures that are being taken right now against the Ba'athists are procedures that are not necessarily very harsh. They're not aimed at individuals to humiliate them or to attack them or their families. We are in the Committee for De-Ba'athification. We follow procedures that are very strict and clear, and we have also a procedure or a process of resumption that is easy and precise. We don't want to cause any injustice to people. We don't want to remove anybody who had no blood on his hands and who did not violate the freedom and the money of the people, but we want that Ba'ath Party to be completely destroyed, along with its affiliated organizations, and also we need its influence on the culture and the economy of Iraq to be taken away, and any influence on the life in Iraq that it is so much penetrated in. We need that to stop, and we need to make sure that there's no return for the Ba'ath. And today this is crowned with the capture of Saddam.
Saddam Hussein means very a lot of secret, great secret person as well.
Can you raise your voice?
We can't hear you.
Forget about the microphone.
Raise your voice, raise your voice.
Actual Saddam Hussein means a great victory as well, also for the Kurdish community in Iraq. Does it mean that the people suffered under the regime of Saddam Hussein, the victims of Anfal and Halabja, will get a final victory or final political
well, there is a process of compensation for all the victims of Saddam Hussein, the Kurds and others, and this process has been established by the Governing Council, and we shall continue.
علاء الصفار من جريدة الدعوة.
We congratulate you and the Iraqi people as a whole, and we congratulate all humanity for the removal of the most dangerous criminal, as in our opinion. We want to ask, will the investigation with this criminal, an Iraqi investigation by Iraqis, and maybe it should be, the investigative process should be to get important and critical information like secret bank accounts and other dealings that only Saddam would have known. It shouldn't be an easy process and flip the page. There's no question about that. The process will be an Iraqi process. Investigators and investigative judges will be doing. Will this be a public? The hearing will be public. How about the investigation? No, the investigation cannot be open. After the investigation, after the investigative judge is finished, this will be turned to trial, turned over for trial, and the results of investigation will be manifest during the trial. And this will actually be in compliance with all the standards, international standards of law, and with the preservation of human rights during the investigation and the trial. Iraq is truly victorious now because of the arrest of that tyrant, but we don't lose sight of the democracy and human rights and the international standards.
Representatives of the Iraqi Governing Council holding a news conference in Baghdad. Representatives clearly thrilled by the news today, the huge news. This former Iraqi leader Saddam Hussein has been captured alive. He was taken without a shot. He was found in a 6-foot hole pit, a hole at a farmhouse just outside of his hometown of Tikrit, with mice and rats, according to these representatives of the Iraqi Governing Council, with mice and rats, someone who was always obsessed with cleanliness, with his own hygiene. We saw that picture of Saddam Hussein with a beard, with his hair wild, clearly a mess. This is someone who would force visitors who came to meet with him to be completely scrubbed and bathed, their hands washed, because he was so obsessed with hygiene. He was found in a pit earlier today by representative soldiers from the 4th Infantry Division just outside of Tikrit. He is now a prisoner in the custody of the United States military. Our coverage is going to continue. CNN's Paula Zahn and Aaron Brown are standing by in New York to pick up all of our coverage. I'll be back at noon Eastern. 2 hours of Late Edition, among other things. We'll also have live coverage of President Bush's address to the nation beginning at noon Eastern, a little bit less than 2 hours from now, from the White House. Paula and Aaron.
Good morning, Wolf.
Well, thank you, and good morning again, everyone. Good morning, good to see you.
Thank you.
And we suspect many of you around the country are just now waking up to the news a little bit past 10 o'clock in the morning here in the east, 7 o'clock out west, and it is a day for history. The search for Saddam Hussein is over. Here's what we know at this hour. After 9 months on the run, the former Iraqi dictator is in the hands of the coalition. He was nabbed by troops of the 4th Infantry Division without a shot being fired. About 600 American soldiers went out in this operation. They tore out of their base, according to our correspondent who was in Tikrit at the time, and they came back with this man, this look, a picture that will grace the front page, I dare say, of every newspaper, not just in this country, but around the world. A Saddam Hussein with long, dirty hair, a gray beard, being examined by a military medic, a tongue depressor in his mouth, a search for lice. He was found in this hole in a farmhouse near Tikrit, not far from his hometown, discovered hiding in a hole in the cellar of that farmhouse just south of Tikrit. The commander of U.S. forces in Iraq described Hussein at his capture as a tired man who was resigned to his fate. Coalition forces say the capture came after months of intelligence gathering. We are now looking at exclusive CNN pictures of U.S. forces returning from that mission. These are soldiers of the 4th Infantry Division based in Tikrit, this troubled and dangerous part of the country, an operation they called Red Dawn. The president has been notified. Tony Blair, the British Prime Minister, has spoken. The world is starting to react to what is a one-headline day: Saddam captured.
Well, this development this morning, Aaron, obviously taking a critical load off of President Bush, at least for a day or two politically. But of course, the key question at this hour is whether the capture of Saddam will, in the near term, actually dilute the insurgency movement or, in fact, inspire more violence. Will they stand and fight? Will they rule by fear, or will they fade in the background? A number of experts I've talked with this morning suggest that while the Sunnis and Baathists express very little loyalty to Saddam Hussein, they seem determined to hang on to their last threads of power. Let's go to Jane Arraf, our bureau chief in Baghdad, to see what kind of analysis she's hearing from there. Jane? Good morning.
Paula, it seems clear that even though Saddam is caught, this isn't over yet, and there are a couple of things that exemplify that. We spoke just a bit earlier to the police chief of Baghdad, and you could not have had a more dramatic, tragic, joyous day for this man. This morning, perhaps 20 police officers were killed in a suicide bombing outside of Baghdad at a police station. This afternoon, Saddam caught. He said his police officers will take the capture of Saddam Hussein to heart as a reason to keep doing this job, but it's an indication that there are forces here at work that are likely independent of Saddam, and a lot of Iraqis, although joyous at the fact that he has been captured, and captured in that manner particularly, really fear what lies ahead. Paula?
Jane, let's come back to the point you just made about some of these forces independent of Saddam. Is it any clearer at this hour how much of the insurgency movement at all was controlled or in any way influenced by Saddam Hussein?
We have always been told that he did not play a direct role in controlling the insurgency. Certainly he would have inspired some of it, and what will be interesting is to see whether others who may have had a more direct role, who are being sought by the coalition, will in fact turn themselves in, or will manage to be caught due to intelligence that they get from Saddam or other people. One of the people who is thought to play a more direct role is his right-hand man, Izzat Ibrahim Adouri, who is still at large. They're hunting for him extensively, and he is thought to have orchestrated attacks in the north. Saddam himself, clearly he has been in deep hiding, does not appear to have had that direct, hands-on approach that perhaps others have had. Paula?
Jane, let's talk about the Iraqi people for a moment. There has been a very strong belief that the reason why the perception is so wide held there, that Americans are in fact occupiers and not liberators, was the fact that Saddam Hussein was believed to be alive. What will the impact of his capture have on general public opinion?
It's a very complicated thing in Iraq, public opinion. For so long, really, they couldn't express their opinions, and now the opinions we hear expressed routinely, some of them are astonishing. Now, some people will still continue to believe that this has all been set up, that that was not, in fact, Saddam. But perhaps fewer than expected, because the impact of that video, the fact that people could, through whatever means, actually see this man who clearly looks like Saddam Hussein, seems to have convinced a lot of them that this really did happen, that he is perhaps gone for good, and even better, he'll be coming back to face trial. Paula?
And Jane, you more than anybody have been exposed to the wave of emotions as we've seen our nation go to war with Iraq. And today, I'm wondering if you could take us back to the moment when the Iraqi people, for the first time, were being made aware of this capture of Saddam Hussein.
When it first came out, Paul, and it was just a few hours ago, it started as rumor, the way these things do, and then gradually established a little more veracity to the point where some people were willing to believe that perhaps he was caught. But it wasn't really even, I don't believe, the fact that Paul Bremer and General Sanchez came out and said, "We've got him." It really was the moment that they saw that image, and there were gasps that went up from Iraqis, gasps that a man who was larger than life, who liked to believe himself the descendant of Babylonian kings and Islamic conquerors, was in that condition, looking like an absolute wild man, looking like he had clearly been in hiding, looking defeated. Someone who had been larger than life, clearly very, very human. Paula?
Jane Arath, thanks so much for that update. We'll be checking in with you throughout the morning. Aaron.
Hard to look larger than life when they're looking for lice in your hair and all the rest. We talk a lot about reaction. Imagine the reaction, by the way, of Osama bin Laden hiding out somewhere in the Pakistan-Afghanistan border area when he heard the news.
Yeah, can't be too happy about that if he's alive.
He can't. We're getting bits and pieces of the president's reaction to the news. It unfolded for him across 2 days, starting, I guess, Dana Bash mid-afternoon yesterday. He started to get some word of this, and then early this morning got the closer that Saddam had been, in fact, captured. Dana Bash is at the White House this morning. Dana?
That's right, Aaron. It was yesterday at about 3:15 p.m., that early in the afternoon, that President Bush got the call from Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld. At that point, the president was at Camp David. And according to the White House, the Defense Secretary started the conversation by saying, "Well, Mr. President, reports aren't always accurate initially," to which the president quickly responded, "It sounds like I'm going to have some good news coming." And then, of course, the Defense Secretary said that they did believe that they had Saddam Hussein in custody, but that they were just trying to confirm it at that time. And the president responded, "Well, that is good news." And at that point, the Defense Secretary said that he'd gotten the call from General Abizaid about the raid, and the two of them discussed the fact that they wanted to be cautious because they said it could very well be an imposter and not Saddam Hussein. And they also discussed at that early moment that when they do confirm that Saddam Hussein was in U.S. custody, that it should be announced from the theater and not from the White House, not from the Pentagon, but from Iraq. And that is exactly what we saw this morning with Paul Bremer and others at that press conference in Iraq. But as you said, Aaron, it was not until this morning at about 5 o'clock in the morning that Condoleezza Rice, as National Security Advisor, got the final word from Paul Bremer from Iraq that it was in fact Saddam Hussein. And then at about 5:14 a.m., Condoleezza Rice called the president, who was back here at the White House this morning in the residence, to tell him that it was in fact Saddam Hussein that they captured. And then he did in fact watch the press conference that Paul Bremer had in Iraq with the First Lady from the residence. He is said to have been certainly elated by the reaction from the Iraqi journalists in the room, who were applauding when they heard the news that Saddam Hussein was captured and when they saw the images that you were just talking about. And this morning, Aaron, the president has been working the phones. He has been talking to world leaders. We know he has spoken with Tony Blair, the British Prime Minister, with Jose Maria Aznar of Spain, and is expected to call other of his allies in the effort against Saddam Hussein. He's also been making calls to Capitol Hill in and around his own cabinet. And we are, of course, going to hear from the president later today at about 12 noon Eastern, and he is likely to say what his spokesman said to us earlier, which is that he believes this is very good news for the Iraqi people, and that Saddam Hussein was brutally oppressive, and that the most importantly from the White House's perspective, the president believes that the Iraqi people can finally be assured that Saddam Hussein will not be coming back, and now they can see it for themselves. Aaron.
It's actually an interesting moment in the human reaction here from the president. You would want to almost do a high five. It's that sort of day. On the other hand, it's an important message, and there's clearly a coordinated message that is going out. We heard it from Mr. Bremer earlier. We heard it from Tony Blair, which is that this can be seen in the American view and the coalition view as a moment of reconciliation, Dana, that this is an opportunity for those who supported Saddam to lay down their arms. I would expect to hear something similar from the president a couple hours from now.
Absolutely, and that is, we got a taste of that from his spokesman, Scott McClellan, this morning. The key for this White House, they absolutely know that this is one of those moments, as you said, where they feel that they can capture and really harness the feeling that we haven't seen, the images that we haven't seen for quite some time on the streets of Iraq, and that is people dancing in the streets, people excited. Unclear at this point, as we've been talking about all morning, how widespread this is across the country, but just the fact that those are images that are coming from Iraq, not only to the people in Iraq, not only to across the world, but also for the president here in America, back home, important politically for him, that the American people see those images quite different from the images that they have been seeing really since the president declared major combat over with that mission accomplished sign behind him on May 1st. The images that they have been seeing, much to the chagrin of this White House, has been the escalating violence. So this is something that the White House certainly understands that they're going to try to capture, going to try to harness. And as you said, that will very much be a message from the president to the Iraqi people that now is the time that they need to understand it's time to move on and create their own government with the help of the U.S.
Dana, thank you very much. It's I think you'll hear, Paula, understandably, that this is not some great American victory. I think what you'll hear from the president today, as we heard from Mr. Blair, that this is a great Iraqi moment.
The one thing that I learned shortly before I came on the air from a White House source is they are very much concerned about any perception of gloating. Right. And there is this understanding of a sort of unwritten memo going around that this is not the time to behave that way.
Because as you know, in the context of what's going on there, it is very important for the Iraqis not to feel humiliated, to feel that they have some control over their lives, over their country, that this is, and you'll hear this, you heard it from Mr. Blair, you'll hear it, I'm almost certain, from the president, this is an Iraqi victory. That is the message that they want out. Now, are they celebrating in the White House? You bet they're celebrating in the White House. Is the Fourth ID having a very good day? You bet it is. But it's not the kind of victory lap, high-fiving that you might want to do, that your heart might tell you to do, as these images are displayed around the world, and they are being displayed around the world across Arab media today, and what they must think in the Arab capitals, across Europe, where obviously support for the war was in many quarters non-existent, and across the country now, an American population pretty much from the East Coast to the West that is awake on this Sunday morning, the 14th of December, to such extraordinary and surprising news.
And yet I've been quite surprised by the lack of filter on congressional members today, because they've felt, I think, quite free to express that this historic development represents a fresh start, and in the words of Joe Biden, the opportunity to get it right in the second stage. As you were talking, Aaron, I've continued to be fixated on the pictures of the right-hand part of the screen. You, about 10 seconds ago, actually saw a picture of a DNA test being conducted at a time when Saddam Hussein was first executed. examined. We are not being told exactly when we're going to have results back from those tests, but let's check in with Dr. Sanjay Gupta now in Atlanta to give us a better idea of what kind of process has to be gone through medically before, in fact, anybody confirm this is indeed Saddam Hussein. Sanjay, good morning.
Good morning, Paula. Yeah, first of all, it's a very methodical sort of approach to something like this. First, obviously, just looking at the person and trying to see if they look like the pictures or the likeness of Saddam Hussein, the mannerisms, the voice, all those sorts of things. Those are always done first before you progress to any kind of scientific testing, which is obviously a part of things here as well. DNA testing or identity testing, which is probably the better term for it, actually involves a couple of steps, collecting DNA from the person in question and comparing that to the DNA of what you know to be Saddam Hussein. In this sort of situation, breakdowns can occur at any one of those particular places. For example, if the DNA that was collected before was not in fact Saddam Hussein's, or the DNA that you're collecting now does not match, you may have some troubles there. But if all things are in place, you have the DNA of Saddam Hussein and you're comparing it to this, that should be about 99.9% effective. That is a number that is thrown around. Usually takes about 10 hours to do that sort of thing. Paula, basically what DNA testing is, it's people think of it as a rather complicated process, but basically everyone in their genome has certain repeats in their DNA, meaning you can find certain DNA fingerprints and everyone has a unique one. If you can match those repeats or DNA fingerprints, you pretty much have a match in terms of who the person is. Paula?
And although we haven't gotten a real good synthesis of exactly what took place in the exam, just based on what you've seen on this video so far, besides from the obvious of searching for lice and examining his mouth, what did you see?
Yeah, it's interesting because I think that, again, it's very methodical. You searched for the general health of somebody. I actually saw pictures of Saddam actually pointing to either one of his cheeks. I don't know if he was being asked if he had pain there or something like that. He was nodding as the doctor was examining him. They look inside the mouth for any sorts of ulcerations. It's also probably a time where they take some cheek swab for some DNA testing down the line as well. They examine the hair for things like lice that may give an indication of just how, what sort of living conditions he had been in over the past several weeks. Interestingly as well, and this is something that I had talked to some of the doctors about when I was out in the desert, situations like this as well, you collect some of this evidence to see if there's been any evidence that the hair or the skin or anything has been exposed to biological or chemical weapons. That gives you an idea if the person has been in proximity of those sorts of things as well. So this goes beyond sort of the standard conventional medical investigation here. You're looking for all sorts of different things here. You may look at how long his hair has grown since the last time he was seen without a beard. Why? That may give you a sense of how long he's been living in a hole. All sorts of things. But again, it's very methodical. You approach these things without sort of jumping to any conclusions before you collect the evidence and confirm it. Some of that evidence can come back pretty quickly, within hours. Paula?
Sanjay, I think we are actually on duty together when his sons Uday and Qusay were killed, and of course they had to, the investigators deal with the skepticism of the Iraqi public that in fact they weren't dead. I'm just curious, even once these DNA results are confirmed and if they show the man captured today was Saddam Hussein, just how suspect the results will be.
Well, you know, it's interesting, and DNA testing has probably gotten a bad rap in so many different ways because some of the high-profile lawsuits that have given it that. But ultimately, if DNA testing is conducted, if identity testing is conducted with DNA, it is pretty accurate. The breakdowns occur if someone can't confirm, for example, that the DNA that you're comparing it to was in fact Saddam Hussein's. How do you justify the accuracy and the veracity of that claim? That's where the breakdown sort of occurs. Or if somehow the sample that is taken from who is believed to be Saddam Hussein now is lost, misplaced, or somehow tampered with, that also gives it calls into degree its veracity. But I think that if in fact you can confirm those two things, it's probably without a question going to be Saddam Hussein. Paula?
Sanjay Gupta, thanks for the update. It might be interesting to note while Saddam Hussein appeared to be cooperative, at least in that section of videotape, we've just learned from some reporters on the ground in Baghdad that when members of the Iraqi Governing Council actually went to meet with Saddam Hussein, they described him as, quote, not apologetic. They went on to say he was sarcastic and making a mockery of the Iraqi people. Aaron?
Well, it is no accident. Wouldn't you like to have been there at that meeting, by the way, between whatever the future of Iraq is and whatever the past has been? It's no accident that the pictures you're seeing are the pictures you're seeing, that you have this very undignified Saddam Hussein, and while we wait for the DNA testing, it's hard to imagine the American government would carry this moment out the way it has unless it was 100% sure that the guy they have is Saddam Hussein. In any case, how these pictures are being seen here in the States, in Iraq, across the Arab world, across Europe, must be, well, will be just a remarkable part of the story today. James Woolsey is with us, the former head of the Central Intelligence Agency. It's good to see you on a day of historic importance. How do you think this will play across the Arab world? Will the Americans be celebrated for their accomplishment, or will we hear about the treatment of Saddam?
I think will be respected. It's really quite fitting at the end of this incredible year of 2003 that Saddam is captured by American soldiers hiding in a hole together with other rats. And I think we ought to play it that way. Humiliation, not physical abuse or anything like that, but letting it be known that this was the way he was caught, humbled, not only captured, is, I think, an important part of all this. And it will have an effect also on the Tikritis, other Tikritis and Baathists' resistance. There could still, or will still, be some attacks. There was a bloody one today, killing 20, as your report said, 20 police. But this is, if not the beginning of the end, this is at least the end of the beginning of getting rid of the Baathist resistance.
Their motivation really hasn't changed very much from yesterday to today. A lot of reporting over weeks and months, nobody was really pining much for Saddam Hussein. Nobody really much demanding that Saddam Hussein come back. So their concern has always been, what piece of the pie do they get when the pie is baked again? And that hasn't changed.
That's right, but the only way the Baathists and many of the Tikritis get a piece of the pie is if they drive us out and can impose some kind of a reign of terror again. The ones that had prominent positions, the ones that are doing this, are not going to be anything in a new Iraq. They'll be lucky if they're not prosecuted, and they will be prosecuted if they did anything terrible. So I think that it is important for the sheikhs, especially the tribal leaders in the Sunni heartland, to realize that the Sunnis as a whole have a place, an important place in the new Iraq, and they'll be treated well and treated fairly. But not the remnants of the Baathists and particularly the Tikritis that were very close to Saddam.
Over at your old office, how do you think this news got there? Who took the call? Give me some sense of what it must have been like over in Langley when this news came.
I imagine what happened was, as soon as they got him, the military commanders called the CIA head of station chief or whoever is the head of their operations there in Iraq, and he woke George Tenet up or called him immediately as soon as he could. I bet it would have been great to get that phone call.
It would have been nice to get it. It wouldn't have been bad to place it. I mean, how would you like to be the one on the other end of the line that gets to say, "Boss, we got him," which is pretty much what what Paul Bremer said when he addressed the Iraqis, the Americans, and the world about 7:30 Eastern time. We got him, and the room, which included Iraqi reporters, broke out in applause. Do you think that in the short term, Mr. Woolsey, that there will be an attempt to retaliate against the American side, the coalition?
Oh, sure. The remnants of the Baathist Tikritis, and I think augmented by al-Qaeda and perhaps some Iranian-backed terrorists who are helping them and working with them, they'll do their best to have some kind of a really painful last gasp here, and there will be still some bad days and weeks ahead, I'm afraid. But there were two wonderful comments in the press coverage you had just a few minutes ago of that governing council meeting. One was there was some confusion about who was going to be asking a question, and one member of the governing council said, "Let him speak, it's a free country." That's a great line. And also someone else was talking about Saddam's trial, and they described essentially that he'd been read his Miranda rights, and he'll get counsel if he can't afford counsel for himself. Those are for wonderful little vignettes of this remarkable day.
The Iraqi version of Miranda reading. Thank you. Jim Woolsey in Washington, the former CIA director. His thoughts this morning, I think, Paula, it has been quite something for the last few hours.
Yeah, the interpretation of those Miranda rights in Iraq could be a sliding scale, I think, at this hour. We're going to recap now quickly for you some of the facts about the capture of Saddam Hussein. We know at this hour coalition forces are holding the former Iraqi leader in an undisclosed location. He is said to be cooperative with them and is talking with coalition authorities. DNA tests are being conducted to confirm his identity. That's what the news conference looked like when we started getting the first details in of his capture. This U.S. military videotape showed the bearded former dictator being examined. Iraqi journalists watching the tape shouted, "Death to Saddam." It was a successful end for Operation Red Dawn, a late-night raid near Saddam Hussein's hometown of Tikrit. It was a joint effort of the U.S. Army's 4th Infantry and Special Forces. They say they found the man who once lived in lavish palaces, hiding in a small hole that is 6 to 8 feet below the ground. The key question at this hour, what does this mean for American foreign policy? Let's turn to Christiane Amanpour in London. The timing of this capture, Christiane, comes at a critical time when James Baker is about to meet with key allies to convince them to retire Iraqi debt. At the same time, those same allies are being cut out at least to the first stage of the big contracts in rebuilding Iraq. What does today's capture mean to the U.S. relationships with those allies?
Well, it's a really good question, and it's a vital question, because what the U.S. manages to get in terms of help and allies in terms of reconstruction for Iraq is going to spell the difference between success and failure, because there's definitely many people in Iraq, including the U.S. there, who believe that they're way far behind on reconstruction and of all those vital issues that are necessary for the handover that's planned on July 1st. Now, just in terms of world reaction, obviously all the nations who are allied with the United States, Australia, Spain, Italy, significantly Great Britain, have hailed what happened today in unambiguous terms, calling it a great historic moment that will help pave the way for further democratization. It was Tony Blair's office who had no doubt whether DNA tests were complete or not that this was Saddam Hussein, and they issued the first confirmation of that, and later Blair came out and faced the cameras, and this is what he had to say about this day.
Saddam has gone from power. He won't be coming back. That the Iraqi people now know. And it is they who will decide his fate. And in Iraq today, we work hard. The coalition forces from 30 different nations and Iraqis who love their country and who work hard with us to rebuild Iraq, to nurture its wealth for all its people, to bring prosperity and freedom to those people.
Now, also, President Chirac of France and Chancellor Schroeder of Germany, both of whom fiercely opposed the Iraq war, have also congratulated the capture of Saddam Hussein, sent messages to the President of the United States, and congratulated him on this successful mission, and again calling it a good omen for the future of Iraq. But interestingly, the Polish Prime Minister, as you know, Poland commands forces there. It was amongst the allies who helped with the war, and a very strong U.S. ally in many different aspects, and forces are still there. The Polish leader said that while today is a very important day, he warned that this is not the end of the story and that there could be retaliation. And as we know, there was a car bomb in a part of Baghdad earlier today which killed 16 or so police officers and another as well. We don't know whether that was in reaction to what happened today, but the fact of the matter is, and Blair alluded to it, is that nobody quite knows right now what effect this will have on the insurgency. When I was there a couple of weeks ago speaking to senior commanders and some of those who took part in today's or yesterday's capture, they were very clear that this insurgency, they said, had grown in sophistication, in coordination, in centralized communication and fundraising, and they were, still not entirely sure who makes up the base of this insurgency? Is it just Saddam loyalists? Is it people who are disaffected and not only don't want the U.S. there, but want to establish their own power? Is it a combination of so-called foreign fighters who've come to have their chance at jihad or, you know, fighting off Americans? There's a lot of unanswered questions, and this will be the focus of the next several months, because upon that will rest the entire success or failure of this operation. So while today is a historic day, already, as I say, we're hearing from world leaders that one should be vigilant, that this doesn't necessarily mean an immediate end to the insurgency.
Yeah, it's interesting what you're saying, Christiane, about this movement, because Jane Arraf, in her last report she just filed from Iraq, said some of the top Iraqi officials she had talked with within the police department were saying it was their impression that a fair number of these insurgents were operating independently of Saddam. They had no great loyalty to him. And the big question was, how badly do these people want to hang on to their last vestiges of power?
Well, that's absolutely right. And again, we focused, I did, you know, a couple of weeks ago heavily on who are these people and what do they want and how good a grip does Western intelligence have on who these people are. And, you know, they have some understanding, and more so, they tell us, since they launched very, very strong counteroffensive. There was Operation Iron Hammer and others around other sort of boiling areas, Tikrit, Ramadi, Fallujah, those kinds of places. And that, they said, flushed out a whole nother level of people willing to come forward with intelligence, with tips, with you know, help for the coalition forces. And they're relying on that to try to point them in the direction of the head of this insurgency, not just the body, because they believe that the people who are laying the roadside bombs, who are taking pot shots and others, are people who are being paid by the masterminds. It's sort of like a gang, mafia kind of operation. And they need to get to the heads of these insurgencies. And as I say, you know, one American soldier said to me, well, I mean, I don't know, this week we're calling them former Saddam loyalists. We don't know what we'll call them tomorrow. I mean, it exemplifies the lack of clear understanding of exactly who they're dealing with. But they hope that by getting rid of Saddam, at least it will take away some of the moral, if you like, encouragement that his supporters, if there were any, you know, still fighting, would have got, and any kind of hope that Saddam Hussein was going to come back. In addition, and this is vital too, this capture will have gone a long way towards reassuring the ordinary people of Iraq, who were getting increasingly disillusioned, and polls showing losing faith in the Americans' ability to stay the course and deliver not just democracy, but services and all the kinds of things that they want for a normal life. They felt that the insurgency was getting the better of the Americans' ability to deliver. So this will also go a long way to having a deep psychological impact on the people of Iraq. And of course, again, you know, listening to what the governing council said about their meeting with Saddam Hussein is perhaps some of the most fascinating detail that we've heard all day. That he was tired and haggard, but that he was defiant to the end. That one of them said, you know, he called himself a just but firm ruler, and he described him, I think it was Pachachi, as this is a man with a sick mind. He said psychiatrists are going to have to figure out just where, you know, what this man was thinking for all these years of war and sanctions and more war and defying the West. So for the Iraqi people, this is going to be a very significant moment.
Christiane Amanpour, thank you very much for your insights. We'll be getting back to you throughout the day. Aaron?
Thank you. Jane Arraf is our bureau chief in Baghdad before the war and back again. Jane, one quick question, and then we'll get into all the unknowables and knowables. Are you surprised he was taken alive?
Absolutely. The feeling really was, and perhaps this was part of believing that myth that he drew around himself, that he would not go alive, and even more, that it would involve the same sort of firefight that led to the deaths rather of his sons. That was really a very dramatic thing, and really a lot of people believed that that would be exactly the same for the father. As the sons went, the father went. Fighting back, being shot down, fighting to the end, but that clearly was not a fighter that we saw. That was, as Iraqis describe him, someone who had given up, in fact, a coward. Aaron?
The Baghdad is an enormous city. It's a complicated city. There's a large population of Shias who live in squalor, in many cases, in Baghdad. Can you can you tell how broad the celebration is across the Iraqi capital, a city of 5 million or so people?
Well, we can certainly hear the gunfire coming from a lot of points across the city, and in talking to the police chief and some of the police officers with him earlier, it does appear to be quite widespread. Now, some of these scenes you've been seeing, dancing in the streets, that joyous celebration, that's kind of the tip of what I assume would be an iceberg of people who are more quietly celebrating at home. Now, people are still afraid. There is gunfire in the streets, and not only that, if anyone wanted to launch an attack, this is perhaps a perfect cover. Right now around this hotel, which is very heavily guarded, there are soldiers on alert looking out as gunfire keeps erupting, and they don't know where it's coming from and whether it's friendly or potentially hostile. Aaron?
How widespread was the belief that he might in fact come back to power someday? I think for many Americans, this one at least, that seemed pretty far-fetched, but we didn't live through 30-plus years of his rule either.
When I first started covering Iraq in the early 90s, it was absolutely staggering, the belief that people had in his invincibility, to the point where some people really truly believed, and still believe, that he had supernatural powers. Otherwise, they said, how could he have survived all of this? The wrath of the United States, of Britain, and when you look at it, ultimately it took more than a decade to get to the point where war was launched to unseat him. So people really did have a tremendous belief that he might be hiding and might be coming back. And if he weren't coming back, that he was still inspiring in some sense these attacks. And you'll remember these audio tapes, the messages that he has come out with on occasion, believed to be him. That was definitely his voice and definitely instilled fear in the hearts of many Iraqis. It is, as you say, incredibly difficult to wipe away 3 decades of that kind of grip he had on this country. Aaron?
Jane, thank you. Jane Araf, who's our bureau chief in Baghdad. I think Americans, Paula, probably saw Saddam as one more tin-horn dictator in the world filled with a fair number of them. But to the Iraqis, he was, love him or hate him, he was something quite different, quite enormous in his power for good and for evil.
We talked to a number of guests on our show, and I'm sure as you have over the last couple of months, who expressed that while they didn't view the United States as occupiers, they weren't allowed to express that publicly because they did have this internal fear that someday he would be back. There's been a lot of talk, Aaron, over the last 6 months or so about how effectively the Bush administration controls the message, keeps a lid on the news. We are just beginning to learn at this hour at what point President Bush learned of the possible capture of Saddam Hussein. That came at 3:15 Saturday afternoon Eastern Time, when Secretary Rumsfeld placed a call to him at Camp David, the secretary making it clear to him that sometimes initial information isn't true. The president basically telling him, all right, that sounds like it's pretty good news. Rumsfeld, according to our CNN reporter, said, we are fairly confident we have captured Saddam Hussein. Let's turn to Torrey Clark, who served as the press spokesperson for Donald Rumsfeld up until very recently when she became a CNN analyst, to walk us through this timeline. Here we are, a little less than 12 hours later, just learning about this for the first time. Walk us through the process of what would have happened next then.
Well, I was smiling when I was listening to you talk, because it's just classic Secretary Rumsfeld always to be extraordinarily cautious and say we want to be and need to be absolutely precise when he was giving the news to the president. So that was classic Secretary Rumsfeld. And the process is a very careful and very frequent coordination and communication among all the key players. The military forces on the ground in Iraq, and Paul Bremer, of course, and then with the White House, the NSC, the CIA, etc. There's just an extraordinarily deliberate and consistent process that they go through to make sure they're absolutely certain. So that, it's not very exciting, but it is what happens.
Yeah, in fact, I guess after that a second call was made to the president, then General Abizaid was called, and then the president, it was reconfirmed by Secretary Rumsfeld that he said that information looked good, and then at that point the vice president and the national security advisor were brought into the picture. Let's talk a little bit about the intelligence that the U.S. military has relied on over the last year or so. There has been a tremendous amount of criticism, particularly of the human intelligence that the Bush administration had access to. Does this capture today represent a vindication for the administration?
Well, I'm not good on words like vindication, but think about what we've heard over the last few weeks, the last couple of months, from people on the ground like General Sanchez and General Odierno, and they said we're increasingly pleased with the amount of information, intel we're getting from the Iraqi people. And I've heard a couple of them say we almost couldn't handle the number of walk-ins. People were increasingly feeling it was important to come forward with information. And it was that, which is a positive trend on the rise, coupled with better and better information coming out of those they had already captured, and they put it together, some very, very good analysis. And then, as I said earlier, the military was ready to move very, very quickly. And you put that together, so I don't know about a vindication, but it clearly was a very, very important success for the intel community.
Tori, the administration has given us precious few details about exactly what happened at the time of capture. Have you been able to work that out of any of your former contacts at the Defense Department?
I've talked to a couple of people, and I'm sure more will come out as it goes forward. It's still a very critical time. You know, right now, the #1 interrogation suspect is Saddam Hussein, and there's information they want from him clearly, because you have about 2/3 of the top 55. There are still bad guys out there, the remnants of the Ba'athist regime. You want to get them. So they will be very careful about what information they do put out, because they want maximum pressure on him and on the others. One of the things that I think will be most interesting is they have been interrogating so many people from his regime over the last few months, and they can now go back to them and say, okay, were you completely straight with us? We have some new information from the big guy. Were you completely straight with us? So I think the amount of information and intel you can get from this capture will be pretty significant.
And you got to believe, Tori, this is going to have a tremendous impact on troop morale when you learn that some 600 U.S. troops from the 4th Infantry Division were involved, along with Special Forces. What will be the impact, particularly at a time when family members, some back home here, have been highly critical
Right.
of the vulnerability of their loved ones in Iraq?
No, it's a good question, and think about families for a minute. One of the first things I was struck by when I heard the news was the thousands and thousands and thousands of Iraqi families whose loved ones were killed and tortured by Saddam Hussein, and what an incredible moment this must be for them. And then you think about our soldiers and sailors and airmen who have been doing such an amazing job. This will be a good morale boost for them. But I absolutely promise you, they know what we've been hearing from some of the people this morning. It's an important victory, long, tough road ahead. There will be bad days, there will be good days, and I think what you'll see is they will be leaning very aggressively forward and will be just as aggressive going forward as they have been over the last several weeks.
Tori Clark, thanks so much for the information.
Thanks,
I think
Paula.
that's the salient point Tori just made, Aaron. Bad days and good days. At this point, I've heard no consensus on whether the capture of Saddam in the near term will lead to increased violence against American troops or decreased violence.
No, but I think we can fairly say it's a good day.
It's an historic day.
We'll see how it
Big
plays
day.
out. I was listening to that. I can't help but wondering if the 600 soldiers knew what the mission was. Did they know where they were going, what they were going to get? We may get that detail. The general who led the operation, Major General Raymond Odierno, is expected to brief reporters in Iraq shortly, and we are waiting on that. And as we wait on that, we turn to Ken Pollack, who is for a long time now, months and months, Ken, been helping us understand the situation before the war. And just last week, we talked for a couple of hours about your visit there. Do you have a feel for how this changes the game on the ground there, or is the issue still to most Iraqis, give me a safe place to live, give me electricity 20 hours, 24 hours a day, give me a job? Those issues haven't changed, and are those the issues that are going to drive events in Iraq more than Saddam's capture?
Absolutely, Aaron. Let me start by saying that you can see it on the streets. There are a lot of Iraqis who are very happy about this, and I think that, as Jane Araf pointed out in her last interview with you, there are probably a lot more who are happy privately. But the simple fact of the matter is that as big a bounce as we're going to get from this, and there are going to be Iraqis who are probably going to be happy for at least a few days, at some point, maybe it's tomorrow, maybe it's a few days from tomorrow, maybe it's next week, those Iraqis are going to wake up and they're going to be confronted with the same problems. My wife, my daughters, they can't go out at night. I have to take a gun with me to go to work to be safe. I can't get benzene. I can't get all kinds of other essentials to heat my home. I can't get the electricity I need for 24-hour day coverage. When is this situation going to change? And when am I going to get back my job? When am I going to be able to support my family? These are absolutely the critical issues. And while this was a necessary element of the reconstruction of Iraq, getting Saddam off the streets, it is not sufficient, and we've really got to grapple with those deeper issues to make a bigger dent.
A parallel to all of this, an Iraqi police station was attacked today. Ken, do you think that if you're the police chief anointed by the Americans, do you feel safer today because of the events? Because you've certainly been a target up to this point.
Well, I think that if you are that police chief, you're probably hoping that you're safer afterwards. As you point out, one of the other big problems out there for so many Iraqis have been the attacks by those who oppose the U.S. presence. They are trying very deliberately to go after any Iraqi who cooperates with the reconstruction because they don't want to see it succeed. And I think that those who've been cooperating are probably hoping that Saddam's death will cause at least a decrease, that many of Saddam's followers will give up the fight, they'll go home, they'll lose heart, maybe they'll just lose the paycheck that has been causing them to keep up these attacks, and that might make it easier for these very brave Iraqis who are standing up for their reconstruction to actually do the jobs they all want to do.
Just, Ken, while you're talking, our viewers are also looking at pictures on the right side of the screen, and they may be wondering what those pictures are. Those are members of the 4th Infantry Division. They had, at the moment we took these pictures, just come back from this mission. Our correspondent there says it was clear they had gotten something. He said there were lots of soldiers taking pictures of one another, lots of high fives, and that's the something that they got. Bedraggled, undignified looking Saddam Hussein, one of the great despots of the last half of the 20th century. What do you think, the South Africans, after the fall of apartheid, made a judgment about the kind of reconciliation that they wanted. Which essentially was a peaceful reconciliation, would you expect the Iraqis to be as generous to the former Baathists as perhaps the black South Africans were to the white leaders there?
Wow, that's a really interesting question, Aaron. What I've observed about all of these different kind of truth and reconciliation processes after the fall of different despots is that they are all culturally unique. They really reflect their culture. What any Arab, what any Iraqi will tell you is that Iraq has been a rather violent culture for at least the last 100 years, and arguably well before that. There are a lot of Iraqis who have tremendous amounts of bad feelings towards Saddam Hussein. I think that if you let Saddam Hussein loose on a street in Baghdad, he'd probably be torn limb from limb. But this really is the key for the United States, is that we have to help the Iraqis to create a broader process. It's not just about Saddam Hussein. It's about coming to grips with the past. There are a lot of Iraqis who were complicit to one degree or another with various of Saddam's crimes. If you were to take every single one of those people out and shoot them, you'd be depopulating that country by a significant degree. So the question is, how do we help the Iraqis come to grips with this, set up a process to determine who truly is guilty and should be punished? And obviously Saddam is at the top of that list, but who else throughout the society, so we don't wind up taking every talented Iraqi. And we should remember that in Saddam's Iraq, you pretty much had to be a member of the Ba'ath Party to get anywhere. You wanted to be the head of a hospital, you had to be a Ba'athist. You wanted to be the head of a lawyers union, you had to be a Ba'athist. We don't want the Iraqis destroying their own society, killing all of the most talented people.
Ken, thank you. We'll get back to you as this historic Sunday moves along. Ken Pollack, who has been with us so much during the build-up to this and during the occupation as well. He's with us in Washington. We are getting now some new pictures from the region. I'm almost certain these are pictures shot by the Pentagon. But correct me if I'm wrong, you guys, if you know. Go ahead and take them full here if you want. These are pictures of the area, the farmhouse that Saddam Hussein was found in. This operation actually was focused on 2 houses, farmhouses. They went to both. At first search, they didn't find anything. But they were suspicious, and as our correspondent with Fourth ID said, when they left their base, they tore out of there. So they obviously knew they were onto something. And they come up on these farmhouses, and they search them both, and the first search turns up nothing. But their suspicions grow. And then they find out in back some short distance from the house itself, something that looks suspicious to them, and they start digging, almost literally digging, and inside they find the Ace of Spades buried in a hole. We are told all of this is outside of Tikrit, not in Tikrit itself. Tikrit, as we have said perhaps 1,000 times or more, the hometown of Saddam Hussein. The area is his tribal hometown. He has a tremendous number of loyalists there, and in that nondescript looking building, one of the truly evil people of this world in this half of the century, the last century, was found hiding.
About the only other details that the administration will confirm at this point, along with him in this raid, were found 2 Kalashnikov rifles, a pistol, an orange and white taxi, $750,000 in cash in $100 bills. What we've been working very hard over the last couple of hours is to learn more, because about all we have been told is that 600 troops from the 4th Infantry Division participated in the raid along with Special Forces. Let's turn to Barbara Starr now, who joins us from a Washington bureau to share with us what else she has learned about how this came down. Good morning, Barbara.
Good morning to you, Paula. Well, we can now confirm that the Special Forces unit involved in this raid, along with the 4th Infantry Division, was a very special unit known as Task Force 121. This is a group of special forces from all of the services that had been formed particularly to look for those so-called high-value targets. And in Iraq, Saddam Hussein, of course, was #1 on that list. We don't know exactly, precisely the role they played, but typically in these types of raids, these special forces units go in, shall we say, the last 10 yards, get the target that they're looking for. And indeed, as Aaron said, they actually located Saddam Hussein in what General Sanchez described as a spider hole, but we know a bit more about it. Of course, we've seen the picture of that hole in the ground. Sources are now telling us that it basically was a trap door in a field covered with brush, if you will. And when they opened it, they found this underground little tiny cell, if you will. It was about 2 meters underground, 3 feet by 3 feet with that air vent. And that is where they pulled Saddam Hussein from. Now, the only other thing we can tell you is we've asked a number of military and defense officials this morning here in Washington about whether or not this is a good day for Iraq. Are they jubilant about capturing Saddam Hussein? And as you might expect, Paula, they're taking a very cautious note. One senior official saying, well, I wouldn't call it a good day. We're very happy about it, but I would call it a day. What they are very cautious about at this point is where the insurgency, where the opposition in Iraq goes from here. The feeling in the Pentagon at this point is they're not jubilant that the opposition is going to disappear anytime soon. There had been very little indication of any national level command and control over the opposition, that Saddam Hussein himself was significantly pulling the strings, if you will, organizing these endless opposition attacks against U.S. forces. So at this point, they still feel they have a number of cells of opposition around the country that they are going to have to deal with. And very importantly, General Sanchez himself this morning said, people should expect the possibility of more attacks against coalition and Iraqi forces in the weeks ahead, especially as Iraq begins to move towards that critical June 2004 deadline for transferring authority to self-governance in Iraq. The feeling in the Pentagon, the feeling from senior military officials is there's still a very tough road ahead. Happy to have Saddam, but they're not overly jubilant at this point. Paula?
Barbara Starr, thanks for the answers. Of course, every time she brings us new information, it raises more questions, Aaron, about this Special Task Force 121. We can't confirm at this hour exactly what its involvement was in the raid, but I'm sure in the hours to come we will learn more.
Well, we expect fairly shortly, and on days like this, it's hard to know if fairly shortly is 30 seconds or 30 minutes, to be honest. Briefing by the Major General, the Army Major General who led this raid. You saw just 10, 15 seconds ago the briefing room, and in front of the podium there was, and perhaps we can re-rack this, there was a stack of money, US dollars. This is the room where the briefing will take place. There was this stack of money. It looked to me it was in some sort of trunk or container in any case. And we presume that this is the money, the 750,000 US dollars that Saddam Hussein, there it is, was found with in $100 bills, along with a couple of guns, a couple of rifles, a handgun, a taxi, and 2 security people. That's it. This is a guy who for 30 years ruled one of the most important Muslim capitals, Islamic capitals in the world, and he is found in a hole with 2 security guards, a taxi, a couple of guns, and $750,000. We'll get some further detail on that, we assume, when the Major General briefs. How much detail? We'll find out. This is an important message. It's an important day, and you want to be careful if you're the Army or if you're a diplomat. You want to be careful of the words you choose and the words you speak, because this is being heard by everyone, and lots of people have different agendas in moments like this. Pasha Zabari is the acting as the foreign minister for the Iraqi provisional government, and he is with us now as well. Do you believe, sir, that by and large, your countrymen and women will accept the news that Saddam Hussein has in fact been captured?
Yes, absolutely, Aaron. I think nobody is happier than the Iraqi people throughout the country, from the north to the south. And this is a long, long nightmare that is over today, on the 13th of December. I think this is a very good news. It's a historic day for the Iraqi people, and it is a turning point in the future of our country. This will give us, in fact, the opportunity to look forward to the future, to rebuild this country, and also to embrace, to include everybody in the reconstruction political process of our country, to reach out to all those elements who had sometimes some illusions that Saddam or his thugs may be coming back one day to power. But by seeing Saddam on television in such a bad shape, I think everybody would be convinced that this nightmare is over once and for all.
Mr. Zabari, just stay with us here. We may have to interrupt you because we're waiting on a military briefing. But as we wait, do you believe that well, let me ask it differently. How do you believe the insurgents will take the news of his capture? Will they see it as a sign of their own vulnerability, or will they see it as a time for desperate acts by desperate men?
I think this would be the capture of Saddam would have a demoralizing effect on his supporter and loyalists. And I think the number of attacks on coalition and so on will be reduced dramatically. You may find some surge of these attacks as an act of revenge or frustration in the short term, but in the long term, I think they have lost and they have been defeated. I personally don't think that they will be able to go on or maintain, the momentum of their attacks. There are other terrorists working in the country, the Islamic terrorists, the foreign fighters, but these, the second group, have been, living, thriving on the environment or the conditions that those criminals and killers of Saddam's regime have created for them, and they can be easily defeated. This is how we see it. It will have a major impact on their morale, and I think the governing council, the new Iraqi regime, would look to open up a new page, to have reconciliation in the country, to include all members in building this country. Our people are fed up from this cycle of violence.
Are you? We saw some demonstrations in the country, I think it was last Wednesday, making that point. Are you surprised, Mr. Foreign Minister, that he was taken alive?
Not really. We've been saying from the beginning. I mean, that is the nature of all dictators. They are cowards, and Saddam was not the exception. And I think his capture and the way he was captured shows that really he was a coward, he was weak, despite his demonstration of power, of cruelty, of sanity. But when the day came, he was a very weak person, a coward person, and this has made disillusion many people. I think he should stand trial in front of the Iraqi people to answer for all the crimes he has committed against the people, the genocide crime, the war crimes, the crimes against humanity.
Why is that trial so important to the Iraqis? What will they get from it, in a sense of completion, a sense that it's really over?
I think it will send that message. It will satisfy people, many widows, many victims. A sense of completion is, you put it in a right way, Aaron. I think it will satisfy many people to see this dictator, this mass murderer, you know, stand up in a trial.
It'll be a trial unlike any really in any of our lifetimes. There hasn't been anything quite like it. Are you confident that there is in place in Iraq, or that there will be, the kind of judicial process, if you will, to conduct such an historic and important and complicated event?
Well, recently the governing council have agreed to set up a court to try to prosecute all those members of the regime who have committed crimes of these three categories that I've said. And this judicial process would be transparent, would be just, would be open, and people would have the right to appeal even, to have the right to a defender, to an attorney. So definitely we will need international help and support, but some of Saddam's crimes have an international dimension, so there might be other countries interested to be involved, or to broaden, let's say, this, and to have an international court to try him.
Just a final question, sir. How'd you find out?
Well, I spoke when the first time the news came out of the CNN, to be honest. That's the best source of intelligence these days. We did contact our people back home in the north, in Baghdad. I spoke with a number of my colleagues at the governing council, and they have all confirmed that this is true, this is accurate, this is not propaganda, and Saddam is caught.
Well, quite a series of phone calls. Mr. Foreign Minister, thank you for your time today. We appreciate it very much. It's an important day for you.
You're welcome.
For the U.S. military, for Americans who have waited for all of this. It's about as big as it gets, I guess, when you remember, Paula, that the war began with an attempt, what they called a decapitation attempt, a bombing of what they thought was a bunker that Saddam, and there was one other attempt like it on a restaurant in part of the city. It all started that way, and it ends not with shock and awe.
No, it ended with...
But in a hole in the ground in a farmhouse.
With no single shot fired, and with no injuries. an extraordinary raid led by Army Major General Odierno, who we are expected to hear from and be briefed from shortly in Tikrit. Just the faint outlines of the raid have emerged, and we will get greater detail as we wait for this to start. Just some details on the demeanor of Saddam Hussein when he was captured. We are told that U.S. officials said he was cooperative, that he actually confirmed his identification to Army officials. He seemed resigned to his fate. And this is looking, I believe it's a different angle of the hole, the bunker that he has lived in. We don't know for what period of time, but the bunker where he was found. Let's listen to General Odierno.
Good evening, and I'm glad you all could make it today. As you all know, Saddam Hussein, the deposed leader of Iraq, has been captured. Coalition Special Operating Forces, to include 1st Brigade, 4th Infantry Division soldiers, raided a compound in the town of Adwar, just south of Tikrit, on December 13th at approximately 20-30 hours. Hussein was found hiding in an underground crawl space at 8:26 p.m. Soldiers captured him without incident. 2 other people were captured with Hussein, and soldiers confiscated approximately $750,000 in U.S. currency. This is a significant event for the Iraqi people. The intimidation and fear this man generated for over 30 years are now gone. Many will rest much better tonight knowing Iraq is moving forward to a more secure environment. A significant blow has been dealt to the former regime elements still trying to hamper progress in Iraq. As significant as the last 24 hours have been for Iraq, the region and the world, our work here still continues. The capture of Hussein only strengthens our resolve to continue the fight against those conducting anti-coalition activities and increases our commitment to help in the ongoing efforts to rebuild Iraq. Conditions for the Iraqi people get better every day. The most important fact is that the former regime is gone. It is time to move forward and build on the progress that has already been made. Lastly, I want everyone to know how proud I am of the great soldiers of the task force and the division, and all the great soldiers, sailors, and airmen in our armed forces. They perform superbly each and every day. It's truly a team effort here, and all the successes we have achieved since our deployment in March. With that, I'd like to just first refer you over here to the left, where we have a couple diagrams. First showing you where Adwar is and about where he was captured, approximately 15 kilometers southeast of Tikrit. The second photo on the left shows you the area where there were 2 farmhouses, a farmer's field. There was then a sheep's place where they had sheep stored, and then you see the hut in the middle where Saddam Hussein was hiding. It was very close to the Tigris River. We also found several boats on the other side of those tree lines right along the river. As you move over further to your right, you'll see that the place where he was living at was basically 2 very small rooms in an adobe hut. One was a bedroom that was cluttered with clothes, some new t-shirts, socks, etc. that were in there, and some sandals. On the right was a very rudimentary kitchen that did have running water and a few other things. As you move, and you can see where the hole was, where he was found hiding. As you again move over to the right, you'll see on the top there, although it is not exactly how it was very smooth at the time, where that was covered with dirt. There was an insert that was made of styrofoam, so it was very light to pick up out of the hole, and on top of that was a rug. And then below that was in fact the hole, as you see there. It was a very narrow hole that was not very big at all, and very interesting that in fact you could just about see some of these palace complexes from there, and I think it's rather ironic that he was in a hole in the ground across the river from these great palaces that he's built, where he robbed all the money from the Iraqi people. With that, I'll take any of your questions.
Where is Saddam Hussein now? Can you tell us what you've done with him?
I don't. We have, whenever we capture any individual, we send them back down to higher headquarters, and then they're responsible for taking care of them from there. So once he left here last evening, I can't tell you where he is, but I can tell you he's in our custody. Sure.
Sir, can you tell us a little bit more about the group that found him, maybe an individual soldier who was happy to decide to pick up that lid and
what I would tell you, it was a combination of efforts. There were several different units involved. And of course, as any information at night, it was somewhat confusing. We're still doing our AARs, and we'll get more information. But there were soldiers from a variety of units involved that were briefed earlier today, and they were all very much involved in this operation.
So, when these two particular armed buildings were searched before, Saddam Hussein was not found, what was that?
You're talking about that evening? Well, he might not have been there. We have been to this area before. We have been down this road before. That doesn't mean he's been there the whole time. My guess would be he has probably 20 to 30 of these all around the country that he moved around. I've said from the beginning, I believe he moves every 3 to 4 hours and very short notice, and I believe he moved probably to several locations such as this. I'm assuming we'll find out once we get more information from him. Yes, sir. Let me just, it's a long process, and this is not just something that happened overnight, and there was a lot of people involved in it. From the time we've gotten here, we've started to collect intelligence on a lot of high-value targets, to include Saddam Hussein. What we realized early on in the summer is that we believe the people we had to get to were the mid-level individuals, his bodyguards, and other people that we knew were closely associated with him. In addition, we knew it was always family and tribal ties. And so we tried to work through family and tribal ties that might have been close to Saddam Hussein. So there's a lot of people that were involved in this. As we continued to conduct raids and capture people, we got more and more information on the families that were somewhat close to Saddam Hussein. Over the last 10 days or so, we brought in about 5 to 10 members of these families who then were able to give us even more information. And finally, we got the ultimate information from one of these individuals. I will leave that question to someone higher than me. Sir.
How long was Saddam kept in the area, and how much can you tell us about how he left the area and where he went?
I would say that he was probably here not more than an hour or so after he was captured. He was taken by helicopter down south.
Did he ever come back to this area to see official house to your headquarters?
I can't comment on that. They were not, it was all U.S. coalition forces that were involved in this operation. There were no, it was all U.S. forces involved. I said it was all U.S. forces involved in this operation.
Special forces involved?
There were special operating forces involved in the operation. I was not there, so I can't answer that question.
What was his mood? What was his demeanor, sir?
What I've been reported is a bit disoriented, obviously, as he came up, but that he was just very much bewildered, and then he was taken away. That's really, didn't say hardly anything at all as we first was taken in. I can't comment on what was said after that because he left our custody. He had a pistol with him that was on him.
Was there any resistance of any sort?
There was no resistance of any sort.
So what about the other two gentlemen that were with him? Were they in those buildings in the surrounding area when you
As we approached, they started running, and as we cordoned off, they were picked up, and they're currently in our custody. Sir? We don't know. Again, I would say probably not very long, based on the fact that there was still, this is me talking now, nothing official. Based on the fact that he had new clothes still in wrappers and stuff, it makes me think that he was probably there a short period of time, but I couldn't tell you how long. Sure.
How long when you got that critical piece of information you say you know it from these family members, how long between that and when you actually picked them up?
Well, I would tell you, one thing we've done very well here is use of actionable intelligence and turning it very quickly, and it was less than 24 hours. Did you? Anybody else?
This was a direct raid against Saddam Hussein. It wasn't directly out.
It was. Colonel Hickey, who I wish was here, I should have brought him in here. He came and laid it out for me yesterday afternoon and gave me a quick brief of what he thought was going to happen, just as a, and then he said it was going after what we thought was an HVT and potentially HVT number 1.
Was that necessarily Saddam, or?
We thought it was Saddam.
where in that
It was, I can't answer that question, but it was in the open area. It was not down in the hole. It was in one of the 2 rooms there.
Anything else you can give us from the soldiers who found him in terms of, have you talked to them in reaction about they were the guys who found him or anything along those lines?
I did talk to him. They actually just said he was very quiet. They got him out of there very quickly, and we tried to. Once we figured out who it was, the main thing is we want to get them out there as quickly as possible, down to other people who are more experts in doing interrogations, and we wanted to be able to identify them. I would say very disoriented. The soldiers, they were extremely happy, and they were extremely excited. But obviously, they always do everything in their very professional manner. Sure.
His area, and has there been any reaction from the town of Adwar?
There has not been any. Everything has been very quiet. I'm not sure what the reaction is going to be. I believe in the background, everything will be very a relief, a sense of relief, I think, in most cases. So we'll wait and see what happens. And we'll just have to wait the next few days and see what happens.
General, can you give us any idea of how many troops were involved in this operation?
Yeah, there was about 600 soldiers involved in this. A variety of soldiers from aviation units, cavalry units, brigade reconnaissance troops, special operating forces, artillery units. They're all very much involved in this operation. It was very much a joint and combined operation.
How much area did you put in
I would say it was probably about a 2 by 2 kilometer area that we cordoned off.
Can you tell us about the 2 other people who were caught by Saddam Hussein and how exactly they found the money? Was it in the hole or was it distributed out?
Yeah, no, it was in that container just as we found it, and it was in the open part on the top there, sitting in one of the rooms. The people with him, again, they're still being interrogated, and I can't tell you anything more about that.
General, can you elaborate a little more on the timeline, that last piece of critical information, and when the 600 men left the raid, did they know at that time they were going to Saddam?
Well, I would tell you the leadership probably knew who they were going after. We do a lot of raids. All of you have been up here. We've done a lot of raids since we've been here, and we've done a lot of raids on different HVTs, and an HVT to us could be a mid-level individual. So what we normally tell them is we're going after an HVT, we're going to do a cordon and search, and this is our role in that cordon and search, and they conduct that operation. So the soldiers knew there was somebody in there they were actually going after who was targeted, but my guess is they probably did not know who it was until we were finished. Sure. Again, I wasn't exactly there, so I don't want to comment on that, but I would say that over time, as we went through the area, we noticed that it was there once we did a more thorough search of the area.
How long will this affect the resistance or insurgency in this region
What do you think the effect will be?
How will it affect you?
It's hard to tell. I do believe that it will have an overall effect. First, again, there'll be a relief. I think there was always a factor that he might return, and now that he's in coalition custody, there's no doubt that he will never return to power in this country, and I think that will make a difference overall. I'm not sure what the immediate reaction will be. We'll have to wait and see. What I do believe is they now, I think, can now look forward to building their new Iraq and getting on with business and getting on with turning this back over to the Iraqi people, building their infrastructure, and doing the type of things that we can do in order to let the people take over and move forward as a country.
Do you think he's just been moving specifically around the Middle East?
I don't know for sure. I would say around the Sunni Triangle is what I would put, excuse me, the former regime element triangle, in between Kirkuk, Bakuba, Tikrit, those areas. I would probably say that's where he was probably moving, maybe Mosul too.
Have you taken any special security precautions in the Tikrit area tonight regarding extra forces from south or anything that was any concern?
We have plenty of forces here to handle anything that we might have, and we have not done anything special. We can handle anything that occurs here in Tikrit. Yes, ma'am.
You have been here since the end of April, and this has been a major part of your task. How
Well, I think there's a couple things. First, we have been here since April, as you know, and It's one of the tasks we've had. Obviously, we think it's very important that we've captured Saddam Hussein, and there's some satisfaction in that. However, I will tell you that there's still a lot of work that we have to do, and we're still focused on our tasks of defeating any regime elements that might be remaining who want to conduct attacks against coalition forces, and more importantly, try to stop most Iraqis from moving forward. And so the most important thing is we continue to move forward, we continue to help the Iraqis take charge of their country, and we continue to help build the infrastructure so they can take charge of their country. Sure.
General, given the intelligence break you had at this point, do you think these people will help you find other high-value targets? Do you think the job is a bit easier now?
In the past, when we've picked up people of importance, we've noticed that we've always had an influx of more intelligence. So I'm hoping that's what will occur here and help us capture the other individuals that are involved in this, that will help starting this insurgency that we have. Sure.
Do you think it's possible he was coordinating the insurgency from a place that's kind of worse? Would we bring cell phones and communications equipment?
No, we truly believe that there was no cell phones, no communications equipment. I'm not sure if he was coordinating. I know he wasn't coordinating the entire effort, because I believe it's not coordinated nationally, and I don't think it ever was. So I believe there's still some local and regional coordination that goes on. I think he was more there for moral support, and I don't think he was coordinating the entire effort. Sure.
How would you tell the improvements? How did we go from one place to another? Do you think it was just safe deciding that it was kind of learning?
I don't know for sure, but I can obviously have my opinion. My opinion is, as it's been in the past, I think he relies on family. He relies on tribal ties, and he used that to move around the country, and he had a very few people that were very close to him that assisted him in doing those movements.
Are you surprised that you found right away? No, I'm surprised that you put anything.
I have said all along that I thought he was in this area, so I've been very consistent with that. If you see where we found him, he could have been hiding in 100 different places, 1,000 different places like this all around Iraq. And it just takes finding the right person who will give you a good idea where he might be. And that's what happened today, last night. First, I think the pressure had become so tight on him, he knew he couldn't travel in large entourages, so he didn't really have any men with him. It was him and just a couple other people with him, so he didn't really have much of a security force. And whenever you go in with overwhelming force, he knew, and he was in the bottom of a hole, so there's no way he could fight back, so he was just caught like a rat. They had probably AK-47s. Sure.
Sorry, I believe you started to describe him as disoriented. Can you expand on that a little bit?
No, I just think just because he's down in a hole, he come up and, you know, the crawl space he's in is extremely small crawl space. It's not very big at all, and there's not much room down there. And so my guess is just from being down there, he was very disoriented as he came up. That's the only comment I'd make on that.
This crawl space, that's just somewhere he would have gone in when he was aware that you were closing up.
I think probably whenever any coalition forces were in the area, he'd probably go down this crawl space. If you see that gray pipe there, that was actually an air ventilation pipe that went down into the hole and that would put some air into the hole. So I think any time there were coalition forces nearby, he probably went down in that hole. That would be my guess. Sure. I don't know. I couldn't. I don't know. You'd have to do some sort of material analysis on the ground to do that. My feeling is it was probably built since then. Not as far as I know.
Do you have any idea whether the strategic commission blocked these special operations to what country?
I don't know, and that clearly that's up to the Iraqi Governing Council working with Ambassador Bremer and the coalition forces, and I'm sure those are decisions they have to make here in the future, but I personally do not know what the outcome will be. Sure.
Are you specifically going to this country or White House or the general area?
It was very specific to look at these three structures here, and we went in to look at those three structures, and there was one other target that we went and looked at also. This was the second target. There was another objective that was not in this site, that was somewhere else not too far from there. We considered this to be one target here. There was a room to the left there in this drawing over here. See with the door open? That was it. There was a bed in there, and there was clothing in there. It's not downstairs. I mean, that is it's just a hole in the ground. To say it's just a hole with dirt. It is just something to get one person down there to hide in. That's all that's in there. The kitchen is to the right. Where that hole is there, where it's open there, there was a kitchen there with running water and a sink and a little place to cook there. Excuse me, sir? He had a pistol on him.
Did he make any statements when you know through this whole...
No, not while he was there. He did not make any statements. When we got him, the first thing we do is try to evacuate him very quickly. So we didn't spend a lot of time with him. We evacuate him so other people who are more experienced in that can do this. But he didn't say. He said very little.
Did he even say, "Don't shoot me" or anything casually?
No, I don't want to talk to the second and third hand, so that's why I don't want to say it, because it wouldn't be right if I said anything.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have time for 2 more questions.
There was a bed in the left side here, inside the enclosed portion where the door's open. There was a bed in there. There was one chair, a bed, and lots of clothes strewn all over the place. Sir? I think he might not have used it personally, but there might have been people using the river to come visit him and maybe potentially bring supplies or maybe meet with him. One more.
These bills match the money that was taken out of the central bank just before setting up the...
We haven't been able to do that analysis yet. We will, in fact, send these bills back here very shortly, and they will do that analysis. Last one, yes, ma'am. They were in with him, and then we saw them as we were coming in run, and then they were picked up.
They were in that space?
No, they were on the top part of the house. That's all I have. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And those are the first major details we've heard on the remarkable raid that was conducted at 3:15 around that time, actually shortly before that Eastern time yesterday, with not a single shot fired. A quick review for you what we've just learned. That Saddam Hussein was found in the hut in the middle of a piece of land where 2 farmhouses stood, not far from the banks of the Tigris River, with boats on standby. Major General Odierno saying that he was found in a hole, otherwise described as a crawl space, under an insert of styrofoam and a rug. And in one of the great ironies of this story, the Major General described in a phrase dripping with sarcasm that Saddam was found in a hole in the ground across from the river from a fancy palace paid for by the money he stole from the Iraqi people. Of course, this leads us to some key questions about the impact this capture will have on American policy. Let's turn to Senator Chuck Hagel, who's standing by in Washington today to talk about what this all means. Senator, always good to see you.
Thank you, Paula.
Do you suspect that this will increase support of our coalition partners and those we'd like to have greater involvement of in the rebuilding process?
I hope it does, Paula. This is the most significant event since the invasion of Iraq. This should be an opportunity to reach out not only in the Islamic and Arab world, but around the world. This is in the common interests of all the world to bring this man to justice. And I would also say that the Iraqis now can play a very significant role in this, because this is all about getting the Iraqis in a position as soon as possible to govern themselves, defend themselves, and the dealing with justice here for Saddam Hussein certainly puts the Iraqis now right in the front position. So I think all these things are extremely good news for all of us.
Senator, though, I would tell you, in talking to the experts we've spoken with today, including some of our own reporters, you're left with a very confused picture about the impact this might have on the insurgency movement. We've heard both points of view, that it'll increase violence against American troops and possibly decrease. What do you think?
Paula, this war is not over. We still have a long way to go. It is going to continue to rotate around, certainly American leadership, with an enlarged involvement by our allies. The Iraqi people need to become more and more engaged, and I think will. This is a long-term effort. This is good news that Saddam has been captured, but this effort is far from over. We are yet in a position to determine what this will mean in the way of acceleration of attacks, intensity of those attacks, I don't know. None of us know. But the fact is we are far better off with Saddam Hussein in custody than we were before, and we can build on that.
You mentioned this enlarged effort you foresee by our allies. In particular, what do you think will change in our relationship with the Russians, Germans, and France, particularly since the President made it very clear that they shouldn't be a part of at least the first contracting process in this rebuilding program?
Paula, it seems to me that you always begin where the common interests come together, where they converge. It is in the common interest of the Russians, the Germans, the French, all of our allies, the Islamic Arab world, that Saddam Hussein be dealt with. And that chapter of Iraq is closed. Let's move on. Let's get to where the important elements really are, and that is the self-governance of the Iraqi people, to stabilize that area, to develop that area, jobs and economic development. That has broad implications for the larger fabric here, the Israeli-Palestinian peace effort, our efforts in Afghanistan. All these things now can include the Russians and our allies more than before. If we are wise in how we use this opportunity, I think we will be. Let's not forget here, Paula, Colin Powell and Don Rumsfeld were in Europe recently, reaching out to our NATO allies, asking them to take more of a role, not just in Afghanistan, but in Iraq. So I think American leadership will continue to evolve, where it will develop a broader sense of support based on common interests for all of us.
But Senator, if you could be as honest as you could with the viewers who are listening this morning, how patient are U.S. taxpayers going to have to be in this process?
The President has said, and he's right, that our war on terrorism, our efforts to stabilize Iraq, Afghanistan, our efforts in the Middle East peace process will require time. That means force structure, that means commitment, that means resources. Yes, the American people are going to have to see some results. They're going to have to see that, in fact, things are getting better. More importantly, the Iraqi people, the Afghani people are going to have to see that, as well as the Palestinians and the Israelis. But I think the American people generally understand this. I think they understand what's at risk. I think they understand the future. I think they understand that these things are interconnected, and it cuts directly to the vital security interests of the United States. I think they will be patient if American leadership levels with them, is direct with them, honest with them, doesn't try to play show business or spin anything. I think the American public will sustain this effort.
I imagine with as hard as you've pushed the administration in the past that you might be one of those people to put a little pressure on the administration. Senator Chuck Hagel, again, thank you for your insights this morning. Aaron.
I think I heard in the briefing I said earlier that I thought I saw the picture that was going to be on the front page. I think I heard the caption as well. Caught like a rat was the Major General's comments about Saddam Hussein when he was taken into custody at around 8:30 local time Saturday outside of Tikrit. Jane Araf is our bureau chief in Baghdad. She has been watching this unfold, watching Iraqis react to it all. Saddam Hussein took power when Jimmy Carter was president of the United States. It must be hard for most Iraqis to imagine what has gone on today.
It is absolutely astonishing, Aaron. There are a lot of things that Iraqis could never have imagined a year ago would be happening, and perhaps that picture of Saddam Hussein in custody was among the most shocking. Now, we're at a hotel which borders the square where Saddam's statue came toppling down, pulled down during the battle for Baghdad. That was one shock to the system for many Iraqis. This was a second. And to actually see him like that, Iraqis watching that on television actually gasped to see what he had become. It was astonishing for many of them. Aaron?
I mean, here was this guy who was not just powerful, but extraordinarily, as the powerful often are, I suppose, image conscious. He was well dressed if he was in civilian garb, with the hat and the suit and the overcoat and the rest. This man with this almost obsession with hygiene among those around him, found in a hole in the ground covered by styrofoam. It's just, it's hard for us to get our arms around. It's hard to imagine what it must be like for most Iraqis who lived with or lived in fear of that regime.
It is someone who liked to pretend he was a god, almost, literally brought down to earth. Now, the symbolism of this as well, the American use of those photographs, of those images, is very, very powerful. It will take a lot to erase 30 years of the image of Saddam Hussein, seen everywhere, in school books, in traffic circles, everywhere you looked, there was his picture. And to replace that, it would take something very, very dramatic in people's minds. This, perhaps, was it. That image of a man who had become perhaps something even less than human, burrowing underground for safety, his hair disheveled, not in control, giving himself up clearly very meekly. It was really a great surprise to many people. Aaron?
That's interesting. I mean, here's a guy who wanted to cast himself as somehow superhuman in many respects and is taken, in your phrase, in a situation that is almost less than human. Who is left? Who are the big targets now that the biggest of all targets is gone?
Well, there's the man who was his right-hand man all throughout those years when the Ba'ath Party was formed, is that Ibrahim Adouri, who comes essentially from the same region. Now, next to Saddam, he is the guy they have been focusing on, because he's believed to have been orchestrating many of the attacks in the north. But it's much more diffuse than that, and that's the real problem they're facing, as evidenced by these increasing attacks, not on U.S. targets, but on Iraqi targets, that it seems to be a diverse group of people uniting former Fedayeen, former Saddam fighters, Ba'ath Party loyalists, foreign fighters, common criminals, a network, as it were, very loosely linked perhaps, but a lot of disparate forces at work here, and that's going to be very, very hard to combat. Aaron?
Jane, thank you. Our Baghdad Bureau Chief Jane Arraf. We are waiting now for the president set to address the country about 20 minutes, 19 minutes from now at noon straight up from the cabinet room at the White House.
And about all we've heard from the president so far has come through a spokesperson who said, quote, the president believes this is very good news for the Iraqi people. It will now be up to the Iraqi people. Well, actually, I just paraphrased that second part. He said Saddam Hussein was a brutal, oppressive dictator and responsible for decades of atrocity, and the Iraqi people can finally be assured that Saddam Hussein will not be coming back. The president clearly has a challenge when he addresses the nation in just about 20 minutes from now. He needs to talk about the triumph of the day while recognizing the continued risks to U.S. troops on duty in the region. Let's go to Dana Bash, who's standing by live at the White House right now to talk a little bit about his strategy. I understand sort of a no gloating dictate has gone out from the administration. What will we hear today?
That's right, Paula. You're exactly right about the no gloating policy, so to speak. It's interesting when you just to give you a sense of the atmosphere here at the White House, when you talk privately with administration officials, it is quite obvious that they are extremely excited, as you can imagine, but their public comments and their public sort of disposition has been quite tempered, and it's almost as though they are trying to hold back on their excitement, precisely, probably, Paula, because of what you just mentioned, the fact that this is clearly a huge day, as Jane Arraf said and others have said, probably the biggest since the war in Iraq began, but there are still risks for U.S. troops on the ground, and there is a sense of caution here at the White House, and it's also the caution comes because there have been major events, major accomplishments, major situations where the White House has hoped that those events would have turned into and made things change on the ground in Iraq, and they haven't. This, of course, Saddam Hussein's capture probably couldn't be compared to anything else. But as you mentioned, Paula, the only thing we've heard from the White House so far officially has been from his spokesman, and it's important to note that those comments have really been focused on the Iraqi people, him saying that it's very good news for the Iraqi people. He's very happy for the Iraqi people, and that the Iraqi people can finally be assured that Saddam Hussein will not be coming back. That is something we are very likely to hear from the president, likely to hear him maintain that kind of focus on what this will mean for the people on the ground there, in the hopes that that the insurgency, the growing insurgency, would and could come to an end, or at least be diminished quite significantly because of the capture of Saddam Hussein. And just to give you a quick update on what the president has been doing this morning, after he got the call at about 5:15 confirming from his national security advisor, Condoleezza Rice, that it was in fact Saddam Hussein who had been captured, he went to the Oval Office, met with some senior aides, and made a series of phone calls, called a number of world leaders, notably mostly the allies in the effort against Saddam Hussein. He called Prime Minister Tony Blair of Great Britain, Jose Maria Aznar of Spain, the Australian Prime Minister John Howard, Silvio Berlusconi of Italy, the Polish President Kwasniewski, and he's expected to call Japan's Prime Minister tomorrow. He also talked to some Mideast leaders. He talked to Saudi's Crown Prince Abdullah, Jordan's King Abdullah, Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon, and Egyptian President Hosni Mubarak. It's also interesting to point out and to sort of focus there on who the president has not called and has not been in contact with by phone, and those are some of the allies that James Baker, the former Secretary of State, some of the European leaders, I should say, who he is going to meet with, still is expected to tomorrow, that leaders of France, of Germany, of Russia, and others, those are the countries, of course, who did not go along with President Bush in this war and in the current situation in Iraq, but they are certainly hoping that those countries will forgive Iraq of its debt. And it is not lost on this White House what Senator Hagel and others have said, that they are hoping that this is a new beginning of sorts, and that they can really harness this in the days and weeks to come. Paula?
Dana Bash, thanks for the update. Dana making it very clear to us how critical the tone is that the president must strike today, particularly at a time when James Baker is so close to dealing with these very important allies of France, Germany, and Russia, and talking about the rebuilding process. And there's a lot of speculation about what today's development, the capture of Saddam Hussein, might have on this process of how contracts are being doled out in Iraq. Those three countries right now cut out, at least in the first contracting stage of the process.
It occurs to me it is always easier to have a no gloating policy when there's a lot of reason to gloat. Yeah. I mean, you don't, if you're the White House today, I don't want to put this in political terms at all, but you don't have to say to the American people in a gloating sort of way what happened, because the American people get it, what happened.
Not only that, we will be reminded throughout the day with those humiliating pictures of Saddam Hussein having lice being examined for head lice.
So it's
his mouth examined.
It's just a different agenda for the president. It's a message to allies. It's a message to Iraqis. It's a message to the Arab world. You don't want to make we don't want to turn a good situation into a bad one by seeming to gloat, and in fact there's no reason to, because they got their ace of spades, and there's no question this morning that that's in fact what has happened. Me?
It's all yours, Aaron.
I always hate when that happens. Where are we going?
We could talk amongst ourselves. I still think.
Okay. I've got it. Senator John McCain is with us in Phoenix. I knew we were getting him ready, but I didn't know we had him. It's good to see you, sir. How'd you hear the news?
My administrative assistant, Mark Salter, woke me up this morning, and it was obviously great news, and on a rare occasion I enjoyed being awakened.
Just quickly, we'll get to the next question. The president has put off his speech till 12:15, so we're about a half hour, a little less than that from now. Look, I mean, we're all, I suppose, a bit in the speculation business on all of this. Do you have any sort of gut feeling about how the capture of Saddam Hussein today will affect near-term the safety of Americans on the ground, and in the long run, change in any way, shape, or form the work that needs to be done there?
In the short term, I don't think you're going to see a huge reduction in the attacks, but in the long run, I don't think there's any doubt about this. This is a huge psychological impact on average Iraqis. In 1991, the Iraqi people were assured that Saddam Hussein was going, and he didn't, and he used that opportunity to slaughter tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. And so that impact is very significant. But there's also an impact. There's an impact on our European allies. I hope that they would now, as Chuck Hagel said before, and you have just been discussing, help us in the rebuilding of Iraq and give us an opportunity to internationalize. But in the Arab world, there's another message too, Aaron, and that should be received in Tehran and in Damascus, that we're there to stay, we're going to bring democracy to Iraq, and once that takes place, then it's unavoidable. It is absolutely going to happen in the rest of the Arab world, because democracy, once it takes root, cannot be denied. And so there's a lot here. And by the way, mentioning you and Paula were just talking about gloating. Of course the President will not gloat, but the President deserves credit for his leadership, and most of all those men and women in the military who have done such a magnificent job. And by the way, I hope they divvy up that money amongst those military folks.
I don't think that's going to happen. But you'd like to know, wouldn't you, who that private or that sergeant or that lieutenant, whoever it was, who pulled back the styrofoam and found that tunnel. There are all these details of what happened as they were doing that search, and what they must have said to one another when they realized what, because the general said, didn't he, Paula, that he did not think that the soldiers who were involved in the operation knew specifically who the target was.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't, Senator, as a former military guy, it must be unimaginably exciting when it's all over to have come away with the biggest fish of all.
And they'll all take credit for it. That's the wonderful thing about these men and women, is that they're a band of brothers and sisters, and morale is sky high in Tikrit and in Basra and Mosul and every place where these young men and women are serving, and it will give an uplift to our military all over the world. But it also, I think, shows again that we will do whatever it takes in order to bring about freedom and democracy for the Iraqi people, and that message was authenticated with his capture today. But look, the President's also going to say today, very appropriately, it's a long, hard struggle ahead. There will be more casualties. There will be more sacrifice. There will be more expenditure of American tax dollars. But for just a moment, the rest of us that are not President of the United States can take a moment of pride and satisfaction and even a little celebration.
Senator, thank you as always. Senator John McCain, who's in Phoenix. Again, I just wish I knew. You know, wish there are a million things I wish I knew. When the news hit the Al-Qaeda compound, wherever it is, somewhere on the Afghan-Pakistani border where Osama bin Laden is hiding, that must not have been a great message to deliver to the head of Al-Qaeda, because among other things it says you can be got. You can. It can happen.
Paul Bremer's words exactly. First thing we heard this morning. We got him. By now you've probably heard some of the details about the drama of the capture of Saddam Hussein today. I want to introduce you all to Torrey Clark, who was a spokesperson for the Defense Secretary just a short time ago and is now an analyst with us. Hi, Torrey. I guess if there's one phrase I've heard today that mirrors the triumph of the moment, it came from Major General Odierno, who just said, and I might say for those who didn't hear the tone of it, it was really dripping in sarcasm. He said, quote, Saddam Hussein found in a hole in the ground across the river from a fancy palace paid for by money he stole from the Iraqi people.
Yeah, he's absolutely right. The irony of it is something, and you can see the New York Post headline tomorrow, caught like a rat and with other rats. One of the things our forces have learned so much about since they've been over there is just the atrocities this fella and his regime carried out against their own people for so many years. So the personal satisfaction has got to be just sky high. But I was struck by something Senator McCain said, and talking about the impacts of this, and I think it's very important that we watch the impact in the Arab world. Clearly a good day and a good step forward for Iraq, but the impact in the broader region is going to be very important. Now, over the years, I had traveled more than a handful of times to countries in that region with Secretary Rumsfeld, and the Arab leaders would say very consistently, Saddam Hussein should go. He's a detriment to the region. He's terrible for the region. He's a threat to the world. He should go. And if you're going to go ahead with this war, make sure you get him. Now, so clearly there's going to be a positive, broader impact in the region. What I'll be looking for and would be highly encouraged to see is if some of those Arab leaders will come forward and say, this has been a good day for the region and a good day for the world.
Well, it's interesting you should mention that, Tori, because I was just handed a piece of information about what's happening in Egypt right now. The security is being stepped up at the U.S. Embassy there, not because of any specific threat, but, quote, as a result of prudent measures being taken upon this latest development.
Oh, I think
You're
that's
not surprised
exactly
by that at all, are you?
Not at all. I think that's exactly what you do. I mean, just step back and think about the era in which we're in which attacks can come from any place, and they can occur for different reasons. So, you know, the old line is prepare for the worst and hope for the best. But I think it's absolutely an appropriate step to take. I'd just be very interested to see what the long-term reaction is in the broader Arab world.
Let's talk a little bit about what you think the debate will be in the weeks to come about troop strength in the region. We have heard some very high-profile senators ask for more boots on the ground. Where do you see that debate going now in light of this capture?
Oh, I don't think it's a debate at all. I think what it comes down to is what does General Sanchez say he needs, what does General Odierno say they need, and they have said they've got the right number of forces. They want to and are clearly using them in different ways. But I think there's no debate. It is up to them. They're on the ground. They know what the task is. They know what the mission is. They have the best sense of what they need. Clearly, the way forward, having more and more Iraqis take over security roles and positions in that country would make a big difference. And so you hope, again, you hope that capturing Saddam will reduce some of the fear that people have, will reduce the attacks on the very Iraqis who are trying to move that country forward, so more Iraqis will step into those security positions.
Just need a brief final thought. Anything else you might have learned about this raid? Aaron and I have been fascinated by the fact that Major General Odierno said that some of these folks involved in, maybe not in the special task force, but among the 600 soldiers involved in the raid might not even have known exactly what they were up to yesterday.
Oh, I think that's entirely possible. But they are so professional and they're so disciplined that without knowing who it might have been, they know the importance of every single task. And I do think you'll get more details going forward. But right now is the maximum time to get the maximum amount of information out of him. Who knows who those other two people were that were there? Security guards of some sort were heard. Hopefully you'll get some information from them. So I think as the hours and days unfold, Aaron will get more of his details.
Thanks so much, Tori.
Thank you.
I guess I'm getting a reputation for being obsessive about details. Here's one for you. One of our guests in Baghdad has reported to us that a baby born in Baghdad about 3 hours ago has been given the name Bremer, as in Paul Bremer, the head of the coalition there. David Ensor, who covers national security matters for us, has been trying to piece together what happened. How it happened, where the intelligence, when the intelligence, who the intelligence, all that stuff. David joins us this morning. David, what have you been able to learn?
Well, Aaron, quite a bit. One of the most interesting things, you were talking about this man who defied capture and on defiant tapes called on his cohorts to attack, even encouraging suicide attacks against U.S. forces. And not only did he give himself up without a shot, but U.S. officials say he is being interrogated. He is admitting who he is answering questions, he is cooperating. He is now a useful prisoner for the coalition in Iraq. He himself is providing information at this point that is useful to the coalition forces in their effort to dismantle what's left of his apparatus and get Iraq on a new footing. So that is just a very striking moment in history, that this man is now an American prisoner. He is cooperating with authorities. How did they find him? Well, officials say that over about 3 or 4 weeks ago, they started to take in some people in what they call the outer circle. This would be former bodyguards, family members, tribal associates who knew something about the effort to keep him hidden. And then in the last few days, we're told, they managed to take in a few people who really knew something about the effort to hide Saddam specifically, and finally one person who told them where these 2 sites were that he might be. So it was a gradual moving in on the target process using human intelligence. Now, there have been reports elsewhere that a taxi was found and that there might have been something put in the taxi to find him. I'm told that is not correct. There was a taxi at the site, a yellow or orange and white taxi. He has moved, they believe, from site to site in taxis, but not this particular one. It's really a human intelligence effort, going after the people who might know something about him, finally getting to someone who really did know. And these were people that did not go in for the reward. They were caught, they were arrested, they were interrogated. That's how the information came.
David, just I want to go back to something on this question of cooperation, how cooperative. Let me play back for you what I've heard, and you tell me sort of how this fits in. That when he was first captured, he was talkative, at least insofar as he identified himself. He said, yeah, I'm Saddam. Then there was this meeting, and we don't precisely know the timelines here, what order things happened, but he did apparently met with some members of the provisional government, and they describe him as sarcastic and unapologetic and belittling of the Iraqi people. You're getting descriptions of him as being cooperative, and I find some of this, I guess, playing against one another. Some of the information doesn't quite work together. Do you have a feel for what means cooperative?
Well, I do understand that, as you mentioned, several of them, senior members of the, former members of the regime, Tariq Aziz and others, he was confronted with them. And they were being asked, is this really Saddam Hussein? Is this the guy? Have we got him? And they all agreed that he was indeed. And there was, I guess, some interplay between them at the time that they were confronted with him. I do not know what the tone of that was, but what I understand is that the man is now talking, he's being asked questions, and he's answering them, which is just a remarkable turn of events.
You'd love to read those notes, wouldn't you, David? Thank you. David Ensor, who deals with national security matters for us on what has been, by any measure, by any description, an historic day, and a historic day that continues. The president about, what, 15 minutes away.
And of course, CNN will continue to tackle the story throughout the day. A lot of very important questions raised about the impact of today's capture on foreign policy, how it will affect the insurgency movement. You're looking at a live picture of the White House, where the president is, Aaron just said, is about 15 minutes away from making his address, a critical address. We've been talking about this a lot, Aaron, where he has to find a balance between talking about today's victory in the capture of Saddam Hussein, but by the same time recognizing the continued danger to American troops on the ground in Iraq.
You'll be back at 8 o'clock Eastern Time?
Right, and you will be back at 10 p.m.
10 o'clock, a 2-hour edition of Newsnight coming up at 10 o'clock, so we'll go 10 to midnight and wrap up what has been an extraordinary day. Have a wonderful Sunday afternoon, a day to remember.
Thanks for joining us.
From CNN in Washington, this is a special late edition with Wolf Blitzer. Saddam captured.
Welcome to our viewers around the world for this special late edition, The Capture of Saddam Hussein. We'll spend the next 2 hours looking at all aspects of this story. We're standing by, awaiting President Bush's address to the nation on today's extraordinary developments. We'll bring it to you live only moments from now. We have reporters covering all aspects of this very important story. Our Nick Robertson is in Tikrit. He's joining us from there. Dana Bash is over at the White House. First, let's go to Nick. For our viewers who may just be tuning in for the first time today, Nick, tell our viewers how this unfolded, capturing Saddam Hussein alive.
Well, Wolf, it began to take place and take shape here perhaps as long ago as about 24, 36 hours at this base, Tikrit, the main headquarters for the 4th Infantry Division, from intelligence that, according to General Odierno here in charge of the 4th Infantry Division, intelligence that was developed from close family members or close friends, tribal friends of Saddam Hussein. Within 24 hours of having the critical piece of information giving away his location, they They went there, surrounded the area, searched 2 buildings, didn't find Saddam Hussein in those buildings, discovered him hiding in a hole in the ground that was what was described as essentially a small man-made hole, about 6 feet by 8 feet in size, hiding there. When troops discovered him in that location, he came out, he was disoriented, he had a pistol, he didn't use it, there were no shots fired during this whole operation, and within an hour Saddam Hussein was being taken away by the coalition for further debriefing elsewhere. Wolf?
Is there any sense whatsoever where Saddam Hussein might be? We're only told he's at an undisclosed location, but we can assume he's under the control of the U.S. military, not the Iraqi provisional, the coalition Iraqi authority.
Absolutely, Wolf. We know that it's south of Tikrit. General Odierno said that he went south from here. We know that it's with the coalition. General Sanchez said that they are still interrogating Saddam Hussein. That process is expected to go on for some time. We know that they're going to run, the coalition will run DNA testing on him to make 100% sure they have the right man, although it is completely beyond doubt at this time that this is Saddam Hussein. So no, he is not in Iraqi custody at this time, nor does it seem likely that he will be, at least in the near term, Wolf.
We were told, Nick, that Saddam Hussein was captured in that hole 6 feet underground, and he did have a pistol with him. There were some suggestions that he was never going to let himself be captured alive. Any indication whatsoever that he might have gone for that pistol to try to kill himself, to go out with some glory, or just be captured sort of like a rat, in the words of the U.S. military?
Wolf, there's no indication. What we've been told by coalition officials is that when they discovered that hole, when troops discovered the hole, removed what was a polystyrene lid that had been placed in top of the concrete hole that the coalition believes was probably made after Saddam Hussein fell from power. When they removed that polystyrene that was covering the hole, took it out, Saddam Hussein was in there, and then they describe him as being disoriented and coming out. There's no indication that he tried to use his weapon on the troops, and very interestingly for a lot of Iraqis, no indication that he tried to use it on himself either. Many Iraqis had thought that Saddam Hussein would never be taken alive, that he would rather shoot himself. This is probably for many Iraqis a big indication of exactly who Saddam Hussein was. This was not something they could ever assess before, and also an indication coming for them of how humiliating it can be in capture when Saddam Hussein was shown getting a health check by coalition officials just after his capture. Again, an image that's going to play very negatively against Saddam Hussein and against his followers who remain behind him in Iraq. Wolf?
And just to give us some perspective, Nick, as you well know, having spent a lot of time in Iraq in recent years, over the past 12 years or so, Saddam Hussein, whenever he would meet with guests, they would have to be scrubbed because he was such a hygienist. He was so concerned about his own cleanliness, if you will. For him to be stuck in the bottom of a pit like that, clearly disheveled with a beard, dirty and disgusting. What does that say to the Iraqi people who see these pictures?
It says absolutely this man had fallen from power, that he had no influence, that at this time he was on the run, he was a man in hiding, and that all those supporters that he'd had over the years were gone. General Odierno, General Sanchez have both commented that it's interesting that Saddam Hussein was found in a hole in the ground almost within sight of some of his larger presidential palaces. That image, that idea is not going to be lost on the Iraqi people. Very interesting, Wolf, to hear General Odierno saying that he does not think that Saddam Hussein was still in any way in control of the Iraqi insurgents. He feels that now Saddam Hussein is gone, the next job for the coalition is to get out, take care of those anti-coalition forces that are out there. He thinks that Saddam Hussein was a morale figure for them, a figurehead, but not somebody in control, not somebody giving directions, not somebody who's going to have, whose removal from the scene is going to have perhaps a direct impact on their daily actions, Wolf.
All right, Nick Robertson, we're going to ask you to stand by. We'll be getting back to you. We're only about 8 minutes or so away from the President of the United States addressing the American people, indeed addressing the world. Our White House correspondent, Dana Bash, is standing by. Give us a little preview what we might expect to hear from the White House, from the President in particular, Dana.
Well, Wolf, he's going to speak for about 5 minutes, we're told. He's going to use teleprompter. The address will be directly to the American people and, as you said, to the entire world. But also the content or the focus is likely to be primarily on the Iraqi people and what exactly he believes and he hopes this will mean to them. And his spokesman gave a statement earlier giving a little bit of a preview perhaps of what we will hear from the president himself, saying that this is good news for the Iraqi people, and he's very happy for the Iraqi people because they can finally be assured now, according to Scott McClellan, the White House spokesman, that Saddam Hussein will not be coming back, and they can see it for themselves. Now, that is, again, likely what we will hear from the president. But as we've been talking about all morning, it is also likely that the president will say today, as he has said in the past, even on that day that he stood in front of the Mission Accomplished banner on May 1st, declaring major combat over, that there is going to be danger ahead. This White House is well aware of expectations and laying expectations. And as senators who have been on this network all morning have said, and others, the White House is well aware of the fact that the president is not going to, the White House understands that these images, the images we're seeing here of people happy and celebrating in the streets are certainly welcome, but the American people perhaps shouldn't expect that to be continuing in full force, that there might be some deaths, some casualties in the days and weeks ahead as they continue to get things settled, try to get things settled on the ground in Iraq. Wolf.
Dana, it's been about 24 hours now since this operation was launched to capture Saddam Hussein. The president was at Camp David when he first got indication of the possible capture of Saddam Hussein. When did he finally get official confirmation 100% from his national security advisors?
Well, that was this morning. The president was called at about 5:15 this morning. He was back here at the White House, and it was his national security advisor, Condoleezza Rice, who had just gotten a call herself from Paul Bremer in Iraq saying it was, in fact, they did have final confirmation that it was, in fact, Saddam Hussein. But as you mentioned, the initial call was quite early on Saturday afternoon, about 3:15, while the president was still up at Camp David. That was from his defense secretary, Donald Rumsfeld, who just launched into the conversation saying, Mr. President, initial reports aren't always accurate, to which the president responded, oh, this sounds like it's going to be good news. And then the defense secretary did say that they believed at that point it was Saddam Hussein. And they had talked, according to the White House, about how to handle the news, that they wanted the news when it was confirmed to come out of the theater, as the White House is putting it. They wanted the military to announce it because that is the kind of operation that it was. But there was concern, according to the White House, from the president that perhaps it was an imposter, that it wasn't Saddam Hussein. But as you mentioned, it was today that the president did get final word, and he started working the phones, Wolf. He's talked to a number of allies, about a dozen leaders already this morning, making phone calls to talk about the issue, to congratulate some of them, and just to inform them that this is indeed Saddam Hussein.
All right, David Ensor, our national security correspondent, is standing by. Dan, I want you to stand by. We'll be getting back to you. David, you've been talking to your sources. The U.S. military on the ground says this capture of Saddam Hussein was the result of, in their words, actionable intelligence. What have you discovered? What does that mean?
What it means is that they, about a couple of weeks ago, they started taking in some key former bodyguards, family members, tribal members that were thought to know something about Saddam Hussein, kind of the outer circle around him. And those people were interrogated. The information from them led to some individuals who were closer in, the inner circle, if you will, of people who were helping to hide the former dictator in the Tikrit area. And it was a couple of days ago that they started to get what they call actionable intelligence, information about specific places he definitely had been, places he was thought to be now. There were a couple of locations that they were told about and moved in on last night. So that's what they mean by actionable intelligence. This is human intelligence, the results of interrogations of people who did not want to reveal the information. There's If the reward is going to go to somebody, there may have been a tipster at the front end somewhere, but the information about specifically where he was came from someone who was not interested in giving it out. And the fascinating thing, Wolf, is that now Saddam Hussein is a prisoner, and we are told he is admitting who he is, and he is answering questions and cooperating too. He is now a useful prisoner, offering actionable intelligence possibly as well.
And if any of his former aides were still holding back, they might have a change of heart if they now believe that Saddam Hussein is actually talking as well. David, stand by. Christiane Amanpour is joining us from London. Christiane, we heard from the British Prime Minister Tony Blair earlier today, presumably saying what the President of the United States might be saying shortly. We're standing by to hear from the President. But Christiane, what's the general reaction overseas?
Well, as you can imagine, both the British and the other members of the coalition that went along with the United States in invading Iraq have come out with extremely positive and supportive statements, again, as you can imagine. What's interesting is that also France and Germany have done as well. Those are the two countries that stood very staunchly against the war in Iraq. Both countries, both leaders coming out with very strong statements of support for the capture of Saddam Hussein. The German Chancellor apparently sending a letter to President Bush congratulating him on the success of this mission, and both hoping that this would lead to a further stability and democratization in Iraq. There have also been, interestingly, from Afghanistan, congratulations and a hope expressed there that the capture of Saddam Hussein may have some impact on the insurgency that has been growing in Afghanistan over the last several weeks. On the other hand, Poland, which is a very firm ally of the US, which commands troops in Iraq right now, has said that they congratulate and welcome this, but they warn that this is not the end of the violence, and they warn that there may be an upsurge in violence or at least continuation of this guerrilla insurgency. And certainly most of the people we've heard from and talked to are concerned that the insurgency be decapitated, and are wondering whether or not Saddam Hussein will manage the capture of Saddam Hussein, will do that. General Odierno, the head of the 4th Infantry Division, whose men, along with others, captured Saddam Hussein, said that he did not anticipate necessarily that getting Saddam Hussein was going to have an immediate effect on damping down the insurgency, because he didn't think, he said, that it was coordinated nationally by Saddam Hussein.
All right. Christiane, stand by, because we're showing our viewers the door to the cabinet room at the White House, the West Wing at the White House. Within a few seconds right now, the President will walk through that door, go to that podium, and address the American people, indeed address the nation. CNN, of course, is standing by. The President of the United States. Let's listen in as he addresses the American people.
Good afternoon. Yesterday, December the 13th, at around 8:30 p.m. Baghdad time, United States military... Good afternoon. Yesterday, December the 13th, at around 8:30 p.m. Baghdad time, United States military forces captured Saddam Hussein alive. He was found near a farmhouse outside the city of Tikrit in a swift raid conducted without casualties. And now the former dictator of Iraq will face the justice he denied to millions. The capture of this man was crucial to the rise of a free Iraq. It marks the end of the road for him and for all who bullied and killed in his name. For the Ba'athist holdouts largely responsible for the current violence, there will be no return to the corrupt power and privilege they once held. For the vast majority of Iraqi citizens who wish to live as free men and women, this event brings further assurance that the torture chambers and the secret police are gone forever. And this afternoon I have a message for the Iraqi people. You will not have to fear the rule of Saddam Hussein ever again. All Iraqis who take the side of freedom have taken the winning side. The goals of our coalition are the same as your goals: sovereignty for your country, dignity for your great culture, and for every Iraqi citizen, the opportunity for a better life. In the history of Iraq, a dark and painful era is over. A hopeful day has arrived. All Iraqis can now come together and reject violence and build a new Iraq. The success of yesterday's mission is a tribute to our men and women now serving in Iraq. The operation was based on the superb work of intelligence analysts who found the dictator's footprints in a vast country. The operation was carried out with skill and precision by a brave fighting force. Our servicemen and women and our coalition allies have faced many dangers in the hunt for members of the fallen regime and in their effort to bring hope and freedom to the Iraqi people. Their work continues, and so do the risks. Today, on behalf of the nation, I thank the members of our armed forces, and I congratulate them. I also have a message for all Americans. The capture of Saddam Hussein does not mean the end of violence in Iraq. We still face terrorists who would rather go on killing the innocent than accept the rise of liberty in the heart of the Middle East. Such men are a direct threat to the American people, and they will be defeated. We've come to this moment through patience and resolve and focused action, and that is our strategy moving forward. The war on terror is a different kind of war, waged capture by capture, cell by cell, and victory by victory. Our security is assured by our perseverance and by our sure belief in the success of liberty. And the United States of America will not relent until this war is won. May God bless the people of Iraq, and may God bless America. Thank you.
About a 4-minute address from the President of the United States, speaking from the West Wing of the White House in the Cabinet Room here in Washington, D.C. on a snowy day in the U.S. Capitol. The President saying Saddam Hussein will now face the justice he denied to millions. There will be no return of the Baathists. He says, you will not have, to the Iraqi people, he says, you will not have to fear the rule of Saddam Hussein ever again. Let's bring back our reporters standing by. Nick Robertson is in Tikrit, Dana Bash is at the White House. Christiane Amanpour is watching all of this in London. Nick, let's go to you first. Nick Robertson, the Iraqi people will, of course, hear what the president has said, even if they haven't heard it right now. It will be translated into Arabic. That message that he tells them, you no longer have to fear Saddam Hussein and his henchmen, will they believe him?
Wolf, they will. It'll certainly resonate here with a degree among the majority of people in Iraq. The majority of people in Iraq wanted Saddam Hussein to be gone. One of their lingering fears since the ground war finished in the beginning of April was that Saddam Hussein hadn't been arrested. They didn't know where he was. There was this doubt that perhaps people would coalesce around him. Perhaps these former regime elements, as the coalition describes them, could come back, could impinge on their daily lives, and to a degree that was happening. The attacks on the oil pipelines affecting indirectly some of the supplies of fuel to people, the gas lines being long, the insecurity that people felt in their still feel in their daily lives. So this is a message that will resonate with people. They will hope that this is indeed true. They will believe certainly now that Saddam Hussein cannot come back, and they will hope that this can lead to an end to these attacks on the coalition, on them, and on the police force and the others that support the coalition within Iraq. So I believe, Wolf, that this will certainly resonate with the people here.
I noticed also, Nick, the president was very cautious, very firm in insisting this does not mean the end of violence in Iraq. Even today, before word was officially confirmed that Saddam Hussein had been captured alive, it was another bloody day in Iraq. More terrorists, more suicide bombings unfolding. I assume in the short run, some Saddam loyalists will want to go out with, shall we say, a bang.
Well, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens. Certainly, when Saddam Hussein's in capture, does he tell on any people? Does he provide intelligence that begins to roll up from the top down, if you will, the members of this insurgency? We've heard from some people that the insurgency is sort of get some instructions, some money coming down from the top? Will Saddam Hussein rat on some of those people? Will it be rolled up that way? Will some people decide simply to throw in the towel because they believe Saddam Hussein is gone and it's no longer worth fighting? General Odierno, in his briefing here a little while ago, said that Saddam Hussein had been found without any cell phones, without any communication equipment, an indication that perhaps he has not been directly involved in the resistance. General Odierno indicated from that he felt that his men, the 4th Infantry Division, the others of the coalition, still have a very, very big job to do to round up all these anti-coalition elements. He said it was their main priority now to do that and provide security for the Iraqi people. So President Bush is certainly preparing the ground there for the reality, as the generals here see it, that the battle is still not over, that Saddam may lead to arrest of anti-coalition elements, but is certainly not going to bring no one's expecting his arrest to bring an immediate end to all these attacks, and certainly today a very bloody example of that. A bomb going off in the Sunni Triangle, the town of Khaldir, outside a police station, again a target associated with the coalition. The coalition works with the Iraqi police force, the Iraqi police station, a soft target, and that's why it was targeted today, apparently. Wolf.
All right, Nick, stand by. We're going to be getting back to you. Dana Bash, our White House correspondent, listened to what the president was saying, just as all of us were. Dana, you spent almost all of your time covering this president of the United States. What was going through your mind as you heard those approximately 4 minutes, the 4 minutes he used to address the American people on this historic day?
I'll tell you, Wolf, what I was thinking is how many times we've heard from the president, really in virtually every speech, every opportunity he gets, we've heard him say that the tyrant is no more, as how he likes to put it, that Saddam Hussein is gone forever, that the Iraqi people should know that they are free and democracy is dawning in Iraq. But now he has the pictures to prove it, essentially. He has the actual hard evidence, because the Iraqi people can now see, as he pointed out, that Saddam Hussein has been captured, and he said right at the beginning, notably, that he will be brought to justice, reminding the Iraqis and the world of how many people how many people were not able to be brought to justice, and how many people suffered at the hands of Saddam Hussein. So that was really what struck me, is the fact that this is something that he has said time and time again, that the Iraqi people should know that Saddam Hussein is not there to bother them anymore, but now they see it for themselves.
And this, as you well know, Dan, as a president who spent Thanksgiving Day with U.S. troops in Baghdad, he's here right now. What do we anticipate the president doing the rest of today?
Unclear what we're going to hear from the president later today. To be honest, probably not much. He has been making a number of calls this morning to more than a dozen leaders and world leaders, congressional leaders, and even members of his own cabinet. We are not expected to hear from him later today, but if we get any more information, that we'll certainly pass it along very quickly.
All right, Dana Bash, we'll be getting back to you, obviously, throughout the day. Dana Bash reporting from the White House. We're going to show our viewers some live pictures right now, what's happening in Baghdad. You see smoke coming up from the streets of Baghdad. Only within the past few minutes, we're told, a loud explosion was heard in the Iraqi capital. We're seeing some smoke. Our reporters on the scene are going to gather some information for us, but we're going to continue to show these live pictures. If you want to show these pictures to our viewers, we can even show all of get a little closer if our photographer on the scene can get a little closer to see what's happening. This is near the Palestine Hotel, we're told, where most of the International Press Corps is headquartered in downtown Baghdad. You see smoke coming up from the streets, from a building not far from the Palestine Hotel in Baghdad. We'll get some information, see what we can learn over the next few minutes. But in the meantime, let's bring in three guests who are joining us here to talk about this pivotal day, this incredibly important day in the U.S. history of dealing with Saddam Hussein. Three key members of the United States Senate. In Wilmington, Delaware, Senator Joe Biden. He's the top Democrat on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. In Philadelphia, Republican Senator Arlen Specter of Pennsylvania. Here in Washington, Republican Senator John Warner. He's the chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee. Senator Warner, let me begin with you, and we'll keep these pictures for our viewers up. What's happening in Baghdad? You were under no illusions that the capture of Saddam Hussein was going to turn this around and that everything would just be rosy from now on as a result of that capture.
I dropped the word rosy, but first, Wolf, just think of the hearts and the minds of the families who lost their loved ones, who are taking care of their wounded now. I think that's the first message in our hearts of gratefulness today. But our president, as commander-in-chief down to the privates, never flinched once under a barrage of criticism and doubt. They carried out their mission, and the world owes them an enormous debt of gratitude. Further, this sends a signal to those terrorists hiding elsewhere in the world. We'll hunt you down, we'll get you.
Do you have any doubts, Senator Biden, about that?
No, I don't. I think, Wolf, that the most significant aspect here is what the president said, and he said it straightforwardly in his 4 minutes. He said this is not the end of violence, but it's of considerable consequence, because I think in a highly personalized society, and I know you know this society, Wolf, having spent time in Iraq, the pictures of Saddam Hussein having his hair checked, his teeth checked, is incredibly, incredibly humiliating and diminishes his stature throughout the region. And I think it will have real consequence, not on whether or not the insurgency will continue, but how much support we'll get from the body politic in Iraq to deal with that insurgency. And I think that's the significant piece here. And I think it's greatly diminished his stature in the Arab world. I hope these pictures are being shown on Al Jazeera. As you know, Wolf, that's where most of the Arab world gets their news. I hope we're giving them access, not just the channel that comes out of Baghdad, because if it's on Al Jazeera, the entire Arab and ultimately the Muslim world will believe it, and it's important they understand what happened.
You'll be happy to know, Senator Biden, not only Al Jazeera, but El Arabiya and all of the, at least most of the Arabic language television stations, the satellite stations, are in fact showing those pictures
as you know,
around the world.
You know better than I do, that's the coin of the realm out there, other than CNN.
There's no doubt about that, Senator Biden. Stand by. Senator Specter, what goes through your mind on a day like this?
It's historic, the end of an era, a very a horrible era. I believe that the arrest of Saddam will have a very, very profound effect on what happens next in Iraq. It is obviously speculative, but you might expect today to be a reaction of defiance by Saddam's loyalists, but I think in the fairly short term that there'll be two consequences. One is his loyalists will be dispirited. They now see him humiliated. They will see more of him in custody. I look forward to a trial of Saddam. I hope he's tried by a war crimes tribunal similar to the one where Milosevic is being tried. And then the second consequence is
let me interrupt you, Senator Specter, because the Iraqi Coalition Provisional Authority has already said they want to try Saddam Hussein, not in The Hague, at some international war crimes tribunal. They want to try him in Iraq in this war crimes tribunal that was only established in recent days last week. Are you suggesting that's not good enough?
I think a lot of people will want to try Saddam. He could be tried a lot of places, and the tribunal which is now being set up in Iraq is a possibility. But I believe the War Crimes Tribunal, which has put the Prime Minister of Rwanda in jail for life, the tribunal which is now handling Milosevic, is a better tribunal. I think to the extent that the situation in Iraq can be internationalized, it is a very, very positive thing. One of the consequences that we're looking for here, Wolf, is to bring other countries with us. And where we don't lose anything by internationalizing it, but can bring other countries with it, I think it's positive. And we already have the precedent of the War Crimes Tribunal for what it has done. But let me come to the second point.
All right, Senator, hold on 1 second, Senator. I want to remind our viewers what they're seeing right now on the screen. This is downtown Baghdad, near the Palestine Hotel. A huge explosion was heard only a few minutes ago. We saw smoke that was coming up from the area. Let's interrupt this conversation. Jane Araf, our Baghdad bureau chief, is joining us now. Jane, what can you tell us about this explosion?
Well, We heard it first and then saw the smoke and fire. Now, it was quite a large explosion that was felt as well as heard here, just as you mentioned, a very short while ago, just a few minutes ago. And it seems to be coming southeast of this hotel, the Palestine Hotel, down a major street which leads to a square. This is a Baghdad landmark. It has a statue from Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves, and it is a turning point where you would go to one of the main neighborhoods and where a lot of cars would pass through and would be quite busy at night. That appears to be where it's gone off. Again, an indication that even though Saddam is captured, this may not be over yet. Wolf?
Jane, the Reuters news agency quoting eyewitnesses as saying this was a car bomb in Baghdad, a car bomb, unfortunately something that's becoming very familiar to all of you who live in and around Baghdad. We haven't independently confirmed that it was a car bomb, but it certainly does, based on these pictures, the explosion, the smoke, the sound, the fire, it does sound like it could be a car bomb.
It would be very easy to set off a car bomb, unfortunately, and that has been one of the strategies that we've been seeing as these attacks shift and the people behind them, the groups behind them, become perhaps more sophisticated and more targeted. We had been seeing quite a lot of homemade bombs. The U.S. military seems to have gotten better at cracking down on those, but it's very hard to crack down on car bombs, particularly suicide bombs. In fact, of all the suicide bombs we've had, and there was one today we can't forget, before all of this euphoria, if you will, over Saddam, the day started off with a tragic twist, with a car bomb outside a police station outside of Baghdad that killed about 20 people. And it is almost impossible to guard against suicide bombs, people who are willing to die to attack either Iraqis or Americans. Wolf?
Jane, the Reuters news agency saying that, quoting eyewitnesses, is saying this was a car bomb. They also say it was right near where the Reuters office in Baghdad is located. I assume you know where the Reuters office is, and if the pictures that we're seeing would correspond to where that Reuters office in Baghdad is.
Wolf, I'm not able to see those pictures at the moment, but I can tell you about that street where Reuters does have its office. It's a street that has the French embassy on one side, Reuters and some other news organizations, and that street itself is very heavily secured. It's become a little mini green zone, if you will, with barricades and security guards, the same way that this compound has that secures these two hotels. That office, the Reuters office, is quite close to the square that we described earlier, Kahramana Square, which is on a main street, Rashid Street, leading to a main business district. And again, on a busy street, on an evening like this, it would be extremely easy to set off a car bomb. Wolf?
Jane, stand by, because I want to bring back our senators as you get some more information over there. Senator John Warner, yes. You watched the video, that videotape of the car. It looked like a car that had been exploded not far from the Palestine Hotel. You're the chairman of the Armed Services Committee. What can the U.S. military do to deal with this terror threat of car bombs in a heavily fortified area like Baghdad?
I think today's news of the capture of Saddam Hussein reflects that our military are doing the right things together with the coalition forces. We do not know whether this was pre-planned prior to the knowledge of the Saddam Hussein being captured. Could I come back to the question of this trial?
Yes, the International War Crimes Tribunal. Should it be held in Iraq? Should Saddam Hussein face justice by his fellow Iraqis? Or should there be an International War Crimes Tribunal in The Hague, for example, along the lines of what Milosevic is facing?
In the course of the coming days, I think Congress will have a voice in this, and my thoughts to the administration would be as follows. This is a chance to further internationalize this entire problem. I think the final decision should rest with the coalition forces, the United States, Great Britain, and others. But we should consult with the United Nations. Perhaps the Security Council should speak to this. But I think the greatest degree of credibility could be achieved in the eyes and thoughts and minds of the Iraqi people if he is tried there and not taken off and put in another forum. Let him be tried by his own peers. I'm confident that justice will be done, again, because of the work of the coalition forces.
Senator Biden, you're the ranking member of the Foreign Relations Committee. Where do you stand on what should happen to Saddam Hussein as far as justice is being served, some sort of war crimes tribunal?
Well, I think all my colleagues are in the same spot, and that is we should internationalize this as much as we can so it gains credibility. The thing I'd most like to see, Wolf, is that it be done extremely professionally. That will require the help of the United Nations International Crime Tribunal people to be able to help the Iraqis do it, because I want the whole of the Iraqi people, the whole of the Arab world, and the whole of the Muslim world to understand that the forensic evidence presented at his trial, where he's 300,000 people he's responsible for killing, occurred. That helps us a great deal, makes it clear this is not a war against Islam, would have great consequence for us in the region. Exactly how it plays out is uncertain. But as my dad used to say, and you said something earlier, Wolf, I've been watching you for the last hour or so, you said something to the effect my dad would say. He said it's harder to be a graceful winner than a graceful loser. And the definition of a gentleman was being a graceful winner. We should be graceful here. We're graceful winners and internationalize this. Reach out to Schroeder, reach out to Chirac, the comments they've made, reach out to NATO, reach out to the world and say, okay, come on, ante up, fellas, get in this with us. We'll internationalize this politically, but what are you going to put on the table? What are you going to do so it's not a total U.S. operation? And it's not total. We have some Brits, about 15,000, and we have some other forces, but it's basically a U.S. operation. You're going to help bring NATO in? You're going to help put troops in? Are you going to help pay for it? Are you going to help politicize this so the Iraqis, in fact, know it's an Iraqi operation? That's the opportunity we have now, I think, Wolf, and a trial would help in that opportunity.
That could be a turning point in this whole operation. Senator Specter, do you think the U.S., the Bush administration, should rethink the stance and let countries like France, Germany, Russia participate in the contracts, the bidding for reconstruction of Iraq?
I think that is a distinct possibility. I believe that when former Secretary of State Jim Baker goes to talk to the Germans and the French and the Russians, that he may well have that as an ace up his sleeve. Look here, Wolf, we put in $10 billion by way of a gift, a grant to Iraq, instead of having it by way of a loan. And when you talk about participation in contracts on $18 billion, there would be some money for the French and the Germans and the Russians. They don't deserve it. They didn't help us. And it's not a matter of giving them something that's due to them. But the point is, where do we go from here? If we can get their cooperation, if we can get them to participate, we need help in Iraq. We need to bring other countries into Iraq, hopefully some Muslim countries. And if we could persuade those three countries, we might bring more in. And the long-range interests of the United States are to internationalize the matter, bring other countries in, and if giving them a share of the contracts will move that along, and Jim Baker can make that decision, I'd be for it.
Wolf, can I
Yeah, go ahead, Senator Biden.
I had the opportunity to spend an hour and a half last week with President Chirac, and I asked him point blankly, does he believe that France has more to lose in our failure in Iraq than it does in seeing Bush not do well? And he came back and he said to me in an hour and a half conversation that he did not object to NATO being part of the taking over Iraq. He'd even consider French being involved in that, but the circumstance had to change in terms of internationalizing this more. And I might point out, the French are real. They don't, as Arlen says, they don't deserve it. But guess what? The only outfit working with Operation Enduring Freedom, as the chairman of the Armed Services Committee, Senator Warner, knows, are Frenchmen. Frenchmen are in Afghanistan now, going after the bad guys. They're shooting and killing people along with us. This is a time for us to act in a broad, magnanimous way. Unless we get the French and the Germans in, we will not be perceived as having Europe in, and that doesn't happen, we won't get the Arabs in.
I'm going to let Senator Warner have the last round in this discussion. We're now hearing that fuel canisters apparently exploded in some way on a truck in Baghdad. Those are those dramatic pictures, the explosions we're hearing. Do you agree with your colleagues that maybe the Bush administration should rethink its refusal, at least for now, to let France, Germany, Russia get into the action in terms of bidding for contracts to reconstruct Iraq?
Wolf, in my judgment, with the capture of Saddam Hussein and with the professionalism of the troops under President Bush, his stature will grow considerably and his voice much stronger as he resolves whatever it's contracting or whatever it is. The main focus should be on moving ahead with the various forms of government in Iraq. Let the Iraqi people take over. I hope they'll be able to take over this trial, quite frankly, my view. And more we give to them, the sooner we can secure this operation and hopefully turn over a nation that is secure within its own confines of operating a government, and let the people run their nation.
All right, Senator Warner, thanks very much for joining us. I understand we should say congratulations to you. Tell our viewers why.
Oh no, I'm too bashful right now. Thank you, Wolf.
Warner, Senator Biden, Senator Specter, you will want to congratulate Senator Warner. He is getting married tomorrow, so go ahead.
Congratulations. Congratulations, John Boy. You done good, boy.
Thank you.
You're marrying up.
Well, I'm lucky, man.
We all know the young lady. She's a prize. Congratulations, John.
I would not expect Senator Warner to marry anyone who is not a prize.
Well, no, she's a wonderful. We're not going to be a power couple like you guys. We're going to fade into the woodwork.
Senator Warner, thanks very much. Congratulations to you, Senator Biden. Thanks to you as well, and Senator Specter, thanks to you as well.
And thanks to you, Wolf. You have worked hard in this and spent many hours around this table with many colleagues of the Senate and the House and this government. And I see a twinkle in your eye this morning that I've not seen before. You deserve a little credit in your reporting of this thing
you're
all the way.
You're much too kind, Senator Warner. Thank you very much. Let's continue to get some analysis on all of these dramatic developments. Joining us now, the former U.S. acting ambassador to Iraq, a critic of the Bush administration's policies. Joe Wilson is joining us from New York. Ambassador Wilson, you were the last United States official to meet with Saddam Hussein. This must bring out all sorts of emotions within you.
Well, first of all, let me congratulate Senator Warner also on his upcoming wedding. I think that's terrific. Yeah, I was actually the last American diplomat. Bill Richardson, when he was a congressman, met with him later, and of course Dan Rather, I think, was probably the last American that I know of to have met with him. But sure, I mean, I think I share the joy that all Iraqis must feel, all of my fellow Americans who were taken hostage or driven into hiding in Kuwait, or that we housed in our embassy during the first Gulf War. Yeah, it's great to see Saddam captured and in shackles and a common criminal that he is for all he's done to his people and others.
We were showing our viewers some pictures of you 12 years ago or so when you were in Baghdad, just before the
so much younger.
The first Gulf War. All of us were younger then. Ambassador Wilson, did you think Saddam Hussein would be captured alive? We're told by the U.S. military he had a pistol, it was loaded, it was on his side, he could have killed himself, but clearly he didn't.
Well, I don't know. When we adopted our strategy in the first Gulf War, it was predicated on the notion the only way you could get anything out of Saddam Hussein was to treat him like you treat any schoolyard bully, be very confrontational, be in his face, back him down, and then you find out whether or not they have any sort of conviction, they're willing to do themselves in, or willing to fight, or whether they'll just be simple cowards. I think in the end, Saddam is just a simple coward. When he had power, he used it cruelly against his people. When there was power put up against him, he meekly surrendered.
How will those pictures of Saddam Hussein with a full beard being checked by a U.S. military physician, how will those pictures be seen by rank-and-file average Iraqis?
Wolf, I think we have a terrific opportunity here, a real window to turn this thing around. And we can maybe split out disillusioned Baathists or dead-enders, as people like to call them, from the rest of the Sunni population, and perhaps get the Sunni more positively engaged in seeing a more positive future for them. As the President pointed out, this could well be a transforming moment. I would add to what Senator Specter and Senator Biden and Senator Warner said earlier about the utility of trying to internationalize this so that the entire population of Iraq begins to see this as a global effort to help them through the trauma of 30 years of Saddam's tyranny and 3 wars.
What should the U.S. strategy be now that Saddam Hussein is in custody? What does the United States need to do now?
Well, I think with respect to Iraq itself, I think the provision of goods and services rather quickly to show that there is a better day ahead would be useful. I think redoubling our efforts to enhance public safety in the streets of the major cities, particularly Baghdad, is useful. I think bringing together political leaders for ongoing dialogue, as we seem to be doing, is useful. Internationally, I have all the respect and all the confidence in Secretary Baker's abilities to go out there and negotiate, one, debt reduction, and two, a way back in if the administration decides that that's the direction it wants to take for the rest of the world. And as Senator Biden mentioned, the one thing about the French is that they do have the political will to take casualties, and they can project forces in something like this. And convincing them, I think, convinces a lot of people sitting on the fence.
We know that the elusive search for weapons of mass destruction has been continuing. If anyone knows where those weapons of mass destruction might be, if there are any, it would be Saddam Hussein. He could presumably point the U.S. in the right direction. They say he's talkative and cooperative. Do you think he will tell the United States where the WMD are?
I have no idea. I have no idea. Anything that I would have to say on that would be idle speculation. He is... well, we'll see.
Well, the question is, how cooperative will he be? How much does he want to save his skin? How much does he want to try to protect himself at this moment? You have a sense of who this man might be. Button it up for Saddam Hussein. We've seen him as a glorious leader, but we now see him like the prisoner that he is. He was caught in a hole 6 feet underground, in the words of some U.S. troops, caught like a rat in a hole in that pit in a farmhouse just outside of Tikrit. How do you think he's going to behave now?
Well, every time I met Saddam, he approached our meetings from a position of relative strength in his mind, where he was surrounded by his people and he was dealing with a pesky U.S. envoy. So he did act very much like the schoolyard bully. The deal that he offered to me when I met with him after the invasion of Kuwait was, we will keep Kuwait, and if you don't react, we'll give you cheap oil and a plentiful supply of it. But if you do react, you will fail, and you will spill the blood of 10,000 of your soldiers in the Arabian desert. Of course, we did react, and we drove him out of Kuwait. Now, as I said earlier, we took the position that the only way that we were going to secure the release of our hostages or any of the other demands we were making upon him was to be very confrontational, treat him like the schoolyard bully we always thought that he was. And that did yield some desired results. And we found, frankly, that if you were very confrontational and very aggressive, that you could back him down on some things. I think the administration found that as well with the passage of 1441, the massing of troops, and in fact we were able to get the inspectors back in there. So I would think that Saddam will likely prove to be the coward that his metaphorically being found as a rat in a hole demonstrates that he is.
You've been a critic of the Bush administration's policy for some time now. Does the capture of Saddam Hussein can force you to reconsider some of that criticism?
Well, let me be very clear on this. I've always said that the weapons of mass destruction in Saddam Hussein's hands was the national security threat to the United States, and that in order to deal with that national security threat, that we needed to have the credible threat of force behind a very aggressive diplomacy. The administration decided that the liberation of Iraq was a legitimate national security objective. That makes the goals of the administration much more expansive than anything that I would have argued for. I always said smart military action for the right reasons rather than something dumb for the wrong reasons. Now that we're there, we have, I think, an obligation to achieve the President's vision of Iraq being a transforming moment for the Arab world. And that's going to mean that we're there for a long time, that we put a lot of assets into it, and that we demonstrate both the political will and the budgetary commitment to see this thing through all the way to the bitter end.
Ambassador Joe Wilson joining us. Thanks very much for that analysis.
Thanks, Wolf. Good to see you.
With us now here in Washington to talk about the impact of Saddam Hussein's capture is Iraq's ambassador to the United States, Randall Rahim. Madam Ambassador, thanks very much for joining us.
My pleasure.
First of all, I assume you must be so incredibly excited.
We have been sending messages of congratulations across the world to each other. As Iraqis, this is a defining moment for us.
When were you personally informed what was going on?
6 a.m. this morning.
Who called you?
I got a call from my mother in Beirut, who said that she has been sitting by the phone for 3 hours waiting to call me. And soon after that, I started getting calls from Baghdad as well, and from around the U.S. people, Iraqis mostly, calling to congratulate.
Give us your personal, you have a fascinating personal story as well. You're now Iraq's ambassador to the United States, but you spent many years here in the United States.
I should say that I am the Iraqi representative and the head of the Iraqi mission here. That's the exact title, so I just want to be clear about that. Yes, in fact, I have been living in the United States for 20 years, and I am one of 3 to 4 million Iraqis who were compelled to leave Iraq because of political persecution and political pressure. I last lived in Iraq in 1978, lived in Iraq. And so going back in April was an enormous triumph for me to go back after 25 years, after Saddam was gone.
You went back and you immediately got deeply involved in the political process, and now they've sent you back here to represent Iraq. You must be, that must be a thrill of a lifetime.
It is. I have to tell you, though, that being in Iraq, one felt one was in the middle of the making of history. History was unfolding, and any Iraqi who participated was helping to make new Iraqi history, if you want. It was an exhilarating feeling, an enormous feeling of joy and participation.
What does this do to the Iraqi people, the morale, the capture of Saddam Hussein?
You know, this truly is a watershed, because even though philosophically and intellectually we knew that the regime was gone, for a traumatized people, they needed closure. They needed to know that this book is closed. This is the last chapter. You've closed the book, and now you can begin the future of Iraq. So psychologically, it was very important, and very important for the process of healing, for Iraqis to really believe that there is a future. I think it's as important as the April 9th. Remember those images of the statue falling down? This is perhaps more important for Iraq.
Those images of Saddam Hussein, as dramatic as the images of Uday and Qusay, his 2 sons, were, this is so much more important.
It does not compare. And by the way, there have Americans in Iraq, the American soldiers have said that he was caught like a rat. Actually, Iraqis have always said that Saddam was nothing but a rat. And today when I saw the pictures of his capture, I thought, yes, he is a rat, and he was found in a rat hole.
And he's so dirty and disgusting for someone who was supposedly concerned about hygiene as much as he was. I remember reporters saying when they would be brought to interview Saddam Hussein, they had to be showered and bathed because he was so afraid of any bugs.
Yes, and everything was disinfected, of course, and now he truly is an insect, a rat in a hole.
So what do you think, let's move this process forward. Saddam Hussein is now under the control of the United States military. He will be interrogated. They'll pump him, try to get as much information out of him as possible. At some point, there will be a trial. Do you fully believe that he should be tried in Iraq by this Iraqi War Crimes Tribunal that was only announced last week?
Yes, it was an interesting coincidence that the special tribunal statute was issued last week and ratified last week. Absolutely, I think he must be tried. I think he must be tried in Iraq. It is very important for Iraqis, as this process of catharsis, this process of healing. They have to see him tried, and I think it should be a public tribunal that is televised. We certainly do not want a show tribunal. The statute, if you read it, provides full due process, transparent judiciary procedure. He will have a right to lawyers and so on. But the Iraqis need to see justice being done in front of them, justice unfolding.
And what they need to see are witnesses who testify against him, the brutality, the horror stories that were committed for those decades.
Well, you can't imagine how many people will step forward, victims, survivors, people whose bodies are mutilated or whose relatives were executed. We just heard that there are 400,000 people in those mass graves. There are survivors who will come forward. This is going to be truly a process of healing, which I think ought to lead and will lead to a national reconciliation, to Iraq being able to move forward and, in a sense, look at its past and say, never again.
And even as we were speaking now over the past hour, we did hear some explosions in Baghdad. Unclear exactly what's going on, but there's still a huge security problem in all of Iraq.
You're absolutely right. Incidentally, the Palestine Hotel is where CNN is headquartered and where I lived for several months. Now, I think that there will be a last-ditch effort by terrorists to prove their presence, to make a statement.
Now, are these Iraqi terrorists, would you say, as you would describe them, or they're foreigners who are coming in from Al-Qaeda or other groups?
Of course, nobody knows exactly. And if we did know, we would be much better off and we'd do something more about it. My hunch, and this is my analysis really, is that we do have some Iraqis who are discontented, disaffected, remnants of the regime. There are some extremists. But I think they are leavened with a select number of non-Iraqis who are coming through the borders. And I say they're leavened because their numbers are probably small, but they're probably highly motivated, they have organizational capability, they have technical capability and skills. So I think it's certainly a complex of people who have the same interests.
And the president saying only within the past hour, this does not mean the end of violence in Iraq by any means.
Unfortunately, but what I would like to see, first of all, we have a movement in Iraq that's gathering momentum against this violence, against terrorism. We saw some demonstrations in the last few days in Baghdad and other cities. I would like to see, and I believe there will be, a greater momentum for this anti-violence movement. And I think that the terrorism is truly part of the chapters of the past and not part of the future.
Rendell Rahim is the representative of Iraq here in the United States. Welcome back to the United States.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for joining us. CNN Pentagon correspondent Barbara Starr has been checking in with all of her sources, and she's getting some additional information. Let's recap, Barbara. Who, as far as you can tell, provided the tip where Saddam Hussein was hiding out?
Well, Wolf, by all accounts, the tip came in the last couple of days from an Iraqi who was in detention, who was being interrogated by U.S. officials. He provided this piece of information, and although we don't have all the details, it has been characterized as what is known as actionable intelligence. That means the information is so fresh, so current, that U.S. forces could act upon it almost immediately and be fairly certain this time that Saddam Hussein was somewhere in the vicinity of where they were going to search for him. And what underscores this, Wolf, is the time frame. It was just 3 hours between the final piece of information coming into U.S. hands and those U.S. soldiers beginning to search that farmhouse area.
What is the assessment now, Barbara? What happens next to the insurgents, the so-called opposition?
Well, you know, Wolf, this is now the key question. As one senior Pentagon official said to me earlier today, no one, he said, is doing high fives around here, meaning the Pentagon. Now, of course, the Bush administration, the military, very pleased about this. That's certainly a positive step in the right direction, but no one is counting on the fact that the insurgency, that the attacks will stop anytime soon. In fact, General Sanchez, the head of coalition forces in Iraq, saying earlier today that he fully does expect more attacks. And of course, we have seen some pictures today of additional violent attacks in Iraq. The feeling is that between now and June 2004, when the process begins to be completed for the turnover of authority to Iraqi self-governance, that some of these remnants will continue to be very desperate and that there will in fact be more attacks against coalition forces. So very pleased about what has happened today. The feeling is certainly a step in the right direction, but very, very cautious.
All right, CNN's Barbara Starr with the latest information that she's been collecting. What an incredible day. It's now almost exactly 1 p.m. here on the east coast of the United States. We're continuing our special coverage of the capture of Saddam Hussein. I'm Wolf Blitzer in Washington. Let's recap where all of this has been and where it's going. Once again, let's bring in our Baghdad Bureau Chief, Jane Araf. She's joining us live. Jane?
Wolf, it has been an extraordinary day, bracketed by explosions. Now, this morning's was a suicide bomber at a police station near Baghdad. At least 20 people killed, it appears, many of them police officers. And then that amazing footage, that amazing video of Saddam Hussein looking the way that Iraqis never in their wildest dreams would have imagined him to look. Hard to believe, in fact, that this was the man who inflicted so much on this country for so long. He looks absolutely broken. Now, Iraqis were overjoyed. Some of them took to the streets. Many of them fired in the air. And just a short while ago, an explosion down the street. We're still trying to sort that one out, but some reports say it was actually gunfire coming down that hit a car loaded with fuel that caused a car bomb-like explosion on a major street just a short while ago. Wolf?
All right, Jane, stand by a little bit. We're going to get some more information on that car bomb, apparently a car bombing in Baghdad just a little while ago. For our viewers who are just tuning in, President Bush spent about 45 minutes or so ago, he spent 4 minutes addressing the American people. Let's replay that tape of the president from the White House.
December the 13th, at around 8:30 p.m. Baghdad time, United States military forces captured Saddam Hussein alive. He was found near a farmhouse outside the city of Tikrit in a swift raid conducted without casualties. And now the former dictator of Iraq will face the justice he denied to millions. The capture of this man was crucial to the rise of a free Iraq. It marks the end of the road for him and for all who bullied and killed in his name. For the Ba'athist holdouts largely responsible for the current violence, there will be no return to the corrupt power and privilege they once held. For the vast majority of Iraqi citizens who wish to live as free men and women, this event brings further assurance that the torture chambers and the secret police are gone forever. And this afternoon, I have a message for the Iraqi people. You will not have to fear the rule of Saddam Hussein ever again. All Iraqis who take the side of freedom have taken the winning side. The goals of our coalition are the same as your goals: sovereignty for your country, dignity for your great culture, and for every Iraqi citizen, the opportunity for a better life. In the history of Iraq, a dark and painful era is over. A hopeful day has arrived. All Iraqis can now come together and reject violence and build a new Iraq. The success of yesterday's mission is a tribute to our men and women now serving in Iraq. The operation was based on the superb work of intelligence analysts who found the dictator's footprints in a vast country. The operation was carried out with skill and precision by a brave fighting force. Our servicemen and women and our coalition allies have faced many dangers in the hunt for members of the fallen regime and in their effort to bring hope and freedom to the Iraqi people. Their work continues, and so do the risks. Today, on behalf of the nation, I thank the members of our armed forces, and I congratulate them. I also have a message for all Americans. The capture of Saddam Hussein does not mean the end of violence in Iraq. We still face terrorists who would rather go on killing the innocent than accept the rise of liberty in the heart of the Middle East. Such men are a direct threat to the American people, and they will be defeated. We've come to this moment through patience and resolve and focused action, and that is our strategy moving forward. The war on terror is a different kind of war, waged capture by capture, cell by cell, and victory by victory. Our security is assured by our perseverance and by our sure belief in the success of liberty. And the United States of America will not relent until this war is won. May God bless the people of Iraq, and may God bless America.
The president speaking about 45 minutes or so ago from the White House, making it clear that the U.S., under his leadership, is going to continue this struggle in Iraq. Our White House correspondent Dana Bash has been there all day following all of these developments. Clearly, the president very, very happy about what's going on, but also expressing some caution that this war is by no means over yet. What are they saying at the White House, Dana?
They're trying to walk that fine line that you just heard from the president, Wolf, trying to say how important, how momentous this is for the people in Iraq, and trying to make sure that the focus, the main focus, is on the people who are living in and around Iraq, who have been certainly subject to the violence, and who have been aware that although the coalition had been there for some months, although the president had declared major combat over way back in May, it has not been an easy going. It has been, as Donald Rumsfeld put it in a memo, a hard slog, and it probably will continue to be. But the president making clear, as he has said so many times before, but now he actually has the pictures and the proof that Saddam Hussein is, in fact, not there to torment them anymore. He will be brought to justice, as the president said. But, Wolf, the other message, very important for this White House, is to make sure that the American people understand that although you are seeing these pictures of people dancing in the streets of Iraq, you are seeing the absolute jubilation there, they should not expect this to be the end of violence, that he is trying to lower expectations, if you will, for this to mean the end of the images that we have come to see over the past few months of bombings and of attacks on coalition forces and also on Iraqis by either former Baathists or foreign terrorists, as the president and other coalition leaders like to say. All
right, Dana Bash at the White House doing a very good job for us, reporting all these important historic developments. Nick Robertson is on the scene for us in Tikrit, Saddam Hussein's hometown. I assume there's still an element in Tikrit that is strongly supportive of Saddam Hussein, and these people are not celebrating.
That seems to be the case, Wolf. When we were out on the streets a little earlier, just before dark, that's what people were telling us. They were saying, look, Saddam Hussein was just one man. Governments come and go. He was just presidents come and go. So this isn't a big issue. Another person said the Iraqi insurgents will not be affected by this because they weren't fighting for Saddam Hussein. They were fighting, they say, for Iraq, because they see Iraq as being occupied, and they want to drive out the US-led coalition. They say the occupying force here. They want to drive them out of Iraq, and that's the message that's been spoken to us this afternoon. We didn't see any signs of celebration on the streets here. That doesn't mean to say that there aren't people quietly in their houses very happy that Saddam Hussein has finally been captured. That was certainly the view of General Odierno, whose 4th Infantry Division patrols this area. He said that quietly behind the scenes he thought there would be some relief, but he was very realistic about way the situation is going to play out in the next few days, the weeks and months ahead. He said we'll literally have to wait and see whether or not this leads to further captures of Iraqi anti-coalition forces, whether or not it leads to an increase in attacks by the anti-coalition forces. So expectations this side here in Iraq as well being played down by the coalition leadership, very recognizing that Tikrit and perhaps some of the other towns in this area are special cases. Tikrit in particular, Wolf, being Saddam Hussein's former hometown. People here benefited from Saddam Hussein's regime. This town had better electricity, better buildings, better schools, better medical care. It had these palaces. I'm talking to you from one of the palaces now. So perhaps that's why Tikrit, on the streets of Tikrit, we really don't see anything akin to those celebrations in Baghdad, Wolf.
The whole Tikriti clan had ruled Iraq for so many years, obviously. And Nick Robertson, we got some incredibly informative details from the military briefing that you attended there in Tikrit from the troops on the ground who conducted this raid. They had information Saddam Hussein was there, and they found it. Very briefly, just walk through some of the highlights, how they did it, because as you and our viewers know, there were so many false alarms in the past.
Indeed, Wolf, the troops had been out to this area before, searched through and found nothing. What they found on this occasion were 2 farmhouses that had nobody in. Then they found a small building, a hut building, halfway between the 2 farmhouses. They described it as having 2 rooms. One room was disorderly with clothes crumpled lying on the floor, also brand new clothes still in their packets. They said there was a rudimentary kitchen where there was some running water. And then as the troops were searching right around that building, somebody noticed some soil that didn't look right on the ground, a rug that didn't look right on the floor. When they pulled back that rug, and this is just in the dirt and the wood side by this building outdoors, then they discovered what appeared to be a polystyrene cork, if you will, in this concrete hole. And it was in this tiny concrete hole, about 6 feet by 8 feet, that Saddam Hussein was hiding. And they say that he came out without a fight, that he came out and he was looking disheveled, and very, very quickly he was taken away. So it was really the soldiers spotting that something didn't look right in the dirt on the ground, something that had been heavily camouflaged, something that had been designed to avoid capture. Something General Odierno said, that he thought there were perhaps 20 or 30 locations like this that Saddam Hussein may have had to go and hide in every so often, Wolf.
All right, Nick, we'll be getting back to you. Nick Robertson on the scene for us in Tikrit. While today's surprising news of Saddam Hussein's capture closes a brutal chapter in Iraq's history, it also leaves many questions open and unanswered, including the long-term impact on the U.S. mission in Iraq. Let's try to get some answers. We're joined by someone with a wealth of experience, the former U.S. Defense Secretary William Cohen. He's now the CEO of the Cohen Group, also a former Republican senator from the state of Maine. Mr. Secretary, thanks as usual for joining us. Did you think Saddam Hussein would be captured alive, basically as a coward, as the image that we're getting depicts?
Well, I think many people understood that Saddam was basically a bully, and I don't think anyone really anticipated that he was going to go down with guns blazing. And so what we have seen by this operation, thanks to our military men and women who are participating in this and the intelligence analysts and so forth, what we have seen is that he has been stripped of what John Keegan, the great British historian, military historian, called the mask of command. There is no mystique left. And I think that we always ought to keep in mind, as President Bush was talking about the need for patience, perseverance, keep in mind 2 separate split screens. One in which Saddam is posing with his rifle, firing into the air as this leader of the Iraqi people, and the one most recently of him being examined for lice and other types of things that might have been bothering him in that hole.
He had spent a long time in that hole, apparently, too.
But the image of the dictator and then the vagrant who resemble a character in Down and Out in Beverly Hills, or now Down and Out outside the outskirts of Tikrit. Those 2 images are very powerful, but there are 2 other images we also ought to keep in mind. And as we celebrate this day, keep in mind the need for caution, because we have the image today of the Iraqi people now celebrating, firing their weapons into the air and having a moment of joy. Just a week or so ago, there were also images on a split screen of Iraqi people, young people, who were kicking and dragging the bodies and ravaging the bodies of dead American soldiers. And we have to keep those 2 images very much in mind, that also is still a possibility and a probability for the future, that there are other elements other than Ba'athist or Saddam loyalists who are out there who seek to bring as much destruction to the American forces and our allied the coalition as possible.
You make a good point that he looked like a vagrant. He certainly looked like a homeless person the way he came across, obviously, and I guess it's fair to say he was a homeless person.
Well, he was very much on the run. He was a fugitive. He looked both hunted and even haunted as you look at those photographs, the images of him being examined by physicians to determine his state of health. And I think that stripping away the old expression, the emperor has no clothes, well, now we have a situation in which the dictator clearly has no power. He has been, that mask of authority, of power has been ripped away forever. But we also have to keep in mind that as much joy that we take in this particular moment, this historic moment, that there are dangers out there for our troops, for the coalition forces, for the Iraqi people, and indeed for us here at home.
We're told that actionable intelligence was critical in capturing Saddam Hussein alive, and it was the old-fashioned intelligence, not high-tech spy gadgets up there and satellites or electronic intercepts, but human intelligence, individual or individuals providing the tip, and it was followed up with that kind of operation. 600 troops from the 4th Infantry Division backed up by Special Operations Commandos, maybe CIA forces as well. I assume the intelligence is getting better as a result of this capture.
Well, we've been hearing that, as a matter of fact, and you've heard General Sanchez talk about the need to have better intelligence, more refined intelligence. The key to that is getting the support of the Iraqi people who know the territory, who know the neighborhoods, who know who is seeking to help or hurt us. All of that is key, and that's good old-fashioned, as you point out, hard work, good intelligence collection and analysis, trying to draw an area where he has been operating. And there have been a number of attempts to find him, missing perhaps by minutes or hours. This one was successful.
They say he's cooperative and talkative. We heard that from General Sanchez earlier today. What does that say to you specifically?
I think it's too early to tell right now. He could be in a state of mind in which he is disoriented, confused. He could be hostile. Any number of psychological moods that he might be experiencing right now. I think what we need to do is take our time, get a very detailed examination over a period of days, trying to match that against other intelligence that we have, and try to make sure we know the truth from the falsehood that might be coming forward.
I want you to keep this picture up on the screen. What we see here is the way Saddam Hussein, with the full beard, looked when he was captured. After they cleaned him up, they shaved his beard, they kept on his mustache, so the people of Iraq would see the familiar face, the individual they've known for so many decades, that they would believe this, in fact, is Saddam Hussein. You can see before the war, all the way on the right part of the screen, when he was captured on the left part of the screen, in the middle, what he presumably looks like right now under the control of the U.S. authorities. Is it a foregone conclusion that not only people in Iraq but in the Arab world will believe Saddam Hussein is captured?
Oh, I think that they'll believe it. And I think the way in which it's been handled to date has been very professional. I think we have to be careful here. On the one hand, you want to make clear to all concerned that he has been removed from power forever, and that this split screen that you've just showed really does send the message that this is a man who no longer can command any authority, can put fear into no hearts any longer. We also have to conduct ourselves with a good deal of professionalism in the future, including how the trial is structured, being very professional, very seen as being very legalistic and appropriate, that we want to send the message that we are not going to behave in a way that in any way is inconsistent with our own professed ideals and how we conduct matters. So it's very important that you send the signal, the power has been removed, but we also want to handle this in a fashion which is consistent with international standards.
We only have a few seconds left, but who do you think should conduct the trial?
I think that the Iraqi people should certainly sit in judgment. Whether or not you would have the assistance of professional prosecutors and international judges that would help in the process, ultimately the Iraqi people should be sitting in judgment on him in Iraq.
Secretary Cohen, as usual, thanks very much. We want to update our viewers now on the explosion within the past hour, the explosion that occurred apparently when a stray bullet fell from the sky and hit a police truck carrying gasoline canisters. The bullet set the truck on fire. It exploded after the occupants escaped. No one else on the ground was injured, but the picture is very dramatic. Earlier, the Reuters news agency reporting a car bombing. Clearly, that does not appear to have been the case, but a lot of jubilant Iraqis taking their AK-47s, shooting bullets up in the sky. Well, guess what? Those bullets very often, they got to come down, and this time they landed on a canister of gasoline on that truck, causing the pictures that we're seeing right now. Let's bring back our national security correspondent, David Ensor, who's been following all of these developments for us. David, what are you hearing now?
Well, the most interesting thing, perhaps, Wolf, is that U.S. intelligence now has a new source of information. That, as you mentioned with Secretary Cohen, Saddam Hussein is talking. He's confirming who he is, and he's providing other information to interrogators. Now, here's a man who knows things. In the search for weapons of mass destruction, for example, if he wants to cooperate, he can tell where things were hidden. So it is a major breakthrough for U.S. intelligence, quite apart from the fact that this, of course, was the most wanted man in Iraq. Now, as to how they got him, officials say that 10 days, 2 weeks ago, they started to pull in some family members, some tribal associates of Saddam Hussein who they thought might have information, kind of the outer circle. Those people didn't know where he was, but they identified people who they thought might. And in the last 48, 72 hours, a couple of people were taken in who had information. They were interrogated, and they provided a couple of locations that were worth looking at where they thought Saddam Hussein might be hidden, and that proved to be correct. So it was human intelligence, not technical and not all the wizardry of U.S. intelligence, but simple, hard shoe work and interrogation of people who knew something about where this man was that led to him.
David, does it look like someone's going to be eligible to collect that $25 million reward, the bounty for Saddam Hussein?
Interesting question. It does not, at the moment, on the face of it, look that way, since what we're told is that the intelligence that led to his location came from someone who was arrested, detained, and interrogated. You don't get rewarded for what you give up in interrogation. That said, it does appear that there were some tips further back in the process that may have led to the people who knew where he was, and so some of that money might yet be distributed.
Do you know, David, whether any representatives from the CIA participated in this snatch operation together with some 600 members of the 4th Infantry Division?
Well, my understanding is this was a military operation, that the actual capture of Saddam Hussein was a military operation. I do not know whether there were employees of the CIA in the area. Certainly, U.S. intelligence has been very heavily involved in this effort. You heard the President praising intelligence analysts for the work they did, narrowing down, finding the, as the President put it, finding the dictator's footprints in this very large country. So in the last 10 days, 2 weeks, there's been a lot of intelligence effort put into this particular effort, but it was the military that got him.
One final question, David, before I let you go. Now that Saddam Hussein has been captured, the other person out there, the United States would very much like to capture Osama bin Laden. What is the latest that you've heard on the hunt, the search for Osama bin Laden?
The latest is much as it has been for a long time. U.S. intelligence officials believe that Osama bin Laden and Ayman al-Zawahiri, the two top leaders of al-Qaeda, remain in that frontier border area along the Pakistani-Afghan border. They think they're probably on the Pakistani side, but they're believed to move around from time to time. They're being protected by people who are sympathetic to them. In some ways, it's a somewhat similar situation to that of Saddam Hussein. It will be much harder to find them, however. They have more supporters, and of course, there isn't the concentration of U.S. troops on the ground in that very mountainous and difficult area.
David Ensor doing some excellent reporting for us, as he always does. David, thank you very much for that. As we've been reporting, 600 members of the U.S. Army's 4th Infantry Division took part in what was called Operation Red Dawn, which captured Saddam Hussein. Let's get some insight now into this military victory. Joining us here in Washington, the former NATO Supreme Allied Commander, the retired U.S. Army 4-star General George Jalwan. General Jalwan, thanks very much. You must be pretty proud of your fellow troops.
They've done great work, Wolf. This has been a very, very good operation. It shows when you have political will, actionable intelligence, and well-trained troops, what could happen, and all three of those were present in this operation.
All right, stand by, because we have another general who's with us, retired U.S. Army Lieutenant General Dan Benton. He's joining us as well. You must be pretty proud of your fellow troops as well.
Very proud, Wolf. Just a great day here, and a lot of euphoria this morning, and it's well-deserved for those super troops from the 4th Division.
General Jalwan, as you looked at the military aspects of this operation, they got some indication there was a farmhouse outside of Tikrit. Apparently they didn't know much more than that. The first thing you have to worry about, you could be setting up 600 troops for some sort of ambush.
But I think you have to remember, this has been an ongoing operation for months. They've had snippets and pieces of information, and these same troops with the intelligence agencies have been on this for months. So they knew what they were about, they knew what they were going to face, and I think that it was extremely professionally done. And that's what happens. And I might just add, 10 years ago, just about to the day, we also captured or killed the Colombians, Pablo Escobar, using the same, so it took over a year to get him. And so there are very much similarities when you go after an individual like Saddam Hussein or hopefully soon bin Laden.
General Benton, was this a textbook operation?
Well, it certainly went well. I mean, success proves it was. But I think one of the things we have to remember is the military commanders are going to be looking at the mission they have. And General Abizaid's mission, and I went back and reviewed those, he had about 8 missions for the coalition authority. And they actually, one of these missions was to eliminate Saddam Hussein. There are 7 other missions there, identifying driving terrorists out of the country, providing humanitarian support. They're well on the way to doing that. Looking at the global network of weapons of mass destruction. So there are 7 other missions that command has to accomplish. Yes, they've got this first mission done. It's a very important mission, but the military commanders are going to be focusing on those other missions.
Who takes charge, General Jalwan, of Saddam Hussein right now from a military perspective? He's going to remain, obviously, under control of the United States military.
Well, I think Ambassador Bremer and General Sanchez, the on-scene commander, are very much in charge right now. How that's going to progress is going to be up to Bremer working with the Iraqis in what are the next steps. And I think we're going to hear some of that in the coming days.
The actual bureaucratic, who's going to be watching him?
There's going to be calls for, do we internationalize this? Do the Iraqis do it? All of that will take place. But again, this was a great success for human intelligence and for doing the spade work that took months to develop.
General Benton, going into the capture of Saddam Hussein, captured alive, there was a debate, as you well know, over these past many months. Would the U.S. and its coalition partners be better off capturing Saddam Hussein alive or simply killing him? Obviously, that question is moot right now. He has been captured alive. But looking back, do you think this is good that he's alive, or do you think the U.S. and its partners would have been better off if he had been killed?
Well, I think it would be a terrible thing for us to say we're just going to go in and assassinate the guy. It's probably best for the Iraqi people and, in a broader perspective, for our Arab partners, our Arab coalition partners in the region, for justice to prevail in this situation here. So I think having Saddam Hussein alive, to let the Iraqi people, their legal system, take care of him is very, very important in that region, to show that we just aren't out to assassinate one of their leaders. That's not what Americans do.
I think, Wolf, it's interesting to note here that you have to be very careful. My experience with this is that they're very, when you capture someone initially in a hole that's been on the run for months, a month from now or a week or two from now, you may have a different Saddam Hussein that's going to be very vocal, very outspoken, and I think we may see some of that. So that has to be taken into consideration here. But capturing him rather than killing him, I think, was the right thing to do. The next steps of how he is brought to justice is going to be very important here for both the United States and the international community.
Were you surprised, General Jalwan, that he gave himself up without a fight, even though he apparently had a pistol, we were told, at his side? He basically just said, "Take me."
He is not a fighter. His sons were really the more vicious, cruel ones. Saddam Hussein was cruel, but he was not a fighter. He was not a warrior. The myth that he had about himself was just a myth. When it came down to it, he was a survivor, and he wanted to survive.
General Benton, I've heard friends in the Arab world already telling me if he had been a man, he would have resisted, he would have put up a struggle, or if that would have been futile, he would have simply killed himself and gone down fighting. That's the kind of impression, that's the kind of assessment I'm hearing. Saddam Hussein, clearly not the kind of, quote, man that so many of his followers, supporters thought he was.
Well, General Jalwan just hit it on the head. When you saw the picture of the guy, he clearly was a beaten individual. He looked pathetic. He just had no fight left into him. I quite frankly am surprised he didn't take the 9mm solution. But the guy's just a beaten individual. He's not a threat to anybody anymore.
Yeah, he looks like a homeless man, as I said earlier. There's no doubt about that. General Jalwan, there's a military operation, 130,000 U.S. troops still on the ground in Iraq right now. They'll be happy, obviously, when the word filters out that Saddam Hussein has been captured, but there are still plenty of threats out there. Forget about Saddam Hussein. We can now see that he was in no position to, over these past weeks, to organize any kind of resistance himself, but there is still going to be a resistance.
And now you got to ask, who is in charge? Who is running these operations? Are they rogue operations? But still very dangerous out there. The troops understand that. The commanders understand. There's not going to be a lot of high fives going on here. A great operation, but they must maintain their focus. and their focus is still on a very lethal enemy that's still within inside Iraq.
One of the biggest threats, General Benton, that you see face U.S. troops and their coalition partners right now, would they be Saddam loyalists, if there still are some Saddam loyalists out there, or foreign terrorists, perhaps associated with Al-Qaeda or other groups that have come into Iraq since the war?
Well, I don't think you can separate those threats, Wolf. They're both causing a death and destruction and injuries to American forces. So the American forces have got to continue to do what they've been doing and identify where they are, try to eliminate them, protect themselves as they go about their day-to-day mission. I think, you know, there's been a lot of speculation in recent weeks as to whether or not Saddam Hussein really was controlling those people. I think in the near term we're going to find out, was he the command and control apparatus, or are these just independent thugs and lawless groups that are going about the country causing problems?
General Jalwan?
I think you're also going to see a wider view now of linking Afghanistan and what's occurring in Iraq. I would hope this would be an attempt with Baker's mission to at least try to get some internationalization of this. I think that would be an important next step to build off what we just saw with the capture of Saddam Hussein.
General Jalwan, you're the former commander of NATO. NATO having played so far in Iraq, as far as I can tell, no role whatsoever, a significant role in Afghanistan. Does the capture of Saddam Hussein, you know the European allies quite well, does the capture of Saddam Hussein force France, Germany, other reluctant NATO allies to perhaps rethink their strategy?
I don't know if force is the right word, but I think they're already rethinking that strategy. Remember now, we have a NATO operation with German troops in Kabul, Afghanistan. There are allies on the ground with us in Iraq. I think you're going to see a larger role for NATO here, and I think I would hope that the Bush administration would welcome that. I think it's about time that we do it. This would be a good catalyst to build off of.
What do you think, General Benton?
Well, I agree with my former boss there, General Jalwan. I was his chief of staff at the U.S. European Command, the American component of NATO. I think it's a great opportunity for us to try to rebuild our associations with our allies there. You know, they're already working with us very, very effectively in Afghanistan. They provide a tremendous amount of support for the operation in the Middle East that doesn't make the news. I mean, we deploy forces out of our NATO forces out of Germany. We use airfields there. We send logistics out of there. So they're providing a lot of support behind the scenes. They're extremely important to what's going on there, and we should not forget that.
General Jalwan, the newer members of NATO, the Hungary, the Czech Republics, the Polands, they seem to be much more enthusiastic about the U.S. role in Iraq than the old members of NATO.
I just returned from Romania, the Czech Republic, and just last week from Germany. And there is a great deal of excitement in the newer members. But there also is support in Germany. I would not want
not like Gerhard Schroeder.
Well, but the people of Germany, we have been with them now for nearly 50 years, working together, and I think there is a role to play here. They've been good allies, strong allies. I can't vouch for the current political climate there, but the people of Germany, I think, understand and support what we've been doing. Remember, Saddam Hussein was a greater threat to Europe than he was to the United States, and the Europeans understand that.
All right, General Jalwan, we're going to leave it right there. General Jalwan, the former NATO Supreme Allied Commander, thanks very much for joining us. General Benton, thanks very much for joining us as well. This note to our viewers, CNN, of course, is going to continue to bring you all the latest developments on Saddam Hussein's capture throughout this day. Here's some programming notes. I'll be back at 5 p.m. Eastern for a special edition of Wolf Blitzer Reports. Among other things, I'll be speaking with the chairman of the U.S. Senate Intelligence Committee, Pat Roberts. That will be followed at 6 p.m. Eastern, a special edition of Lou Dobbs Tonight with insight and analysis. At 7 p.m. Eastern, a special edition of Anderson Cooper 360. You'll have some fascinating details. The timeline of Saddam Hussein's capture. All of that coming up later tonight. Just to continue at 8, 9, and 10, Paula's on now. We'll be back. Larry King and Aaron Brown will have a special edition of Newsnight at 10 p.m. Eastern. 2 hours of Newsnight tonight. Several of the Democratic presidential candidates here in the United States have, of course, by now reacted to word that Saddam Hussein has been captured alive. CNN's Bob Franken, our national correspondent, is joining us now to update us on some of that reaction. Bob?
Well, Wolf, if this was a day, if there ever was a day for the Democratic candidates not to continue their attacks on President Bush, not to continue their attack on President Bush. This was the day. It was a day to tread very carefully, even those who don't normally.
I want to first congratulate our extraordinary military on an extraordinary effort and an extraordinary success. This, I hope, will change the course of the occupation of Iraq, but I think the first order of business is to congratulate the United States military, to congratulate the Iraqi people, and to say that this is a great day both for the American military, the American people, and for the Iraqi people.
Okay, so if you're not going to attack President Bush, what is the Democratic candidate to do? Well, those who have been more supportive of the initial war effort might want to turn on those who have not been so supportive of the war effort.
If Howard Dean had his way, Saddam Hussein would still be in power today, not in prison. And the world would be a much more dangerous place. The American people would have a lot more to fear.
So what we have is a situation where the political candidates have decided to put away their politics for the day. They'll return to the politics real soon. Wolf?
Bob, can you tell if this is going to last for more than a few hours, or is the sniping going to come back pretty quickly?
Pretty quickly. This is, after all, a political year. Sometimes discretion is the better part of valor. That is what the Democratic candidates know as well as anybody. But discretion is something that can only last a very short period of time, maybe one news cycle.
But Democrats, you probably, I know you've been speaking to a lot of them, they probably realize that this is an important political gain in terms of the domestic political context for President Bush in his effort to try to get reelected.
But they also realize that there is a long way to go before the election is actually held. A lot can happen. There's a lot of time to return to formulating the issues, but this is a case where they're going to let the president have his day.
All right, Bob Franken will be back at 5 p.m. on Wolf Blitzer Reports with a complete wrap-up of how the politicians, the Democratic politicians, have been reacting to these dramatic developments. Bob, thanks very much. Even before his capture, plans were underway to prosecute Saddam Hussein in absentia. An Iraqi governing council official now says the former dictator will, in fact, stand trial in Iraq. Joining us now to talk about that and other aspects, the fallout from the capture of Saddam Hussein, CNN analyst Ken Pollack. He's with the Saban Center at the Brookings Institution here in Washington, and Yale University International Law Professor Ruth Wedgwood. Professor Wedgwood, thanks very much for joining us. Legally speaking, what should happen to Saddam Hussein right now? How should he be viewed by the U.S. as a POW, as a war criminal, what?
Well, he can be viewed as any of three things. He can be viewed as a POW because he was captured in some sense in battle. He can be viewed as a putative defendant for the War Crimes Tribunal set up last Wednesday in just nick of time by the Iraqi Governing Council, or he could be viewed also as a person under the Fourth Geneva Convention who was engaging in activity hostile to the occupying authority.
So he could be a detainee, and he's obviously a detainee.
He's a detainee 3 ways to Sunday.
Under international law, is the U.S. obliged to give him any consideration, any rights whatsoever right now?
Well, he has to be treated humanely. He does not get a lawyer in 48 hours. He is a wartime war law internee. So he can be debriefed for intelligence. He can be asked questions about WMD and about connections to Al-Qaeda and connections to Abu Nidal and where his supplies are coming from in Europe. So he can be thoroughly questioned so long as it's done humanely.
And that means he can't be tortured. But there are forms of physical pressure that can be legally used on him short of what we would call torture.
Well, that's a very difficult area. I think the general view, and it's the better view legally, is that you get more with honey than with vinegar. That if you make it clear to him where his equities lie, which is in not having, for example, members of his family who may be legally liable, be vulnerable to prosecution, that you can get things in the ordinary way.
Well, I'm talking about, for example, one technique that they've used with suspected terrorists, sleep deprivation, which is not necessarily torture, but something that presumably could be used to elicit information. And Saddam Hussein right now has a lot of information the U.S. would like to have.
If you talk to experienced interrogators, the ordinary way to go is to do it by good psychology and explaining his self-interest.
But legally, is sleep deprivation allowed according to the Geneva Convention?
You'll get credit. It's not discussed in Geneva. It's not torture. I think we don't consider it to be inhumane and degrading under limited circumstances. I think you'll get international criticism if you use that.
And the fact that he will be held, at least for the time being, in Iraq, we assume he's going to be held in Iraq. He'll never enter U.S. territorial, the territorial boundaries of the United States. None of the rules and regulations that would be applicable here would be applicable necessarily there.
Last I looked, he's not going to have habeas corpus to the District of Alexandria.
He's going to be staying there. Stand by, Professor Wedgwood. Ken Pollack is here as well. What are the most important things? And you've studied Iraq for more than a decade, going back to the first Gulf War at the CIA, later at the National Security Council. What are the most important things U.S. policymakers should be keeping atop their agenda right now in these hours and days following Saddam's capture?
Yeah, it's very important, Wolf, right now to keep in mind a few things, and the most important of which is going to be the psyche of the Iraqi people. They are the ultimate audience. Obviously, the president has a domestic audience he plays to. He's also got an international audience, and we've been talking all day long about the fact that Secretary Baker is going to be showing up in European capitals to try to get other countries to forgive Iraq's debt. That's also absolutely great timing for him. But the most important audience out there are the Iraqis. This is a major event in Iraqi history. How the United States handles this event is something that could be a defining moment for the future of the U.S. reconstruction effort in Iraq. If we make the Iraqis feel like we are doing this on their behalf, we are doing it in their best interest, we are taking their interests into account, and we want to make this entire process work, I think it could go very well. On the other hand, this is one of those moments where the Iraqis are going to be watching us very carefully. And if we seem arrogant, if we seem high-handed, if we suggest to them that we're not taking their interests into account, that's the kind of thing that could sour a lot of people who are already kind of ambivalent about how things are going already.
I don't think that so far, at least the president, Ambassador Bremer, any of the generals seem to be coming across as arrogant to the Iraqi people in the hours since the capture of Saddam Hussein.
No, I think that's right, Wolf. I actually give pretty much all the administration officials very high marks on how they've handled things. I think that Ambassador Bremer struck exactly the right set of tones in his remarks. I thought the president also did a very good job not patting himself and his administration on the back too much, really stressing the importance that this is about Iraq and what a great moment this is for the Iraqi people, and talking about how he wants to move forward. The one thing, as an old White House staffer, the one thing I would have liked to have seen in the president's remarks was a much stronger statement by the president of how committed the United States is over the long term to sticking with the Iraqi people, not abandoning them, making this work. When I was out in Baghdad, that was the thing I heard most from Iraqis, a fear of abandonment.
Do you think that there's a fear the U.S. is going to cut and run?
Absolutely. They heard Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld say that he was considering cutting U.S. troop levels from 130,000 to 100,000. It panicked them. They saw this as the first step in a year-long exit strategy.
Ken Pollack is just back from Iraq. Professor Wedgwood, let's get back to the whole issue of Saddam Hussein. Why should Milosevic be tried at the War Crimes Tribunal in The Hague and Saddam Hussein be tried in Iraq?
Well, number one, the particular tribunal in The Hague that you're speaking of is limited in its jurisdiction only to Yugoslavia. I think, frankly, though, the reason to try Saddam, as has now been set up as of last Wednesday, in an Iraqi-led court, is that the whole emphasis should be on returning political power and judicial power, which is part of political power, to the Iraqi people. I'm waiting for the international criticism to roll in that we're wrongly returning power to the Iraqi people. That would be obviously a mockery of what they've been saying in the past. There's now a court that was set up by statute last Wednesday. It's going to be an Iraqi-led court. They do have the power, if they wish, to appoint non-Iraqi judges as well. They're required to have international advisors, both to help on technicalities of war crimes law and to give a kind of transparency to the due process. But I think it's centrally important to the reconstruction of Iraqi democracy.
And by all accounts, this is a process that's going to drag on for a long time. It's not a matter of the two-week trial and he's going to be hung in a public square, which probably would have happened under Saddam Hussein's rule, but that's not going to happen now.
It's not going to be Ba'athist justice. It's not going to be Rwanda. It's going to be a long investigative process. I think we'll have him in custody for quite some time to debrief him, and then to put together the full panoply of what Saddam has done will take a good number of months.
Ken Pollack, I know that you're very concerned, not so much about the insurgents, you're concerned about that, but you're concerned about electricity and water and day-to-day lifestyle operations in Iraq, which you believe could have a much greater potential impact on the whole U.S. military operation there than the Fedayeen, the Saddam loyalists, the outside terrorists who may be there.
Right, that's absolutely right, Wolf. Clearly, the insurgency is an issue. They are trying to kill Americans. They're also trying to kill Iraqis. But when you talk to Iraqis, when you hear from them, the biggest concerns they have are these day-to-day issues. The fact that the streets aren't safe, just from outright criminals and lawlessness. The fact that they are not getting 24-hour-a-day electricity, although I will say electricity has gotten a lot better over the last 3 or 4 months. The fact that not all Iraqis have clean water. The fact that so many are out of work and without any kind of a livelihood. These are the problems that the Iraqis feel. They're getting more and more angry and frustrated that things are not improving faster. And it's what you hear from Iraqis in terms of, if these kind of things don't start to improve, our leaders are starting to talk about taking matters into our own hands. That would be death for the U.S.-led reconstruction.
Ken Pollack, thanks very much for joining us. Professor Wedgwood, always good to have you on the program as well. Fascinating information.
Thank you.
Earlier today, the British Prime Minister Tony Blair was one of the first major leaders, in fact, the first major leader, to tell the world formally about the capture of Saddam Hussein. Let's listen to a brief portion of his remarks.
The shadow of Saddam is finally lifted from the Iraqi people. We give thanks for that. But let this be more than a cause simply for rejoicing. Let it be a moment to reach out and to reconcile. To the Sunnis, whose allegiance Saddam falsely claimed, I say there is a place for you playing a full part in a new and a democratic Iraq. To those formerly in Saddam's party, there by force and not by conviction, I say we can put the past behind us. Where his rule meant terror and division and brutality, let his capture bring about unity, reconciliation, and peace between all the people in Iraq. Saddam has gone from power. He won't be coming back. That the Iraqi people now know. And it is they who will decide his fate.
Tony Blair speaking at number 10 Downing Street in London just a few hours ago, speaking about the capture of Saddam Hussein. Let's bring back Christiane Amanpour. She's joining us from London. Christiane, I assume that on the streets of London, at least in Britain, people are, shall we say, relieved that Saddam Hussein has been captured?
Well, hard to tell really what's going out on the streets, because really we've been gathering lots of official information. But of course, snippets and anecdotes are coming in from people. Of course, they're relieved, and this is something that is a big shot in the arm for very, very many people. Most notably, of course, as you've been mentioning, the Bush administration and the Blair administration, the two governments that really put themselves on the line over the war, and of course in the 8 months following it. So there have been a lot of comments coming out from politicians here and around the rest of the world. Reaction has been pouring in from those countries which supported the Bush administration, and also from countries that didn't support the Bush administration over the war. France and Germany have both congratulated the capture of Saddam Hussein, sent messages to the United States, and have put the best face on it and said perhaps this is a moment where we can all unify again and go forward. So an enormous amount of reaction coming in from the Arab world. It's mixed. There has been some positive reaction, some sort of grumbling reaction, people who still wanted to hang on to the notion that Saddam was some kind of great Arab defender and hero. But for the most part, the reaction is positive. Of course, coupled always with the caveat and the warnings that this does not mean to say that this insurgency is going to end. And indeed, some, including U.S. coalition partners, have said that there probably will be more violence from these insurgents, certainly in the immediate future. Wolf.
All right, Christiane Amanpour will be checking back with you throughout the day. CNN's Christiane Amanpour following all the diplomatic reaction unfolding in Europe. Thanks, Christiane, very much. Let's follow some of that diplomatic reaction here in Washington, D.C. Two special guests. France Ambassador to the United States is Jean-David Levitt, and Germany's ambassador to the United States, Wolfgang Ischinger. Thanks to both of you for joining us, Mr. Ambassador. Mr. Ambassador, appreciate it very much. Let's get the French reaction first. The French reaction, excuse me. What is the French reaction from your government?
Congratulations. President Chirac expressed his joy, and Dominique de Villepin, the French Foreign Minister, called Colin Powell to express his congratulations. It's good news for the Iraqi people and good news for the whole world.
And what about the German reaction?
I could say the same thing, Wolf. Chancellor Schröder expressed his congratulations to President Bush in a telegram which we transmitted to the administration just a few hours ago. And my government has expressed its hope that this very important event will now facilitate the transfer of authority to a future Iraqi government. So we think it's a very important and a very positive development.
Will the French government, Ambassador, now be ready to take some of the steps that the U.S. government would like, for example, to help out militarily on the ground?
Well, you know, Wolf, that tomorrow in Paris, the Governing Council will be present with the President, Al-Hakim, and a whole delegation with ministers and so on. They will meet President Chirac, they will meet Dominique de Villepin, and they will express their views about the role of France, how we can help. But you know that we have said time and again that we were ready to help in terms of humanitarian aid, but also for the training of the police.
But in terms of sending troops anytime soon, is that a non-starter as far as your government is concerned?
Well, nobody asked us to send troops, and we think that what is important now is to train the new Iraqi army, the new Iraqi police, and Dominique de Villepin expressed our role as helping the Iraqi police.
Germany is a key member of NATO. Would Germany be prepared to support a NATO involvement in Iraq along the lines of NATO's involvement in Afghanistan? And I know German troops are very actively involved in Afghanistan.
That's right, Wolf. We have been playing a major role alongside the United States in Afghanistan. As to your question about a future NATO role, that particular question was discussed by NATO ministers just a week ago or so in Brussels. No one objected. Many questions need to be discussed in detail. My country is not going to veto that if that is really going to be on the table.
All right, let's talk about the debt. Iraq under Saddam Hussein had a big debt to France. Secretary Baker is on his way to meet with your government. Will France be open to eliminating that Saddam Hussein debt to France?
Well, first, Wolf, the debt, it's not important. It's 2.9 billion for France, 2.2 for the United States. It is a question which will be discussed in a positive spirit in Paris. Jim Baker will meet President Chirac. You know that there are rules for the game. There is a Paris club with all the creditors discussing together, and they are discussing with a sovereign government. So we'll see how we can deal with the problems, but in a positive spirit.
Is your government upset that the Bush administration, the President of the United States, said France can't participate in bidding for prime contracts to rebuild Iraq?
That is a different story. And I note simply that 120 countries have been excluded, including Mexico or Canada or Argentina, China, India, and so on.
You didn't support the U.S. in the war.
All those who didn't support were excluded, and President Chirac said it is a time to build a global coalition to help Iraq rebuild its future. That's very important.
What about Germany?
Well, our position is basically the same. We think that the effort is to help the Iraqi people. We should seek to do our best to make progress on the ground, and it would seem to us that opening the bidding by all our governments to the global competitive world would be in the best interest of the people concerned.
But has the Bush administration said to your government what you must do to change your policy in order to qualify German companies to have bids for prime contracts in Iraq?
You know, as far as my country is concerned, our problem is not the access to the bidding. Those German companies who have an interest and who are competent, I'm sure will be asked to help as subcontractors or so. The problem that we have, Wolf, is that the perception threatens to be recreated, that the divisions, which unfortunately we had on the Iraq War, are being reopened. We thought, after the meetings of our leaders in September, that that chapter was closed. We want it to be closed. We want to move ahead together now. We have a stake in the stability and the success of the mission in Iraq. We don't want to sit on the fence, and that is why many Germans, and I think many Europeans and many others, are somewhat puzzled by that particular decision.
Ambassador, we only have a few seconds left, but you understand why a lot of Americans still are angry at France and at Germany.
Yes and no. Past is past. And I think what is important now is to move on. And as Wolfgang said, let's think positive, because what is at stake in Iraq is huge. Not only the future of the Iraqi people, but also the future of the whole Middle East and the future of the relations between the Muslim world and the Western world. So with that at stake, I think that what is important is to move on and to be positive.
All right, Ambassador, thanks very much. France's Ambassador to the United States, Jean-David Levitt, thanks very much for joining us. And Germany's Ambassador to the United States, Wolfgang Ischinger, thank you to you as well. We'll continue this conversation hopefully during the week. An extraordinary, truly extraordinary chain of events. 8 months after coalition forces toppled his government, the hunt for Saddam Hussein is finally over. The former Iraqi dictator captured near his ancestral hometown of Tikrit. Let's take a look back at how an historic day for Iraq and perhaps for the world unfolded.
A huge development today in Iraq. There was a raid today into Tikrit conducted by the U.S. military based on intelligence that Saddam Hussein was at a particular location.
We've got some exclusive video you'll see on CNN only of troops coming back late last night. Now, we noticed that some of the Bradley tanks and some other forces had gone out late in the evening, and when they came back, I observed some of these troops from here taking pictures, getting a pep talk from the leadership, which would lead us to perhaps speculate that something very important has happened in these last 24 hours here in Saddam Hussein's hometown.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
At about 1800 hours last night, under the cover of darkness and with lightning speed, the Raider Brigade's forces were positioned and began movement toward the objectives northwest of Adwar. At about 2000 hours, coalition forces assaulted the two objectives, but initially did not find the target. As a result, the 1st Brigade combat team elected to cordon the area and begin an intensive search. And during the search, a spider hole was detected. The spider hole's entrance was camouflaged with bricks and dirt. After uncovering the spider hole, a search was conducted, and Saddam Hussein was found hiding at the bottom of the hole.
Where his rule meant terror and division and brutality, let his capture bring about unity, reconciliation, and peace between all the people in Iraq.
And it's clear from his answer that he does not want to apologize, and he doesn't even contemplate apologizing to the Iraqi people. I, along with the colleagues on the governing councils, are concerned about the victims of Saddam more than we are concerned with Saddam himself.
What a day, what a remarkable day. Thanks very much for joining us for this special late edition. I'll be back later today, 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific, a special edition of Wolf Blitzer Reports. Among other things, Pat Roberts, the chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, will be with me. Thanks very much for watching CNN's continuing coverage with Miles O'Brien and Carolyn picking up our coverage right after a very short break.
Hello?
Hey, what's up?
Hi.
Hello, how are you?
Hey.
There's a whole new world in communications. You can make a phone call through the internet. Get the internet through your cable or phone line. Send an email over your cell phone or Wi-Fi. A world where wireless, cable, and satellite companies are free to bring you all of today's newest services. So why is the government using outdated rules for your local telecommunications companies that limit your choices? It's time the rules catch up with our lives, so you can get the combination of innovative products and services you want from the company you choose. Your local telecom companies want to bring you the future, faster.
Hello.
Crucial to the rise of a free Iraq. It marks the end of the road for him and for all who bullied and killed in his name.
President Bush comments on a historic moment, the capture of former Iraqi leader Saddam Hussein. I'm Miles O'Brien.
And I'm Carol Lynn here at the CNN World Headquarters in Atlanta. Saddam Hussein's capture undoubtedly is one of the most significant moments in the war in Iraq since the fall of Baghdad last April. And this is how it played out. American soldiers get a tip that Saddam Hussein may be in one of two locations in Ad-Dahr, which is only miles away from Saddam's hometown of Tikrit. Now, last night, based on that tip, some 600 4th Infantry Division soldiers and Special Operations Forces began Operation Red Dawn. That search led forces to a hole in the ground by a farmhouse. It was filled with mice and rats and Saddam Hussein. Now, forces say he was armed with a pistol but did not fire a shot. In fact, he didn't resist at all. They found other weapons and about $750,000 U.S. dollars. Military officials say Saddam seemed bewildered after his capture, but he did identify himself. Nevertheless, they took DNA evidence during a medical exam, but officials say DNA testing has not yet been completed.
President Bush first learned about the possible capture of Saddam Hussein hours before it was confirmed to the world. The White House says around 3:15 p.m. Eastern Time yesterday, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld called the president, who at the time was at Camp David, with early news about a possible capture of the Iraqi despot. The secretary cautioned Mr. Bush that first reports might not be accurate. Saturday night, Washington time, the president returned to the White House shortly after 5 a.m. Eastern this morning. National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice awoke the president with confirmation that Saddam Hussein was indeed captured. And then Mr. Bush met with his senior White House officials in the Oval Office to plan an official response. He made phone calls to several people, and as you saw here on CNN, addressed the nation midday.
That's right. People are celebrating around the world as well. But what about in Tikrit, Saddam's birthplace? CNN's Nick Robertson is there right now. Nick, what is the reaction there?
Well, Carol, there's certainly reaction here at one of Saddam Hussein's old palaces, the base for the 4th Infantry Division who conducted that raid to capture Saddam Hussein. Out on the streets, it's a different picture, though. People here are not celebrating as we've seen in Baghdad. The people that we've talked to here have said, on the one hand, well, Saddam Hussein was just a man. Governments come and go, presidents come and go. It doesn't mean anything to us. Somebody else said the Iraqi anti-coalition elements, the resistance, as they call them here, will not be affected by Saddam Hussein's capture. The reason this man told us this, he said, was because they were not fighting for Saddam Hussein, they were fighting for Iraq. He says they'll continue to fight for Iraq because Iraq is occupied. Now, Tikrit is a town that has been very loyal to Saddam Hussein over the years. It is the town in which he was born. It is a town that has benefited a huge amount under his regime. It's had better electricity, better infrastructure, better roads, better buildings, better healthcare over the years. But General Oderno, the commander of the 4th Infantry Division here today, reached out to Iraqis. He told them that with Saddam Hussein's capture, their lives would now improve.
This is a significant event for the Iraqi people. The intimidation and fear this man generated for over 30 years are now gone. Many will rest much better tonight knowing Iraq is moving forward to a more secure environment. A significant blow has been dealt to the former regime elements still trying to hamper progress in Iraq.
Now, General Oderno said that he thought that the people of Tikrit and this area would in fact be quietly happy that Saddam Hussein had gone. He said he would have to judge the situation over the next few days and weeks to see how people responded. But he did make one very important and enlightening comment about Saddam Hussein when he was picked up. He said that he had no communications equipment with him at that location. And for General O'Donnell, he said that was an indication that Saddam Hussein was not really involved in the day-to-day anti-coalition activity that was going on in Iraq. An indication he feels that perhaps more of these attacks could continue in the near future at least. Carol?
Nick, any word on the street out there? Anybody talking about who might have snitched on Saddam Hussein, given away his location?
No word on the street yet. It's very likely, and we saw this after the killing of Uday and Qusay, Saddam Hussein's two sons, back in the summer, that rumors will start very quickly, and perhaps those rumors will get some lift from the information coming from the 4th Infantry Division today. We were told that the 4th Infantry Division, the coalition, had decided that it needed to capture some of the mid-level people, the bodyguards around Saddam Hussein's infrastructure. Through them, they needed to get to tribal families who were loyal to Saddam Hussein, tribes that were loyal to Saddam Hussein. And what we were told today was that over the last 10 days, 5 to 10 key people with either tribal connections or family connections to Saddam Hussein who knew his whereabouts, those people were brought in. And about 48 hours ago, one of those people cracked. They gave the critical information, which led the coalition to where Saddam Hussein was found hiding in that hole, very disheveled, when he was lifted out. Carol?
All right, thank you very much. Nick Robertson reporting live from Tikrit. Interesting.
Now to the White House, where the war in Iraq has offered little to celebrate of late. There is a good deal of jubilation there today. CNN's Dana Bash is there with more. Hello, Dana.
And this is the speech that President Bush has been hoping to give, waiting to give for some 9 months since the first strike in Iraq on March 19th that was aimed at Saddam Hussein. Now he is able to tell the world that Saddam Hussein is in U.S. custody. Now, Mr. Bush's short address from the White House was targeted first at the Iraqi people, telling them that they should understand that Saddam Hussein, now they should know Saddam Hussein is no longer a threat to them. And as he said, the dark, painful era is no more.
And this afternoon, I have a message for the Iraqi people. You will not have to fear the rule of Saddam Hussein ever again.
Now, that is something that President Bush has said time and time again, but obviously the fact that the Iraqi people can now see photographs, pictures of Saddam Hussein, their former leader, in the shape that he is in, and obviously in U.S. custody. The president and his aides are certainly hoping this will give a whole new meaning to those statements by the president, that they will understand that things, they hope, are going to perhaps calm down on the ground. But the president did try to walk a very fine line, and that was made clear in his message to the American people, wanting to make them understand that although there's jubilation in the streets today of Iraq, that violence isn't necessarily over. Try to lower expectations that the situation on the ground will improve immediately.
Today, on behalf of the nation, I thank the members of our armed forces, and I congratulate them. I also have a message for all Americans. The capture of Saddam Hussein does not mean the end of violence in Iraq. We still face terrorists who would rather go on killing the innocent than accept the rise of liberty in the heart of the Middle East. Such men are a direct threat to the American people, and they will be defeated.
So while this is clearly an extraordinary day for the president and for the Bush administration as a whole, their public comments are low-key, trying to make the point that although this is something that they've been waiting for a long time, and they hope that this will change things on the ground and around the world, they also want to set a different kind of tone than what we've seen perhaps in the past, perhaps on May 1st when President Bush declared major victory over. That was quite a different speech, quite a different scene than what we saw today.
Entirely different, that is true for sure. Dana Bash at the White House, thank you very much. Carol?
Miles, imagine what it must be like to be an Iraqi today. The haggard captive on Baghdad television screens used to be the man who determined who lived and who died in that country. CNN's Jane Araf comes to us now live from Baghdad. Jane, what are people saying there about the capture?
Carol, they absolutely stunned. And now, of all the things that people never would have been able to imagine here a year ago, perhaps one of them was this image of Saddam Hussein on television, looking barely human, reduced to living and hiding underground, and having his mouth opened with a tongue depressor by what appears to be a U.S. soldier. Absolutely extraordinary. They heard the news, they saw this image, and some of them took to the streets in celebration. There was dancing in the streets and people getting on buses, holding up banners saying, "Congratulations to all Iraqis," and everywhere there was gunfire, the traditional form of celebration. Now, while U.S. forces took the credit for this one in capturing Saddam and capturing him without a single shot fired, the chief civilian administrator here, L. Paul Bremer, said this really was a day for Iraqis.
This is a great day in Iraq's history. For decades, hundreds of thousands of you suffered at the hands of this cruel man. For decades, Saddam Hussein divided you citizens against each other. For decades, he threatened and attacked your neighbors. Those days are over forever.
There are some things, though, that aren't over, Carol. Nobody expects these attacks to be over, and in fact, officials are warning that they could perhaps, for a while at least, increase. Carol?
Then, Jane, is there a sense out there who is actually behind these attacks? Are they just individuals acting out, or is there a sense that there is still someone out there pulling the strings?
Increasingly, there's a sense that there is not a single person pulling the strings, that this has become a complicated force of its own to some extent. But generally what we're hearing in places like Baghdad and other places are individual cells. Now, most of these seem to be cells made up of former Ba'ath Party members and former Saddam fighters, but they seem to be working, have formed alliances, some of them, with foreign fighters, particularly in the cases of suicide bombs, those people thought to be foreigners. And on top of all of this, just common criminals, people who are paid $300 to $400 to place homemade bombs in the road. So it's a very difficult thing to fight. It's not necessarily tied to Saddam, a lot of it now, and it certainly does not appear to have been orchestrated by him. Carol?
Thank you very much. Dana Raff live in Baghdad. Miles.
From the outset of the invasion, Saddam Hussein's capture was a key goal for the Pentagon, but we're still learning more about the specifics of how it happened. CNN's Barbara Starr joining us with more from Washington and how the U.S. military got the man at the top of that deck of cards. Hello, Barbara.
Hello to you, Miles. Well, when it started to happen, it all happened very quickly. It appears now that there was a detainee, an Iraqi, taken into custody, interrogated by U.S. officials over the last 48 hours or so, and he had the final critical piece of information about where Saddam Hussein was hiding. It's called actionable intelligence. It's so current, it's so fresh. U.S. forces were able to move quickly. So quickly, we are told, it was just a mere 3 hours between the time the final piece of information came into U.S. hands and U.S. troops were at the site searching for Saddam Hussein. They began their assault on that farmhouse area about 8 p.m. Saturday night local time on the ground in Iraq, and everything moved so quickly that basically Saddam Hussein was in custody and at a secure location in another part of the country by 9:15. This, of course, is what U.S. military forces are trained to do. They're on standby just for these types of missions. Special forces were involved. Task Force 121. The very highly secretive Special Forces unit that has the specific job of hunting for these so-called high-value targets. So they all moved very quickly. It all fell into place. But what now? Well, Pentagon officials tell us that nobody, they say in their words, is doing high fives around the Pentagon today. A lot of caution. The belief still is, as our other correspondents are reporting, that there could be, in fact, that there is most likely to be more violence, more attacks, especially over the next several weeks. Iraq, as you know, is moving towards a procedure of self-governance by Iraqis in just 6 months. In June 2004, It is believed some of these groups will become more desperate by then, possibly engage in revenge attacks. And clearly the feeling at the Pentagon is that the capture of Saddam Hussein, while important, does not solve the problem, because it's been some time since they had any indication that he was really pulling the strings on any of these attacks anyhow. Senior military officials had been saying for some weeks now that they believed there was a so-called cellular structure, a group of cells of opposition across Iraq, very loosely organized, perhaps very limited regional connections, no real national connections, no one pulling the strings at the top. So as Jane Raff said, a very complex network of opposition in Iraq, and not at all clear today that the capture of Saddam Hussein is going to change any of that anytime soon. Miles?
Barbara, there's not any technology in the U.S. arsenal that would find a rat hole like this. Clearly, this is all about human intelligence, and we've been talking a long time about how the U.S. has been working very hard to improve its ability to gather intelligence on the ground. Does this represent truly a turning of the tide on that?
You know, I think it's going to be difficult to say, because we are still in the very early hours. We don't know how this precisely all unfolded. It's clear that the 4th Infantry Division, which has the responsibility for Tikrit, over the last several weeks had come into possession of both people and information that increasingly was sharp information, focused intelligence about what was going on in the Tikrit area. They had seen an increase, if you will, in anti-coalition activity. They had seen some things that caused them to think they might be onto something. And then it was in the last couple of days, as they began to take more detainees into custody, people perhaps with direct connections to Saddam Hussein's inner circle, that they began to assemble and get these critical last pieces of information. What's so interesting here that we don't know the answer to is whoever gave them that final critical piece of information, was it just pure luck that Saddam Hussein didn't move in that final 48 hours? Had he run out of places to go to? Because by all accounts, he had constantly been on the move, but apparently in this last 48-hour period, this is the place he had decided to stay and where he finally got caught.
CNN's Barbara Starr in Washington. Thank you very much, Carol.
Miles, President Bush said that just because Saddam Hussein has been actually captured doesn't necessarily mean that there's going to be an end to the violence in Iraq. CNN analyst Kenneth Pollack of the Brookings Institution's Sabin Center is in Washington and joins us right now. Ken, good to see you.
Hi, Carol. How are you?
I'm doing just fine, and certainly the Bush administration very pleased about the capture of Saddam Hussein. But I'm wondering, what is your analysis of how this changes anything on the ground? I mean, according to Barbara Starr of the Pentagon, the Bush administration seems to be pretty pessimistic, saying that attacks not only will continue, but will actually increase against U.S. coalition forces.
Right. Well, I think what Barbara is reporting about the Pentagon is exactly the right approach for the administration to take. They need to be very cautious. Look, this was a very good day for the Iraqi people. It was also a good day for the American people. This was a necessary step in dealing with the problems of post-war Iraq. But it is not over by a long shot, as both the President has suggested and others in the U.S. administration have suggested. There are lots of problems in Iraq. Just sticking with the insurgency itself, as you're hearing a lot of people suggesting, no one really knows what role Saddam Hussein was playing. It does seem very clear over the last 3 or 4 months, U.S. intelligence is increasingly indicating that there are foreigners in Iraq, al-Qaeda personnel in Iraq, there are Sunni and Shia fundamentalists who are also opposing the United States, who have no love for Saddam Hussein whatsoever. And beyond that, you have a fairly sizable segment of the Iraqi population, the Sunni tribesmen, who make up about 1 to 2 million people inside of Iraq, and a big chunk of territory in western Iraq, who've been completely alienated by the course of the U.S.-led reconstruction, and they all oppose the U.S. presence and are taking up arms against us.
All right, Ken, let's focus for a moment on the capture itself and those incredibly powerful images of Saddam Hussein sitting there completely disheveled, his hair grown out, a U.S. medic picking through his hair for any type of vermin, sticking a tongue depressor in his mouth. These are obviously very humiliating pictures of Saddam Hussein. How are these images likely to have an impact on those individual cells and what happens on the ground?
Well, obviously there are going to be some who are so committed to Saddam Hussein that they are likely to react with outrage, that this is the humiliation of someone who they look up to. That said, as best we can tell, that number of people is extremely small inside of Iraq. For the vast majority of Iraqis, I think that this is going to be seen as something very positive. They want to see Saddam humiliated. And even for many members of the resistance, seeing Saddam in this state, to the extent that they do actually see him in this state, probably will be quite demoralizing. Some of them will remain committed, they'll want to fight, but many others are just going to simply question the status of what they can do. They're going to reach out and just find out, is there still someone out there giving me orders? Is there still someone who's going to pay me if I kill an American, which is what's motivating many of them.
Ken, who's going to give the orders when it comes to what happens to Saddam Hussein next? The Iraqi Governing Council gave a news conference this morning saying it plans to try him with their War Crimes Tribunal, but how might that affect the U.S. coalition's plan to interrogate him on what he knows about weapons of mass destruction?
Yeah, it's a really important question, Carol, because you're going to now get into a situation, there's going to be a bit of a tension. The Iraqis are going to want to put Saddam on trial, and they're probably going to want to do it sooner rather than later. They want to show the people that Saddam is there. What's more, especially for this governing council, the more that they can get Saddam out there talking about all the horrible things that he did to Iraqi society, the more that it may bring people around to seeing them as the alternative to Saddam Hussein, something they want to do. On the other hand, the U.S. is going to want to spend a lot of time with Saddam, going over all the information they can, getting out of him everything they need to about weapons of mass destruction, possible ties to terrorism.
Which brings up another point, Ken. I mean, what if the United States, would the United States be willing to cut a deal with Saddam Hussein for that information if it's for the greater good of the world? And how would the Governing Council react to that?
Yeah, that could be a really thorny issue. I got to tell you, I think it would be a huge mistake for the United States to even try to do something like that without the explicit consent of the Iraqis and more than just the Governing Council. It would have to be a much broader consensus in Iraq that somehow this is worth doing. I can't imagine that consensus emerging.
We'll see what happens. Thank you very much, Kenneth Pollack.
Thank you, Carol.
Up next, we'll talk to Time magazine editor Michael Elliott, who just returned from Baghdad. More on the capture of Saddam Hussein straight ahead. Stay with us.
I'm an active trader. I log on first thing every day. I live for this stuff. So I chose Ameritrade Apex. They gave me 25 free trades and $100. Plus, I get free level 2 quotes, streaming news, and something nobody else has. Quote Scope, a whole new way to look at market liquidity. I can even use Advanced Analyzer to customize my own charts. And boom, I've got all the info I need. Genius. Woohoo! Go Nelson, go Nelson.
Is he dancing again?
Ameritrade Apex, active traders only. All online stock trades are $10.99 no matter how often or how many shares you trade. Join now and get 25 commission-free trades and $100 if you qualify. Go to ameritrade.com/getapex/ or call today.
Any problems yet?
No, we used FedEx.
We have packages going ground in trucks and there are no problems? This is a problem.
What's a problem?
That there are no problems. That's a problem. If there's a problem, I can deal with it right away. If there's no problem, all I can do is sit here and wait for a problem. Yeah, no, I'm going to be here all night.
But we use FedEx Ground. There is no problem.
I know. It's a complete disaster.
Get out.
Yeah.
For reliable, affordable, nationwide ground delivery, relax, it's FedEx.
Bill Hemmer, Soledad O'Brien, where real news makes the difference. American Morning, CNN Monday, 7 Eastern.
When you leave here...
Hey, what you looking at, huh? Wait, you better skate away, punk. Huh? What? Oh, come on, that's all you got. Oh, they call that a kick? That was like a tap dance. Hey, nice knockoffs, lady. Whoa, what am I going in here for? Whoa, sliding. Hey, oh, hey, how you doing, Stevie? What are you doing, Freddie? Whoa, a little woozy there. What am I? I'm a bat? I'm a bat! Can you believe it? Sweetness, I'm a bat. Bring it on. Oh, yeah, baby. You better call NASA for that one. Ha ha!
Rediscover the true meaning of Christmas. Let the glory of Christmas at the Crystal Cathedral surround you with the spiritual wonder of this holy season. Heavenly angels soar through the all-glass cathedral. Wise men parade against a star-filled night. Graceful dancers celebrate the miracles. The glory of Christmas, November 28th through December 30th. Call 714-54-GLORY. That's 714-54-GLORY.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
The capture of Saddam Hussein is not the end of anything, and yet it is the best news imaginable. So writes our next guest in the online version of Time magazine today. Check it out online, time.com. For more on the message this capture sends the Arab street, as they call it, we're joined by Michael Elliott, who is Time magazine's editor-at-large. He joins us from New York. Hello, Michael.
Hi, Miles. How are you?
All right. I'm well. Thank you very much. Give me a sense of the message this does send to the Arab street. It says something about American potency, doesn't it?
I think it's hugely important. I think it's almost impossible to overestimate its importance. Saddam Hussein and Osama bin Laden, for that matter, have been symbols of defiance, have been symbols of the idea that the United States, with all its incredible military prowess, is not invincible, that there were things that the United States couldn't do. It couldn't even catch Saddam Hussein. Well, today it did. And I think that sends a tremendous message of the power of the American military machine and the extent to which the United States eventually gets things done. So I think this resonates not just in Iraq, where for all the reasons that your reporters and analysts have said, it's of extreme importance. It resonates throughout the region, and in places like Europe too, for that matter.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's talk about the region, let's talk about Afghanistan, let's talk about Osama bin Laden. To what extent does this help in the pursuit of Osama bin Laden, if at all?
Well, it would be a very long chain before you kind of really got to some measurable impact. I think what it does do is convince people that the United States is serious when it pursues these people that it's after, that it stays on the case, and that in the end it gets its man. I don't think there's going to be any direct benefit in terms of the hunt for Osama bin Laden, though it may make, a few people kind of think once more that the United States eventually tends to end up winning this sort of fight.
All right, let's talk about the rest of the world and its reaction to this. The U.S. has been pretty much going it alone. Does this change the tone and tenor of the pitch when the Bush administration goes out to the world, for example, and says, let's forgive the Iraqi debt?
Well, in my view, it does. I think there's a natural tendency in a moment like this, as Ken Pollock and others have said, to be careful, to be properly careful, and say, this doesn't kind of change everything at the flick of a switch. And of course, Ken and others are absolutely right. But I think actually it does change the atmospherics in the way in which the occupation of Iraq is viewed around the world. The United States and its coalition partners have not exactly had a ton of massive successes in the last 4 or 5 months, and it's been rather easy to kind of mock the muscle-bound, if you like, inability to secure some of their main objectives. Well, now they've secured objective number 1, which is the capture of Saddam Hussein. And I really do think that changes the dynamic of the way in which the occupation is seen in the Middle East and in other places too.
To what extent is it possible, Michael, that this would somehow embolden the insurgency in some way? It's clear, it seems, from the fact that he didn't even have a cell phone with him. Saddam Hussein was not orchestrating this. So to the extent that they're still out there and operating autonomously, might they wish to engage in attacks even more now?
Well, I think it's certainly possible that that's the case. Eliot's iron law of insurgency is to remember the Irish Republican Army, who never had more than about 300 fighters under arms at any one time and managed to tie up half the British Army, the best anti-guerrilla force in the world, for 25 years. So you don't need an awful lot of people under arms to do a successful insurgency. Iraq is awash in weapons, RPGs, ammunition, what have you. And certainly there are some people who, as you say, might be emboldened by Saddam's capture to redouble their attacks on what they see as the enemy. However, I think symbols matter. I think symbols really matter, and I think they particularly matter in the Middle East. And I think the symbolic virtue of not just pulling down a statue in Firdosh Square of Saddam Hussein, but actually kind of catching him in a little rat hole and making it absolutely clear that he is in American custody, has an enormous effect on people's perception of who is winning this war. So I think this is a big deal. I mean, I may be proved wrong, but I think this is a really big deal, and I think that it will play itself out in Iraq and in the wider region.
Michael Elliott, editor-at-large for Time Magazine. Thanks very much for being with us.
Okay, Miles.
Carol.
Miles, we want to give people a heads up to let you know that we plan to go live in a half hour to Fort Hood, Texas for the latest information on the capture of Saddam Hussein in Tikrit. After all, it was the 4th Infantry's job. They're based in Fort Hood to actually capture the man, and they did. We're sure there are folks at home who are pretty proud, so we're going to be hearing from them. Also, next, has the Bush White House recaptured an issue? With something to crow about in Iraq, to what extent are the Democrats unable to make political hay over the war? Candidate and Congressman Richard Gebhardt is going to be our guest in just a moment.
According to the Wall Street Journal, indoor air pollution can be up to 5 times worse than the air outdoors. Clean air can be the difference between living comfortably or being miserable. Sharper Image introduces the ultimate clean air solution, the patented Ionic Breeze Quadra. Exclusive Xeneon technology cleans and circulates air without a fan or filters and is totally silent. Here's how it works. First, the Ionic Breeze positively charges the incoming air. Then the air is pulled toward the negatively charged grid like a magnet. The positively charged contaminants attach to the collection grid, and then the cleaned air is accelerated into the room, creating a fresh, clean smell. Cleaning takes only minutes. Just pull out the collection grid, wipe it with a damp cloth or sponge, and slip it back in. It's that simple. Studies have proven the Ionic Breeze removes allergens such as pollen and animal dander. It even removes airborne bacteria and some harmful chemicals from carpeting, paint, and household cleaners. It powers through smoke and offensive odors and leaves your house smelling fresh and clean. Don't be misled by the prices of other filters. Over 5 years, hidden costs of filter replacements and electricity can add up to over $1,000. The Ionic Breeze Quadra requires no filters and uses almost no electricity. Try it in your home for 2 months. If you don't love it, send it back. Sharper Image will give you a full refund. Through this exclusive offer, Sharper Image will send you a free bathroom Ionic Breeze. This compact plug-in helps even dirty bathrooms smell fresh and clean 24 hours a day. The $69 bathroom Ionic Breeze is yours free when you order today. And that's not all. Call now and be sure to ask about free shipping.
Call 1-800-556-0289. Help eliminate chemicals, allergens, and odors with the Ionic Breeze Quadra. That's 1-800-556-0289.
I don't think this on-demand thing is for us. Why not? It's for the big guys.
We're big.
What's big?
What's big? Biggest people in 6 countries, biggest suppliers in 12 states, biggest an office in Guam.
That is big.
Yeah, and we have big guy issues, integration, outsourcing, on-demand issues.
So you're saying this on-demand thing is for us.
Even though we're not that big.
Yet.
Act like a big guy, pay like a little guy.
What?
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Those words from Paul Bremer, the U.S. civilian administrator for Iraq. American soldiers were tipped off that Saddam Hussein may be in one of 2 locations in Adwar, not far from Tikrit, Saddam's birthplace. Now, that tip led some 600 4th Infantry Division soldiers and Special Ops Forces last night to launch Operation Red Dawn. Forces ultimately discovered what they called a spider hole inside a ramshackle compound near a farmhouse. The underground space was filled with mice and rats and Saddam Hussein. Forces say Saddam had a pistol on him, but neither used it nor resisted. Other weapons and about $750,000 US dollars were also found. Military officials say Saddam Hussein was bewildered after his capture, but did identify himself, though DNA testing is underway.
President Bush first got wind of Saddam's possible capture hours before it was confirmed to the world. The White House says around 3:15 p.m. Eastern Time yesterday, the Defense Secretary, Donald Rumsfeld, called the president at the time at Camp David with early news about a possible capture. Saturday night, Washington time, the president returned to the White House. Now, shortly after 5 a.m. Eastern this morning, National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice awoke the president with confirmation that Saddam was indeed captured. Then Mr. Bush met with his senior officials in the Oval Office to plan an official response. He made several phone calls to several people, and he addressed the nation at midday.
Well, the capture of Saddam Hussein is being hailed by members of Congress as a major move forward in the creation of a new Iraq. CNN's Bob Franken has the latest on congressional reaction. Bob, lots of happy faces there.
Yes, well, with a focus on the Democratic presidential candidates who for the last several months have been making a pastime out of verbally stomping on the president. Well, this was a day, for obvious reasons, that they needed to tread very carefully. If there was ever a day to let the president have his day, this was it.
I want to first congratulate our extraordinary military on an extraordinary effort and an extraordinary success. This, I hope, will change the course of the occupation of Iraq. But I think the first order of business is to congratulate the United States military, to congratulate the Iraqi people, and to say that this is a great day both for the American military, the American people, and for the Iraqi people.
None of the Democratic candidates was going after the president, so what would they do then? Well, they would turn on their own, particularly the man who's the front runner, who had run a very strong anti-war campaign. Witness Senate candidate, Democratic candidate Joe Lieberman.
If Howard Dean had his way, Saddam Hussein would still be in power today, not in prison. And the world would be a much more dangerous place. The American people would have a lot more to fear.
In case you were wondering, it was raining when Senator Lieberman was speaking, but the Democrats decided this was not the day to be raining on the president's parade. Carol?
Well put. Thank you very much. Bob Franken reporting live. Miles.
Is Saddam Hussein's capture an early Christmas present for President Bush's re-election campaign? We have a pair of Democratic presidential candidates waiting in the wings. Al Sharpton in our next hour and Dick Gephardt as soon as he shows up. Stay with us.
When you leave here, you'll be lean, mean, computer-buying machines. I'll give you the skills, the smarts, and the courage.
I do not have to settle for what's on the shelf. Your PC jargon has no effect on me.
It won't be easy. Drop down and give me 50. But you'll be able to buy a computer without getting ripped off and sit home crying to your mama.
Want an easier way to buy a PC? Don't go there. Go Dell. Forget all the mega this and giga that. Just tell Dell what you want to do with your PC. They'll build one that fits your life and your budget. Right now, get a huge flat panel display and an Intel Pentium 4 processor with this Dimension desktop. It's just $699 after mail-in rebate. Plus, for a limited time, you'll get a free CD burner. Notebooks start at $799.
Why don't you just quit?
I still don't know how to format a hard drive. Your perfect PC, easy as Dell.
Dell PCs use Intel Pentium 4 processors.
This is a good time to remember that what we all need most is each other. With open arms and open hearts, the people of Jamaica invite all of you to come together in Jamaica. One love, one heart. Come, let's get together.
So, how much software do you want to buy?
Mr. Mooney's not here.
So, how much software do you want to buy?
Are you tired of pushy software salesmen?
So!
Buy software on your terms with Flex Select licensing from Computer Associates.
unlimited local and long-distance calling, you can show people how much you care all the time and never worry about the cost. The neighborhood, built by MCI. Stay close to the ones you love.
The detention of Saddam Hussein changes many things. One of them, U.S. relations with other nations. The war put a strain on our relationship with many countries. Senator George Allen, the Republican from Virginia, is our guest, and he is a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Senator Allen, thank you very much for being with us today.
Good to be with you all.
Let's get to foreign relations in just a moment. First, I want to find out how you found out that Saddam Hussein was indeed captured.
I got a call this morning early on before 7 o'clock from my staff, and it was great news, and everyone in our family woke up, all the kids, and said, hey, guess what? And so everyone's very, very happy and celebrating, as I think is the case in households all across America and indeed the world.
Let me ask you what you think at this point the United States actually gets out of this capture. I mean, here is a man, disheveled, rather pathetic actually, without any communications equipment, no indication that he was leading any sort of insurgency, a rather pathetic figure. If in fact he has not been involved in these recent attacks on coalition forces, what do you hope that the United States is going to get out of this capture other than some good publicity?
Well, it's more than good publicity. He is clearly the head of that regime that was tormenting and terrorizing the people of Iraq. The people of Iraq realize that he's a dangerous figure. When you cut off the head of a venomous snake, you know that that snake is less dangerous. The other things that we might get out of Saddam Hussein, if he wants to maybe keep his life as justice goes forward, is information as to where stockpiles of biological or chemical weapons may be. He may also be able to inform us of other aspects in our war in combating terrorism. So he certainly is bound to know something. Now, the fact that the rats and mice stayed in that spider hole with him shows something of what a pathetic position he was in. But still, this man is culpable for the deaths of hundreds of thousands of Iraqis, and that's why you're seeing those great celebrations all through Iraq. It also is a symbol, I would think, to these remnants of his regime that he is not going to come back, and it shows how desperate it would be if they continue with their terrorist attacks.
If you would, Senator, take a look at the big picture now. Now that Saddam Hussein is in custody, how might this translate to more international assistance for U.S. coalition forces? I mean, are other countries, despite the increasing possibility of more attacks, there was just one again today with another casualty of a U.S. soldier. I mean, is the international community going to be more likely to step up to the plate and give forces and support?
Very good question. We're all celebrating the capture of Saddam Hussein. The approach that the Bush administration and our coalition forces have been taking is to take sequential steps to turn over Iraq to the Iraqi people. I would hope that this will expedite and quicken those steps for the Iraqis to constitute their own government, but also as you get closer to that day of the Iraqis taking over their own destiny and own security, I would hope that with these celebrations that it also will be an occasion for us to get more international support, not only militarily but also financially, so that Iraq can become that model nation of freedom and tolerance of individual rights in the Middle East.
Then, Senator Allen, do I hear you also saying, along with that the United States should expedite its exit from Iraq now that Saddam Hussein is in custody?
Well, our goal is a peaceful and secure and free Iraq. This can help expedite those days. We don't want to leave before that time, but I know that we've been trying to, this administration's been trying as best they can to expedite as practicably as possible the training of security forces in Iraq. Some of those who were killed today were Iraqi police officers, but we want to do that, and we have realized that it's going to take, in some ways, longer to do it the way that we originally approached it, which was to convene a constitutional convention. We're now going to go more on the Afghan model, and in that model we have tremendous international support from all quarters of the world. And so I think that what you'll see here is celebrations, but also a sober reality that this is part of the war on terrorism, and while a great victory, we still have a tough way to go in Iraq.
The president today saying that the war on terror is different, that it's going to be a war against cell by cell, one at a time. Thank you very much, Senator George Allen, Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Miles.
Up next on the program, live to the home base of the troops who helped nab Saddam Hussein. Stay with us.
I think you should see this. It's just a kid. Homo habilis was the first to use tools.
This is a G chord.
He's learning, absorbing. He's getting smarter every day.
A player who makes a team great is more valuable than a great player.
We've always watched the stars. If you look at the sky, you can see the beginning of time.
Collecting data is only the first step toward wisdom, but sharing data is the first step toward community.
Chaos theory.
Everything's about timing, kid.
Poetry.
Aeronautics. Plumbing.
What he learns, we all learn. What he knows, we all benefit from.
Faster, better, cheaper.
Speak your mind. Don't back down.
Does he have a name? His name is Linux.
That's me. And this is Kate. She's just like me. First bike ride. First prom. Then my little girl grew up. Around then, I was diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis. Still, things were looking up. Until I turned 50. I felt 90.
For some, there's Remicade. Remicade relieves the pain of RA and helps stop further damage to your joints. Your doctor may add Remicade if you're on methotrexate already and not responding well. Remicade is not for everyone. Certain people with heart failure should not take Remicade. Serious, sometimes fatal infections such as TB have been reported. Your doctor should evaluate your risk of infection. Tell your doctor right away if you develop any sign of an infection while on Remicade. There is a risk of serious infusion reactions which may include hives, difficulty breathing, and low blood pressure. Call today and talk to your rheumatologist.
Last year, Kate was diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis. And she's so young. At least she won't suffer like I did.
There are many events this season, but one you don't want to miss. The Infinity Event of the Season. Featuring the G35 sedan, the Car Automobile magazine calls utterly serious performance. The Infinity Event of the Season ends January 5th. See your Infinity dealer today for attractive APR financing.
It's a red-letter day for the U.S. military, and at bases all over the world there is a chorus of hoo-ahs. And there is no happier place than Fort Hood, Texas, home base for the 4th Infantry Division, the troops who led the raid to Saddam Hussein's camouflaged hold. CNN's Ed Lavandera is gauging reaction at Fort Hood. Hello, Ed.
Hi, Miles. You might have been able to hear that collective cheer here in the middle of the night from Fort Hood, Texas, as hundreds of soldiers here, thousands of soldiers at this base, celebrating the capture of Saddam Hussein. A little bit of a scene setter here where we're at. We're on post here at Fort Hood, awaiting the start of a press conference in about 15 minutes from the commanding general of the 3rd Corps headquarters, who's stationed here, who incidentally is preparing a large number of troops, some 20,000 troops, to head out to Iraq in the next couple of months. Now, this is also the home of the 4th Infantry Division. They deployed to Iraq back in March. When they left here, they left without much fanfare, not a lot of press coverage about their deployment, quite honestly. In fact, they were heading into Turkey, and that got those plans had been reshuffled. But clearly today, making amazing headlines around the world. And as we walk the streets of Killeen, Texas, just outside of the Fort Hood base post here, you can sense that this is a town and a lot of people celebrating the efforts of the soldiers from this post.
Things are looking good. One more to go. Washington since 5 this morning. And then all his brothers, sisters, and everybody else over there. And then we can bring our guys back.
It happens to be my birthday, and it's the best birthday present I could ask for.
Oh, man, everybody's going crazy. The post is in pure pandemonium right now. Yep. So it's a great day.
Any sign of good news is always, especially during the holidays, a lot of people want to hear good news, and this is definitely great news.
More than 16,000 soldiers from the 4th Infantry Division deployed into the Iraq theater and have been there since March. As I mentioned, there's another enormous group of soldiers, some 20,000, preparing to head that way. Incidentally, on this post, they've been conducting some 24-hour round-the-clock exercises, 24 hours a day military exercises, preparing for their deployment. So many of these soldiers were working in the middle of the night when we started calling the post here to try to get information about what was going on. Many of these soldiers hearing the news from us for the first time as they were in the middle of their exercises. So, however, word has spread very quickly as friends and families making calls in the middle of the night to each other to spread the word that the big news of this day hitting home very strongly here. Miles?
CNN's Ed Lavender at Fort Hood. We'll be checking back with him very shortly. Carol?
Saddam Hussein in the hands of coalition forces. American reaction to his capture when we return.
Customer service.
Yeah, I bought something from your website and told FedEx I wanted it delivered at 7 p.m.
And it wasn't?
No, it was, but I was not expecting them at that time.
But that's when you told FedEx to deliver it.
Yeah, but no one ever comes when they say they will, but then ding dong, there's FedEx home delivery.
I see.
I was in the middle of a complicated exfoliation. I'll explain.
No, that's okay.
Sir, I apologize for any embarrassment.
And I'm sorry FedEx came when they said they would.
FedEx Home Delivery. Let customers schedule home deliveries when it's most convenient.
Bill Hemmer, Soledad O'Brien, where real news makes the difference. American Morning, CNN Monday, 7 Eastern.
Of all the innovations of the past 100 years, arguably the greatest are the forward pass and the ability to catch it. Introducing the Canon Digital Rebel, a 6.3 megapixel SLR with the revolutionary Digic chip and CMOS technology. The game has changed. It's the culmination of 68 years of Canon know-how.
Now at Cow's Cameras and Video in Costa Mesa, 949-646-9383.
Want to save a bundle on Cox digital cable, high-speed internet, and digital telephone? It's as easy as 1, 2, 3 with the Cox Digital Suite. Right now, get free activation when you complete the Cox Digital Suite and save up to $15 every month. Call 888-367-3712. Get 3 and save, and get 1 convenient bill, too. Call today and get free voicemail for 6 months. Get 3 and save with the Cox Digital Suite.
Dear Santa, since I've been extra good this year, my list of stuff is extra long this year. First, I want that totally cool planetarium and that way cool detectives kit. You know that telescope made just for kids? Oh yeah, and that extreme Gyromax. For those dinosaurs? Sweet!
The most amazing gifts in the universe this year are only available one place in the universe.
Anyway, Santa, I know you'll come through with the goods. You always do.
I am an American.
I am an American.
I am an American.
I am an American.
I am
an American.
I am an American.
I am American.
I am an American.
I'm an American.
I'm an American.
I am American.
I am an American.
I'm an American.
I am an American.
I am an American.
News with the people making it. Follows on now, CNN Monday, 8 Eastern.
It's a big day. What are Americans saying about the capture of Saddam Hussein? CNN's Michael Oku has been getting some reaction on the streets of New York today. Michael, what are you hearing?
Well, Carol, I can tell you this. It is a wet, wintry afternoon here in New York, perhaps a kind of day to hunker at home and to perhaps watch television and perhaps to get the news. Certainly, whether New Yorkers are on the street or at home, they have been reflecting on what perhaps is the biggest news since the United States went to war with Iraq.
The news led to celebration in Baghdad from U.S. forces and Iraqis alike.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Images of the defeated dictator compelling cheers from Iraqi journalists. And here in the United States, relief. Oh, it's great news, great news. At this Midtown Manhattan watering hole, patrons rejoiced at the televised images of a bearded, fatigued Hussein being inspected by a handler.
Well, he was hiding out like a rat. He was in a rat hole where he should be. That's why no one could find him. So he was stuck. He couldn't go out. He couldn't show his face anywhere.
In New York's Times Square, a so-called crossroads of the world, a consensus of opinion.
I think there's been a terrible event across in the Far East, and we feel it very much in England for the Americans. There's a lot of troops who have died and given their lives to get this security for the world.
Well, I'm glad because we in Germany, we are afraid too. We have been afraid because of the war, and as you know, we are not we haven't supported the war, and we are glad if it's over because we know then maybe in Iraq no more Americans are killed.
No one was certain that would happen anytime soon, but the prevailing feeling...
Excited and wonderful.
We're
wonderful, very happy. He looks bad, he looks sad, and he looks like he's defeated.
In Dearborn, Michigan, home of the largest Arab American population in the U.S., more sounds of victory.
Carol, most of the New Yorkers and Americans we've talked to on the streets today, including non-Americans, say that their number one concern at this time is that perhaps the fighting will stop in Iraq, that some of the coalition forces will no longer be killed. But they're already turning their attention to another person, Osama bin Laden. Carol?
All right, which brings me to the question of with the campaign season coming up, I mean, the Democratic candidates had been hoping that perhaps things would still be going south in Iraq when it came to how successful the U.S. coalition forces were on the ground. I'm wondering if you had a sense from people as to whether today's capture would really influence any of their decisions as to who should be president. Should President Bush remain? Should the Democrats be given a shot?
Well, nobody we talked to today necessarily cast their vote just yet, but as you know, New York City is a heavily Democratic city, even though we do have a moderate Republican in office as mayor at this point. But many of them did say that this was a plus for the Bush administration, that clearly this is what Bush wanted and that they were behind him. Many of them saying that the Democrats would certainly be frustrated. If you had to take a poll today as to how New Yorkers would vote, they certainly looked like they would vote for George Bush, but nobody necessarily saying that's what they will ultimately do when it comes to voting in the booth. Carol?
It is a big day for the administration. Thank you very much, Michael Oku. Miles.
The Department of Defense is just about to release a more complete piece of videotape depicting the capture of Saddam Hussein. We, of course, will bring that to you the moment they play it from the Pentagon, so you want to stay tuned for that. Also, what does this capture mean for Iraqi insurgent groups? We'll have some answers to that just ahead.
That's right. We're also going to hear from Democratic presidential candidate Al Sharpton what he has to say about today's events. He was very much against the war in Iraq. Those stories and a lot more as CNN's continuing coverage of the capture of Saddam Hussein continues.
This year, the holidays are gateways, so give the box. Inside, you'll find the season's hottest gifts, like our stylish 5-megapixel T50, a great value at less than $300. Or our 4-megapixel, it's under $200, both perfect for film-quality photos. Plus, get a free printer when you buy either digital camera. Act now for free shipping with delivery by Christmas, so hurry in and give the box from Gateway.
We try to protect ourselves from the elements, from harm. And if you have diabetes, from temptation as well. And since diabetes puts you at high risk for heart attack and stroke, it's important to talk to your doctor about ways to help protect your heart. The Heart Protection Study by Oxford University researched Zocor. Zocor, along with diet, is the only cholesterol medication proven to significantly reduce the risk of heart attack and stroke in people with diabetes, regardless of cholesterol level. Zocor is a prescription medicine and is not for everyone, including women who are nursing, pregnant, or may become pregnant, or people with liver problems. Your doctor may do blood tests to check for liver problems. Because serious side effects can result, tell your doctor about any muscle pain or weakness you experience and about any medicines you are taking. If you have diabetes, get information about the Heart Protection Study and Zocor, and ask your doctor how Zocor can help protect you. It's your future. Be there.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Hi.
Hello, how are you?
Hey.
There's a whole new world in communications. You can make a phone call through the internet.
get the internet through your cable or phone line. Send an email over your cell phone or Wi-Fi. A world where wireless, cable, and satellite companies are free to bring you all of today's newest services. So why is the government using outdated rules for your local telecommunications companies that limit your choices? It's time the rules catch up with our lives, so you can get the combination of innovative products and services you want from the company you choose. Your local telecom companies want to bring you the future, faster.
Hello!
Facts of Life by Lysol. Fact, a child who shares nothing else will share the cold bug. Fact, Lysol is unbeatable at killing 99.9% of cold germs. Plus, Lysol's the spray pediatricians recommend most. Life demands Lysol. That's a fact.
Closed captioning provided by Auric 8-pound upright vacuum.
Looking for a lightweight vacuum that's really powerful? Try my Auric XL free for 30 days. Nothing gets by an Auric.
And this afternoon, I have a message for the Iraqi people. You will not have to fear the rule of Saddam Hussein ever again.
A promise from the president earlier after the dramatic capture of Saddam Hussein. Welcome back to CNN's continuing coverage of this big event. I'm Miles O'Brien at the CNN Center in Atlanta.
And I'm Carol Lynn. Well, it took 9 months for U.S. forces to track down Saddam Hussein. He was found not living in luxury, but in a hole in the ground in the Iraqi north. U.S. soldiers get that tip that Saddam Hussein could be in Adwar, a few miles south of Tikrit, his hometown. Now, based on that tip, some 604th Infantry Division soldiers and Special Ops forces launched Operation Red Dawn. That search led forces to what they call a spider hole inside a small walled compound. The underground space was filled with mice, rats, and Saddam Hussein. There were also weapons and about $750,000, all in U.S. $100 bills. U.S. officials say Saddam Hussein has admitted his identity. Now, a medic took DNA evidence during a medical exam, but officials say DNA testing has not yet been completed. It takes about 10 hours minimum.
It took only 6 words for U.S. Civilian Administrator Paul Bremer to make the announcement from Baghdad.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Now, the outburst came from Iraqi journalists. Shortly after Bremer's announcement, the reporters were so overcome, they shouted death to Saddam. President Bush and the First Lady watched that briefing, were said to be rather encouraged by the reporters' reactions. We'll bring you every important angle of this historic event, starting with live reports from Iraq and Washington. Dana Bash, Nick Robertson. Also, we're expecting in just a little while the Department of Defense is releasing additional videotape depicting the 4th Infantry Division on that raid in the Tikrit area. So stay with us for that as well. The capture of the deposed Iraqi leader actually took place last night, Baghdad time, at a remote farmhouse just south of Tikrit. And as President Bush noted this afternoon, Saddam Hussein now faces the justice he denied millions of Iraqi citizens. CNN White House correspondent Dana Bash has a timeline of events for us. Hello, Donna.
Hi, Miles. And that timeline began yesterday, Saturday afternoon, about 3:15 p.m. President Bush was at Camp David when he got a call from his defense secretary, Donald Rumsfeld, saying, starting out the phone call by saying, Mr. President, initial reports aren't always accurate, to which the president immediately said, wow, you must have good news for me. And that is when the defense secretary told him that there is a feeling that it was Saddam Hussein that they did capture in a raid into Tikrit just a short time before he made the phone call. And it was not until this morning at 5:15 this morning that the president's national security advisor, Condoleezza Rice, called the president in his residence. He had just gotten up, we are told, and explained that it was, in fact, Saddam Hussein who was in U.S. custody. Now, since then, although in private, certainly there is no question that this White House and the aides who did come in on this Sunday, as you can imagine, many of them are elated. This is incredible. incredibly momentous and great news for the administration, whichever way you look at it. But in terms of the public face, and that, of course, given by the president himself in a brief, just 3-minute speech, has been quite cautious. And in that speech, he had a message not only for the Iraqi people, but for the American people. And in terms of the Iraqis, he said that Saddam Hussein will be brought to justice. And in his words, he said it is the end of the road for him and for all who killed and bullied in his name.
In the history of Iraq, a dark and painful era is over. A hopeful day has arrived. All Iraqis can now come together and reject violence and build a new Iraq.
Now, again, this administration has been trying to lower expectations, and we certainly heard that from the president in the message he said he was giving to the American people, and that is that although there was essentially dancing in the streets in Iraq, and the fact that they captured Saddam Hussein is a huge, huge accomplishment, if you will, for this administration in the 9-month war in Iraq, the fact that he has been captured does not mean that the violence in Iraq will end.
Today, on behalf of the nation, I thank the members of our armed forces, and I congratulate them. I also have a message for all Americans. The capture of Saddam Hussein does not mean the end of violence in Iraq. We still face terrorists who would rather go on killing the innocent than accept the rise of liberty in the heart of the Middle East. Such men are a direct threat to the American people, and they will be defeated.
So the bottom line, Miles, is that the administration has certainly learned its lesson, that they've gotten excited. For example, in the past with the deaths, the killing of Saddam Hussein's 2 sons, they were hoping that that would change things on the ground, make things less violent. In the end, actually, the violence increased. So they are holding their breath, but they are hoping to harness the fact that Saddam Hussein was captured and hope that this will change things on the ground in Iraq. Miles.
Certainly seems the mission to manage expectations has been accomplished. Dana, thank you very much. Carol.
All right, coalition forces say most of the troops involved in Operation Red Dawn had no idea when it began that the prize would actually be the former Iraqi dictator. CNN's Nick Robertson is on the scene in Tikrit with an exclusive look at how it all played out. Nick.
Well, Carol, that was a very interesting comment coming from the general, because we found exactly that from some of the soldiers here. One of them we talked to a little earlier said that he was involved in the operation, and until it concluded, until it was over, he had no idea who they were going after. He said they go after, on a regular basis, go after these high-value targets, and it wasn't until the whole operation wrapped up that he realized who it was. Now, the operation began yesterday evening, a little over 24 hours ago. The troops rolled out of this base to place a little south of Tikrit. This base is a former Saddam Hussein presidential palace, and it was almost within the shadow of this palace, is how it's been described to us, that the troops went into 2 farmhouses. They searched those farmhouses and didn't find Saddam Hussein there. Then between the 2 buildings, they found a small hut. They said it was a rudimentary dwelling. They said there was some clothes scattered on the floor, new clothes in wrappers, and a rudimentary kitchen. And the soldiers still didn't manage to find Saddam Hussein. They continued searching. They noticed a rug just outside the kitchen door in close to one of the farmhouses. As they looked at the rug, they realized something was wrong with it. They pulled the rug back. Beneath it was a piece of polystyrene that was covered in soil. They realized something wasn't right about that, lifted that out, and that revealed the hole where Saddam Hussein was, a 6-foot by 8-foot hole, and there was Saddam Hussein. And according to the coalition, he had a weapon with him, a pistol. He came out without firing a shot. He was looking very disheveled, disorientated, they say, but he apparently did not put up a struggle, was taken away quickly, came perhaps to this base, we're told. That's not clear, but within an hour was already being taken away on a helicopter for debriefing and interrogation elsewhere. So the operation, when it took place, actually in the terms of coalition operations, was quite a quick one, and in the terms of the commanders here, a very successful one. Not only did they net Saddam Hussein, but they did it, they say, without firing a shot and with no injuries. Carol.
All right, thank you very much. Nick Robertson live in Tikrit. Miles.
President Bush made it clear the capture of Saddam Hussein does not mean an end of violence in Iraq, so What's next for coalition troops and Iraqi security forces? CNN Pentagon correspondent Barbara Starr back with us to tell us a little bit about that. Hello, Barbara.
Hello to you, Miles. Well, at the Pentagon today and really across Washington, officials in the Bush administration are extremely cautious, low-keying it, playing it down a great deal. Now, it's not to say that they're not very pleased about the capture of Saddam Hussein and that they feel indeed his capture will lead to significant progress in bringing peace to Iraq. But everyone is saying in Washington today, and even General Sanchez earlier today in Baghdad said there is an expectation that there's a real possibility attacks and violence will continue. And there's some good reasons that the military has come to this assessment. The feeling for some weeks now has been that the opposition groups are not centrally controlled, that Saddam Hussein himself really was not calling the shots in the opposition attacks, that there are a number of cells of opposition across Iraq, very loosely connected, perhaps operating independently, and that they are basically carrying out their own missions. There's a lot of concern that they may enact even more desperate revenge-type measures in the days and weeks ahead, and especially as Iraq begins to move just 6 months from now, June 2004, towards self-governance, that some of these groups may become more desperate. So there is a lot of jubilation today, quiet jubilation, that they have captured Saddam Hussein, but no one is thinking at this point that it's all over just yet. So, Miles?
Barbara, let's talk a little bit about tactics from here, though. What are folks saying at the Pentagon? Is now the right time to continue a rigorous crackdown and perhaps pursue people like the farmers' property where this hole was found? Or is now the time perhaps to offer an olive branch, an amnesty, if you will, to try to get some of these insurgents to come out of the woodwork?
Well, there have been calls today, of course, for reconciliation, if you will, across Iraq. But Iraq, of course, is a country of many tribes, many varying cultural influences, if you will. There have been a number of calls quite separate from the opposition groups, from some of the Shia groups, some of the Sunni groups, in opposition to the U.S. military and the coalition efforts in Iraq. So the opposition has come from many, many quarters, and it's not clear that the capture of Saddam Hussein himself will have much of an impact at this point on those opposition groups. It perhaps is going to be incumbent on the Iraqi Governing Council, some officials feel, that they basically take a more preeminent role, more public
Barbara Starr,
role.
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you. I apologize. I've got to shift from your perch near the Pentagon in Washington to Fort Hood, Texas. Let's listen in to Lieutenant General Thomas Metz, who's head of the 3rd Corps, which oversees the 4th Infantry Division. Obviously a happy day there in Texas. Let's listen in.
There's also another group that we don't often think about that we are also very proud of, and that's the families and our local friends here in Central Texas. Because our families have been so supportive and our local community so supportive, those soldiers could better focus on their mission, and that obviously paid off earlier today and last night. The other point I'd make to you is that the operations in Iraq are not complete. We are training right now in a very robust simulation exercise to prepare the 3rd Corps to do a relief in place of the 5th Corps. We will become the CORE of Coalition Joint Task Force 7 in Baghdad. Although we've made a great step forward capturing the Ace of Spades, #1, there's still lots of work to be done for the Iraqi people, and we're training hard right here at Fort Hood today to get that done. And with that, let me answer any of your questions.
General, what was it like to get this news this morning?
Well, first of all, I guess I'll tell you a humorous story on myself. I was in about 5:30 doing some work related to the exercise. My aide-de-camp came in and said, "Sir, down in the Joint Operations Center, we're working the capture of Saddam Hussein." And I said, "Fine, thank you very much." And I went back to work. He came back in and said, "Sir, there's going to be a news conference about the capture." And I asked my aide, "Is this gameplay or is this real?" Thinking his answer was going to be gameplay, and it was real. I went running down to the Joint Operations floor where we've got the entire Operations Center duplicated that we'll have in Baghdad. Everyone, of course, rises for the 3rd Corps commander's arrival. They turn down CNN, and I said, wait a minute. I'm down here to see exactly what y'all are watching. Turn that volume back up. And we all enjoyed watching General Sanchez and Ambassador Bremer's announcement. And it was, we certainly stepped out of our role playing in this training and got to enjoy that announcement that was made this morning at 6 o'clock local time, 7 Eastern.
General, how did it feel when the President noted the precision of the troops today?
Well, I've been, once I left that news conference, I've been in a training environment ever since, and so I've missed all the other opportunities to enjoy that. So I missed that. I can only imagine that if he did talk about the precision, I personally know, having served in the 4th ID, having trained in the 3rd Corps for over 8 of the last 11 years, I easily can witness and to the precision at which we are capable of doing operations.
Will the capture today change the mission for your men when they report to Baghdad? Is it going to make their life safer?
I think the change today will be small initially. If we were there right now, I'm sure that CJTF-7 is not doing much different today than they did yesterday. I do believe over the long term that there may be some changes. But I think that those staff officers doing all the many different things they're doing, they need to be doing them today and tomorrow just as professionally, because we still have a tough mission ahead of us.
General, the 4th Infantry Division's been hit particularly hard since combat was declared over. 41 casualties, 34 from Fort Hood here. How much of an impact will arresting Saddam have on perhaps a curtailment of the roadside bombings? Have you effectively cut off the head of the serpent to those guerrilla attacks?
I don't think we know the answer to that yet. I think over the coming days with the interrogation, we may learn his role in actually managing that insurgent fight. But I think we need to all be prepared for a continued fight. There are still those that have lost from the past, and will try to regain what they've lost at the expense of the Iraqi people, and we need to continue to work towards the security and stability for the Iraqi people.
General, what can you tell us about the 1st Brigade combat team that found today?
Well, the 1st Brigade combat team in the mid-90s was what we call the Task Force 21. It was the first to experiment with digital capabilities. It trained very hard. We stabilized those people in those days. It became a very well-trained brigade. Since that time, we digitized the 2nd Brigade, continued that level of training for division capstone exercise in the late 90s. And so they have had the opportunity over quite a while to be a very highly trained combat brigade, and it showed and paid off today and last night.
General, can you talk about...
Searched hundreds of places before having success. How does that translate to the training here in terms of keeping their guard up and applying themselves each search?
Well, you bring up a great point about how does it translate. We are in a collaborative environment constantly at all levels. Many of these staff officers training collaboratively work with their counterpart that they're going to replace. And so the opportunity to have done that thousands of times for one of them to pay off will certainly be a motivation to maintain the patience and the discipline that pays off so much.
General, can you talk a little bit about what it's like for these soldiers who are on the ground day in, day out doing the hard work to be a part of something as newsworthy as this?
I can only imagine that, not being there myself, but certainly day in and day out, being in harm's way, away from families, under conditions that are certainly different than the daily life here at the wonderful Central Texas Post, has got to be hard and got to weigh on soldiers. And for it to pay off like it did today has got to be a tremendous reward.
Yeah, you're talking about, follow up on that. The 4th ID was essentially sidelined the invasion because Turkey wouldn't let us stage there. How does this figure into that? It makes a huge grab now, and they were essentially sidelined at the beginning.
Well, I agree with you that many of us saw them as sidelined, although they served a tremendous strategic purpose with the potential of going through Turkey into Iraq. It obviously takes time because of the time distance to then move them to Kuwait, but they had to fight into the Ba'athist stronghold. They've been fighting a tough battle there day in and day out, and I think this is just a reward of their patience, of their discipline, of their training, and clearly I go back to one of my themes, the tremendous support of their families and the Central Texas community that's come together here at Fort Hood.
Two more questions for the General, please.
I don't think it alters it at all. I mean, we still have a very tough mission to help the Iraqi people create a stable, secure environment so that governance can move forward, the economy can move forward, and we can continue to help the Iraqi people enjoy the freedom that the loss of Hussein has given them.
General, when the news broke, were soldiers cheering?
Tell me about the mood of the base now. I mean, you told us you were standing around, you were watching the TVs. In general, this whole base must be bursting apart.
Well, again, I saw the 6 o'clock Central Time news conference and then went back to training myself. I know that the staff that's close to me that I've trained with have been certainly pepping their step in an up tempo. And I can only imagine across the post, which I haven't seen, but I can only imagine that tempo's up pretty good.
But the troops in the mission, they know.
Excuse me, sir, let me...
Was the 2-4 aviation mediation involved?
I don't know that. I really don't know much about the tactical piece of the operation. I look forward to learning from General Odierno all the details, as I'm sure we all would like to. Anybody over here? Yes, ma'am.
General, did you ever have any doubt in your mind that your men and women would be able to navigate this space?
Oh, sure, there's doubt. You did know, though, that the 4th ID was in a tough region, and a region that Saddam could have worked a little more safely than other regions. So there was always that little hope that, and hope not being a course of action, but there was always that thought that maybe he's there and maybe the 4th ID will get him, and that came true today.
So, General, do you think that the members of the 1st Brigade are going to get Christmas bonus?
I'm sorry?
Do you think the members of the 1st Brigade are going to get
Christmas bonus. Oh, they've gotten their Christmas bonus in the sense that they've got a tremendous victory and boost to their morale. We will continue to support the year in country, but I've got a feeling when they come home there will be plenty of cheers and pride for them.
Sir, I was just trying to clarify, the soldiers that are out on the post here doing their training, that news has filtered out through all of them as well.
Oh, I'm sure it has. You can't keep something like this in. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry we're so late. Can you recap for us what do you attribute much of their training to today's base capture?
What many people don't realize is we do a tremendous, I think you do realize we do training here at Fort Hood. But one of the real strengths that our armed forces has is we continue to train in theater. And so when soldiers of the 4th ID were not on operations and not doing very needed rest, I suspect that they were doing training in order to be, their skills to be continued very sharp to pull off an operation as quickly and as successfully as they pulled it off.
I know there was success because of the cigars that the troops supported, reportedly fired up. Is that something they might have held in this day particularly?
I don't put that past soldiers at all. Soldiers will do some things like that, hold a cigar for that moment, and that's part of their traditions that they need to enjoy.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. METZ.
We have been listening to Lieutenant General Thomas Metz, the 3-star in charge of the 3rd Corps being the umbrella under which the 4th Infantry Division resides. The 4th ID, of course, led that raid, which led to the farmhouse, which ultimately led to lean-to, which ultimately led to the hole in which Saddam Hussein was found. And I'm sure there'll be a share of ribbons and medals that will be distributed to the enterprising troops who didn't take the first look for granted and went a little bit further there. Obviously a happy day at Fort Hood, Texas. No casualties, no shots fired in that capture of Saddam Hussein. What a marked difference from the capture of Saddam Hussein's sons. Now, the coalition of nations which joined the U.S. in the war in Iraq is welcoming the news of Saddam Hussein's capture. British Prime Minister Tony Blair was the first coalition leader to comment.
The shadow of Saddam is finally lifted from the Iraqi people. We give thanks for that. But let this be more than a cause simply for rejoicing. Let it be a moment to reach out and to reconcile.
CNN's Christiane Amanpour is in London. She's been following reaction from Europe from there. Hello, Christiane.
Miles, reaction has been pouring in fast and furious all day ever since this news broke. And as you said, of course, the nations that stood with the United States and supported the war have been very, very prominent in praising the capture and describing it as a historic moment. But also the countries which didn't support the war, France and Germany, have also called this a major event. They've congratulated the United States on the success of this mission of capturing Saddam Hussein and hoping that it will further the cause of stability and democratization there. And even in potentially, for American viewers, an unlikely corner, but still an important victim of Saddam Hussein's excesses, Iran has also welcomed the capture of what it called this criminal. The vice president of Iran said, "I'm happy they have arrested a criminal, and I'm even more happy because it is a criminal who committed so many crimes against Iranians," referring to the unleashing of chemical weapons more than 20 years ago during the Iran-Iraq war. And of course, Saddam Hussein, known for releasing chemical weapons against his own people, the Kurds, also more than 20 years ago. In general, the overwhelming consensus in the reaction is a hope that this will unify a world that has been torn apart by the war in Iraq, those against it and those for it, and hope that this will reimpose, if you like, some kind of push towards a future of unity and trying to bring stability and democracy to Iraq, and also to try to heal these deep, deep international wounds that have been created by the war. Miles?
CNN's Christiane Amanpour in London. Thank you very much. Carol?
All right, we're going to continue to get reaction, Miles, from actually two men who are running for President of the United States with very differing views on whether the United States should have gone to war with Iraq. Right now, I'm going to turn to Reverend Al Sharpton. He is one of 9 Democratic presidential contenders. Reverend Sharpton, thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you.
You were a very sharp critic of the war. I'm wondering, now that Saddam Hussein is in custody, do you think that this war was a mistake still?
Oh, I don't think the capture of Saddam Hussein in any way justifies the war. I congratulate the military. I think it is good that he has been captured. But I don't think that it in any way justifies the fact that we were told there were weapons of mass destruction and that we were in imminent danger and we had to go into military operation. We also see that this may not end the bloodshed. I think that in the spirit of this moment, that the president ought to immediately try and appeal to a world body to take over, particularly the UN, and appeal to Secretary General Kofi Annan and begin the withdrawal of troops. We have Hussein now. I think that we need to use this moment to withdraw, to end occupation. I think the debate now will shift to occupation and the need of such occupation. But so I don't think any of us that were opposed to the war were pro-Hussein, but I don't think the capture of Hussein 9 months later in any way justifies the American public and the general international public being told we were going in because of weapons that clearly were not there at that time.
But there is the opportunity now to interview Saddam Hussein to find out about weapons of mass destruction, if in fact they exist and where they are. Clearly this is going to be useful to the United States in the war on terror.
Well, if we went to war to get an interview, I don't think that's what we were told. We went to war because we said we knew there were weapons, not that we wanted to capture and interview him to see if there was weapons. And again, I would think someone as ruthless as Hussein in an interview is not going to give up much. If he does, all well and good. That does not justify the military action. Under a Sharpton administration, I would have put my resources and military into finding bin Laden, who attacked and caused direct American lives on American soil. We still don't have bin Laden. It took 9 months to get Hussein. I still think the war was wrong. I congratulate the military, and I'm so much for them. I want to see them return home out of dangerous way. I want to know why we are seeing the kind of price gouging allegations that we're seeing there with corporations. None of that has changed. So I think while all of us can celebrate the capture of Hussein, there's still some very ugly things we need to look into in terms of these oil prices and contracts and non-bid contracts. And we still must question the premise that we were told that led to war in the first place. We were not told we were going to war because we wanted to be able to take 9 months to capture Hussein to ask him about weapons. We were told we knew and in fact could establish where the weapons were.
Reverend, I'm wondering, as you look at these pictures that are being released of Saddam Hussein as the military medic picks through his hair for pests or vermin and sticks a tongue depressor in his mouth on camera, and these are pictures for all the world to see and consume of this man who once determined lives in his own country. What is your judgment as to how the administration has handled the capture of Saddam Hussein?
Well, I mean, so far, I think that they've handled his capture with a lot more humanity than they did when we saw the public display around his 2 sons. I don't think anyone sympathizes with Hussein being processed and being charged and being films being shown of him being charged. I think that many of us were outraged with a far more deadly way that we saw his sons captured. But again, there are no sympathizers that I've met, even in the most extreme parts of the anti-war movement, that was supportive of Hussein. I think the issue here is whether or not the military engagement was justified, whether or not we had to do this, and whether or not the information that we were given was in fact the accurate information. In many ways, they are conceding by waiting to identify, to interview Hussein, that much of what they told us they knew they did not know. And what do we say to all of the American soldiers that have lost their lives when we were misled into believing they were risking and losing their lives on information we had, not on information we hope to ascertain if we in fact caught Hussein?
And still that information may come forward about weapons of mass destruction.
It may, but we can't undo the misleading that has already been done.
We'll see what happens, and hearing from a different point of view in just a second. Thank you very much, Reverend Al Sharpton.
Thank you.
Democratic presidential candidate for 2004. Miles.
As Carol and the Reverend Sharpton just pointed out, among Democrats, support for the war or not has been a campaign litmus test, certainly a lightning rod. If things go better in that country, to what extent must the Democrats move on to another issue? Representative Richard Gephardt of Missouri, live from Charleston, South Carolina now. Representative Gephardt, good to have you with us.
Good afternoon, Miles.
Thanks for your patience waiting for us as the breaking news transpired here. To what extent does the administration get some credit here, and are you willing to give them any credit on this moment?
Well, of course they do, but now the rest of the hard job really begins. We've got to try to reconcile the people within Iraq. We've got to try to get a government put together in Iraq, and we need to get the help of all the countries of the world. This is not just an American problem. This is an international problem. And we're going to need help of all the countries of the world, France, Germany, Russia, NATO, the United Nations, in putting this country back together. This was a good development today. There's no question about that. And our military has acted in a heroic way. But we've got to now move quickly to put together the coalition to get the rest of the things done that will leave Iraq a democracy with good governance and the 4 freedoms.
It can be viewed sort of as good news, bad news for a candidate such as yourself, in the sense that Howard Dean has been attacking you and John Kerry and Joe Lieberman for your support of the war initially. This, to some degree, perhaps takes the edge off of his attack, does it not?
Well, I don't know about the politics of this. I've from the beginning decided that we just need to do what's right on these issues. We had 3,000 people slaughtered in New York when those buildings came down. And we need to put politics aside and try to do what's right to keep our people safe. We must prevent further attacks of terrorism in the United States and around the world if we can. And that's what I've tried to do, and that's what I'll always try to do. Our highest responsibility is to keep our people safe and not drag this into politics.
But nevertheless, it is an issue that is front and center on the campaign trail. Suppose for a moment that the situation in Iraq goes well here on out. In other words, this is a significant turning point. To what extent are the Democrats deprived of a good issue to run against the president on, with the economy doing well as well?
Well, the future will take care of itself. This president has been leading us in all the wrong directions. The economy is still not fixed. This is a recovery so far without jobs. I hope the recovery continues, but I don't see the policies in place that will really create the jobs that our people need. People are still losing their jobs. People are losing their health care every day. There's a crisis. I'm in South Carolina right now. I was just in a county this morning where unemployment is 14%. And jobs are still being lost to other countries around the world. We have a trade policy that doesn't make any good sense. We haven't gotten standards up in these other countries. We need to go to the World Trade Organization and ask for an international minimum wage. So there's plenty to talk about. And on foreign policy, the president has isolated us in the world at the very time that we should be leading a world alliance against this very dangerous foe that we face, which is terrorism. And we need to attack not just the symptoms of it. We need to get to the root causes of it. That's what's not begun to happen.
To what extent, though, Mr. Gephardt, do you suppose that talking about this would underscore perhaps a Bush success, and would you be reluctant to mention it more in the future?
No, look, everybody is elated for America and for the Iraqi people especially that Saddam Hussein has been found. There's still, in effect, a political fight going on in Iraq. Hopefully this will bring that to an end. Hopefully the Saddam loyalists will give up. The violence will stop. Our young people won't be in the face of danger every day, and we can put this country back together. That's nothing but a good development.
Representative Richard Gephardt, Democrat of Missouri, presidential candidate, thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Carol.
Well, Miles, much more coming up. In fact, we're going to be talking with one of our investigative correspondents about the after effects on U.S. coalition forces. Even though Saddam Hussein has been captured, the Bush administration is predicting that attacks against forces will increase and become even fiercer. And already within 24 hours of Saddam Hussein's capture, indeed, there was yet another attack and another U.S. soldier killed. Mike Betcher is going to join us on what all of this means.
E-server.
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 These are not normal servers. They're better than that. They adjust and predict.
So you'll never say rats.
For systems like Linux and other types, too.
They love open standards. No kidding, it's true.
For big firms and small firms.
And those in the middle.
E-server's the answer to your business riddle.
They're flexible, bendable,
super reliable,
utterly viable.
Give them a triable.
IBM eServer X Series features the Intel Xeon processor.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Hi.
Hello, how are you?
Hey.
There's a whole new world in communications. You can make a phone call through the internet. Get the internet through your cable or phone line. Send an email over your cell phone or Wi-Fi. A world where wireless, cable, and satellite companies are free to bring you all of today's newest services. So why is the government using outdated rules for your local telecommunications companies that limit your choices? It's time the rules catch up with our lives, so you can get the combination of innovative products and services you want from the company you choose. Your local telecom companies want to bring you the future, faster.
Hello.
All right. right, Saddam Hussein's capture is now a matter for historians to debate. What we do know is that U.S. forces were tipped off that he might be in one of two locations. Now, within 3 hours, the Army's 4th Infantry Division and Special Ops Forces sprang into action. The raid eventually led them to a walled compound near a farmhouse. And that's where they found the former Iraqi dictator hiding in a 6 by 8 foot hole in the ground. The troops say the bearded and haggard-looking man was carrying a pistol, but he never fired a shot. He was also carrying about $750,000 in American cash. He has acknowledged that he is Saddam Hussein, but the U.S. is conducting DNA tests to confirm his identity. Saddam Hussein known to have many people who impersonate him for his own security. Now, capture of Saddam Hussein raises many questions about the man himself, as well as his fate. For example, there are reports that he was wearing a sidearm when captured, but that he had never attempted to use it, as we just reported, perhaps even to kill himself. Despite his defiant words, was he resigned to his ultimate fate? Biographer Simon Henderson can help us understand the man behind the myth. He wrote a book about him. Simon, thank you very much for joining us today.
Hello.
I want to get your reaction, your immediate reaction, when you saw that videotape of Saddam Hussein and how he appears today, bedraggled, haggard, long hair and a beard. What were your thoughts?
Well, I was as amazed by the news as anybody, and frankly as amazed by his appearance as anyone. Although when I think about it, I don't find it too surprising. I'd always worked on the assumption that although Saddam in power was a very proud, a very neat dresser, fastidious in his appearance, I think being removed from power back in April must have been a tremendous shock to him, and he must have gone into some great depression. And frankly, when I saw him today, I mean, you know, I thought I was perhaps right. This is a man who's been on the run for the last, 8 months, and, you know, it shows. And then the shock of capture, you got an amazing picture of a very different man from what we know as the despot in power for more than 20, nearly 30 years.
Now, we hear from sources that Saddam Hussein is actually cooperating with U.S. coalition forces. Do you actually believe that to be true? I mean, this is a man who once said that he would go down fighting. I mean, that this is a man who would rather commit suicide than be captured. Obviously not the case here, and now reports that he's cooperating?
Well, yes, but there's a but there. I don't think he necessarily gave himself up intentionally. You know, he could have committed suicide, I suppose. He could have died fighting as the American soldiers closed in on him.
So why don't you think he did? Why wouldn't he kill himself?
Well, you know, we don't know the circumstances of the actual capture, and I'd be curious to know the detail, and I hope it comes out. But if I was an American soldier and I came along a dark hole, and I thought to myself, there's a high-value target potentially down there, I don't shout down the hole, this is the American Army, come out with your hands up, because I might get shot at. What is far more likely is that you try a ruse, like getting an Arabic speaker to shout down the hole that, oh master, you can come out now and we must hide in another place because the Yankees have gone. At which point Saddam sticks his head out and is grabbed and yanked out of the hole. That might explain why he looks so surprised.
So now that he's in custody, obviously U.S. forces want to know what he knows about weapons of mass destruction, where they are, what's being done with them. How likely is he to give up that information, and under what circumstances?
Well, this is a good question. I would imagine he's a potentially very interesting person to interrogate. I wrote a biography of him. I never actually met him. I'd have loved to have met him, but I don't think I'd have got away with it unharmed. I think this is a man who was very proud of the way that he ran the country, and if you appeal to that sort of pride and sense of self-justification, I think he'll probably talk. And then it's a question, if you're a trained interrogator, and there'll be teams of interrogators, frankly, who've just been waiting for this opportunity, then it'll be a question of encouraging him and perhaps even tricking him into saying more and more.
Simon Henderson, wouldn't that be interesting if Saddam Hussein's vanity actually played to the United States' advantage? Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Miles.
Most Americans are hoping the attacks on U.S. troops will ease up with Saddam Hussein's capture. Perhaps it is wishful thinking. CNN's Mike Betcher has been looking into the insurgents and trying to cast a little bit of light in the shadows for us, give us a sense of who's out there and how they might be impacted or not with Saddam Hussein captured. Let's run through it.
Well, Miles, I've been in the Middle East for about a month and talking to various intelligence operatives in the region, and they have a breakdown on the people that the U.S. and other coalition partners are facing in Iraq. Let's look at that breakdown. Number one are the Baathists, or the former Saddam Fedayeen loyalists. Second are the Arab Mujahideen. Now, these are Arab fighters who came in to Iraq before the war and directly after the war. The third classification are the Wahhabists. These are members of a fundamentalist Islamic sect who are Iraqis and also from Saudi Arabia and other countries. And for about 2.5 years, Saddam Hussein has been recruiting them rather heavily, trying to curry favor with them. And the fourth is Ansar al-Islam, the al-Qaeda affiliated group which is believed responsible for many attacks in Iraq. Now, those first two classifications there are the ones that intelligence analysts believe would be hurt by Saddam Hussein's disappearance from the scene. These are the Baathists and also those Arab Mujahideen. And Miles, I already saw signs of that even before this, that recruitment process was slowing down in some countries in the Middle East for people to go to Iraq and fight.
All right, he was found, Saddam Hussein, without so much as a cell phone. So clearly he was not orchestrating anything. Are we talking here about the flow of money, or just does this dispirit these groups?
I think dispirit is the right word to use in this regard. It takes the steam out of those first two groups, the Baathists and the Arab Mujahideen. When you capture the number one leader, it will have an impact. It remains to be seen how strong that impact will be, but for those two groups, it will hurt.
How much concern is there, though, that the converse will happen? It will somehow embolden them?
In the short term, it is believed that they will try to show, and it's important for them to show, in order for them to continue recruiting people to fight, that they are a viable force in that region. The way to do it is to launch attacks, and it is believed in the short term you'll see that from those first two groups. The other two groups, the fear is that they are expanding the war outside of Iraq, going for countries that support the U.S., like Turkey, Jordan, and we saw those bombings in Turkey. And that is Ansar al-Islam, and that is led by a man named Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, who is considered the most dangerous al-Qaeda operative right now in the field. He is in Iran and is said to be directing operations in the region. He is the de facto head right now of Ansar al-Islam, and he has his own organization that is affiliated with al-Qaeda, a very dangerous man.
So many facets to the war on terror, and as one victory is pronounced, other victories wait, I suppose, in other wars.
No, and the one victory they're hoping for is to find Osama bin Laden, and that's going to be tougher. We're beginning now the third year of the hunt for Osama bin Laden. Saddam Hussein was on the loose 8 months after the war.
All right. Mike Betcher, thank you very much for tracking all that for us. We'll be back with more in just a moment. Stay with us.